This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 545. After seeing what happened to Chinemo and his friends at this time, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but feel a wave of scalp tingling. Because they knew clearly. In terms of the current mechanism, if even Chinemo and his friends had such a hard time hiding, then let alone ordinary players like them. Thinking about how terrifying the mechanism they might encounter later was, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help it at the time. The barrage was like exploding, and began to refresh frantically. No, the mechanism here is really getting more and more terrifying. This is too scary. Why do I feel that there is no possibility of dealing with this mechanism at all? Just looking at it makes people feel helpless. I really can't imagine what the result will be if I face it directly. It really makes people's scalp tingling. The current situation feels that it has completely exceeded my cognition. I originally thought that the mechanism here can be easily solved and there will be no other problems. But now it seems that everything is obviously much more outrageous than I imagined. The key to the problem now lies in the mechanism here. Even the eldest brother and his men have found it extremely difficult to deal with it. If it were us, wouldn't there be no hope at all? If this continues, I really can't imagine what will happen next. Now our hope is on the eldest brother. It depends on whether the eldest brother can solve the mechanism here. If he can solve the mechanism here, then this battle will not be too desperate for us. On the contrary, if the eldest brother can't find a solution, then we really have no way out. Accompanied by the scalp-numbing discussion of the audience in the live broadcast room, the charming princess in the game has launched several waves of attacks on Chinemo and his friends. It must be said that the charming princess's attack is really powerful. As her attacks continue, the number of sickles on the ground has reached a suffocating level. Although these sickles did not form a hole, this piece-by-piece partition gave everyone a huge pressure. It was extremely difficult for everyone to dodge, and there was no possibility at all. After realizing that if it continued like this, then several people would have no way to deal with it. Susu Baby and his friends couldn't help it at the time, and they opened their mouths and started asking Chinemo directly. What should we do, senior brother? Should we do something now? If the current mechanism continues like this, I feel like I have no direction to dodge. The mechanism here is really a headache. What should we do? Yes, senior brother, even if we can't interrupt the mechanism here, we can at least slow down his attack and reduce the number of sickles he releases. Otherwise, if it continues like this, I feel like I will be completely driven crazy by the mechanism here. Listening to the pleadings of the team members, and looking at the restless discussions of the audience in the live broadcast room, Chinemo shook his head helplessly. He was still too soft-hearted. According to his idea, he was going to go up. Everyone was completely desperate and completely at a loss. They had no confidence at all to solve all this. Because only in this way can he maximize his benefits and gain everything he wants. But unfortunately, the current situation obviously does not give him any chance, and he can no longer be hard-hearted and insist on it. Thinking about his current situation, Chinemo was too lazy to waste time anymore. He took a deep breath and said to everyone present, "Brothers, as far as the current mechanism is concerned, all of this is indeed a bit of a headache, but if you ask me, the mechanism here is not as unsolvable as everyone imagines. There are still some solutions to everything here. What we have to do now is very simple, that is, to find empty places as much as possible to dodge the sickle falling from the sky first, and then dodge the sickle almost. Then we will start to interrupt the mechanism. You have only one task, that is to dodge the mechanism, and leave everything else to me." To be honest, if someone else said so and guaranteed it, Susu Baby and the others would definitely not believe it, and would definitely think that the person was bragging. After all, they couldn't even see the slightest flaw in the mechanism in front of them, so who could successfully solve the mechanism here? But the person who is speaking now is Chinemo, the strongest existence in this game, and a super boss, who has created countless miracles. Since Chinemo said so now, they believe that Chinemo must have a statement. After thinking it through, Susu Baby and the others didn't say anything else, and immediately followed Chinmo's command and began to dodge back and forth in the room. Although the attack of the charming princess was extremely terrifying at this time, because of Chinmo's command and the strong operation of several people, after a struggle, everyone successfully avoided several waves of attacks from the charming princess. But the time was almost right, and the audience in the live broadcast room immediately became agitated, and they began to send barrages like crazy. Is the time up now? Has the opportunity we are waiting for come? Is everything in this situation going to be solved soon? If the senior brother can really solve these mechanisms, then I feel that I still have confidence in this battle, and I will not be too desperate. If the senior brother can really solve it, then we really don't need to be too desperate, but the key issue now is whether the senior brother can really solve it? To be honest, I feel a little headache when I see the situation here. If the senior brother is comforting us, then we will be numb? What you said does make sense, but I still believe in the senior brother, because in this game, if we don't believe in the senior brother, then we have no one else to believe in. The senior brother should be the most invincible existence in this game. He is the strongest backing for us. The senior brother has no time to explain. Hurry up and start your performance. I can't wait to see the mechanism here being cracked. As long as you can really crack the mechanism here, I will send you 10 rockets in a while. Keep your word. Chinmo was originally preparing to explain how to crack this kind of mechanism, and now the audience in the live broadcast room has given him such a material temptation. Naturally, there was no need to waste any more time. He immediately took a deep breath and spoke to everyone present. Everyone is so polite. I told you at the beginning that my wish is to solve all the troubles for you and not send me. I will tell you everything without reservation. First, there was a lot of fancy talk. After pretending to be powerful, then Chinmo turned his eyes. At this time, the floor of the room was almost covered with sickles. All the sickles were so dense. It was the operation of Susu Baby and others. He was killed long ago. Brothers, you should be careful to avoid it next. I will solve the mechanism here immediately. As long as I solve the mechanism here, there will be no threat in this battle. While speaking, Qingduo had already rushed towards the charming princess not far away. Although there were all kinds of sickles blocking him in front of him, because Mei Mo's operation was too strong, and he had more than 10 years of game experience. With the combination of experience, he quickly successfully avoided all the sickles, and came to the side of the charming princess. After successfully reaching the side of the charming princess, the next thing was much easier. Chinmo started to attack the charming princess frantically. Because he had decided to tell the audience everything, Chinmo did not hide anything anymore. He directly told them how to crack the mechanism here. Brothers, if we want to stop the charming princess from releasing her attack, what we have to do is very simple. That is to continuously attack the charming princess with a combo. When our combo reaches the corresponding range, the mechanism here will stop. If it were other professions, they might be a little slow in playing online, but for Sword Soul, playing online is as easy as drinking water. Chinmo just attacked casually for a while, and his combo reached a terrifying 200 times. When the combo exceeded 200, the sickles that had been hanging in the sky disappeared instantly. Seeing that the mechanism here was really the same as what Chinmo said, it was solved, and everyone present. They couldn't help but feel artistic conception, and then they started to send barrages frantically as if they had exploded. Too strong, really too strong. How can the Master Brother be so strong? These are all new mechanisms, and they are suffocating mechanisms. How can the Master Brother handle them so easily? Am I hallucinating? It is indeed a bit incredible. As for the current mechanism here, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really couldn't believe that it could be so easy to crack. The Master Brother didn't have any pressure at all. He just attacked casually, and the problem here was completely solved. What is strength? What is the gap? This is the difference between us and the Master Brother. For us, the mechanism here may be an existence that cannot be solved, but for the Master Brother, all of this seems to have nothing to do with it at all. If this is the case, can we think that this battle is almost over, and there will be no other problems? After all, the enchanting princess has released enough mechanisms from beginning to end, and he should not have other mechanisms to continue to release, right? Watching the discussion of the audience in the live broadcast room, Chinmo couldn't help but reveal a strange smile on his face. On the surface, it seems that the mechanisms here are under control and seem to be about to be solved, but in fact, the charming princess actually has a mechanism that has not been released. And this mechanism is the most terrifying rampage mechanism. If this mechanism cannot be solved, then the charming princess will definitely not be solved. This battle will definitely last for a long time. Brothers, I think it's better for everyone to be calm and steady. At present, the mechanisms here seem to be within our control, but in fact, the mechanisms here are still a long way from the end. If we relax our vigilance now, then when new mechanisms appear next, we may be in a mess. Hearing Chinmo's reminder, even Susu Baby, who is the anchor boss, felt a burst of scalp tingling. They really didn't expect that this charming princess had so many terrible attacks. In this case, they really didn't know what to do. Brother, don't scare us. This charmed princess has released 6 or 7 attack methods, and each one is more terrifying than the last. In this case, you said that she has more powerful mechanisms that she hasn't released yet. If so, Then isn't this charm princess too powerful? Not only powerful, it's simply suffocating. If this charm princess really has so many mechanisms, then I feel that this battle has made me completely desperate. What can we do in this situation now? It can be imagined that since Suzu Baby and others, who are big anchors, were frightened to this extent by Chinmo's reminder, let alone the audience in the live broadcast room, who are ordinary players. After hearing what Chinmo said, the audience in the live broadcast room fell into a state of collapse. The barrage seemed to be cracked and began to refresh frantically. No. Don't scare me, big brother. I'm a coward. If this battle is really the same as you said, I don't know what to do. I thought the mechanism here is about to end. This is indeed beyond our imagination. You know, the super alloy demon in front only released 6 or 7 mechanisms, and he was invincible. This charming princess also released 6 or 7 mechanisms. I really don't know how to face this battle. This situation is indeed a bit overwhelming, but in my opinion, the key to everything is still Big Brother. If Big Brother can solve these mechanisms, then we don't have to worry, and everything will be under control. On the contrary, if Big Brother can't solve the problem here, then we will have a headache. We cannot trust anyone, but we must trust Big Brother, because for so many years, Big Brother has never let us down. Since he didn't let us down before, he will definitely not let us down now. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. Chapter 546. As usual, Chinmo's timing of speaking was naturally explained. Just like now, he had just put pressure on everyone present, and the charming princess in the game started a new round of performance very cooperatively. The charming princess, who had been passively beaten, was running at a very fast speed. After finding the middle of the room, a circle of about the length of his body appeared beside him after running to the middle of the room. The color of the circle was purple, and it immediately expanded rapidly around it after it appeared, from small to large, and expanded to about 4 or 5 lengths in the blink of an eye. Facing the mechanism suddenly released by the charming princess, everyone present was obviously shocked. They looked at everything in front of them, with a confused look on their faces, and they couldn't help but ask Chinmo one by one. What's going on? What's going on? What kind of mechanism is this? Logically speaking, shouldn't the mechanism here be over? How can it continue to change, given the current situation? Why do I feel that the next battle will become something we can't handle? It's really a bit nerve-wracking. When I faced the previous mechanisms, I at least had some clues and knew what they were like, but now I'm a little confused after seeing this wave of mechanisms released by the enchanting princess. Senior brother, do you know how to crack this kind of mechanism? Faced with everyone's questions, Chinmo's approach was the same as usual. After hearing it, he did not explain how to crack the governance mechanism. He just silently reminded everyone present. Brothers, this mechanism will spread from small to large around the room until it covers the entire room. The first thing we must do is not to be hit by this circle when it spreads. When the circle flies towards us, we must dodge it, otherwise we will be fatally injured. Hearing Chinmo's reminder, everyone present was stunned for a moment. They originally thought that this mechanism would be very scary and difficult to crack, but now after hearing what Chinmo said, it seems that the mechanism here is not as scary as imagined. If this is the case, they don't seem to need to worry too much. Ah, is it that simple? The mechanism that the enchanting princess has been brewing for a long time is so casual and simple. I thought it was a devastating full-screen attack mechanism, but it turned out to be such an ordinary mechanism. I feel that if it were me, I could easily handle it. Indeed, I feel so too. This situation is completely threatening to us. We just need to wait until the circle spreads to us, and then jump up directly. The range of this circle cannot attack us at all. To be honest, this mechanism feels a bit unreal to me. Logically, the attack released by this monster should be very outrageous, and there is no possibility of cracking it. Why is the final result like this? This trend feels a bit too simple now. No, you may not have heard all the words that the senior brother described clearly. The senior brother is talking about the mechanism here. The attack method at the beginning is like this. He means that it is like this at the beginning, not that it will always be like this. This means that the mechanism here will definitely change in the future. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room were talking about it, the circle released by the charming princess was about to spread to Chinmo and his group. Seeing these circles approaching them, the people in the team couldn't help but hesitate. Big brother, are you sure that the clever way to avoid it is so simple? We just need to jump up and not let the edge of the circle touch us. Will we not be hurt? I feel that this mechanism is a little different from what I imagined. Indeed, big brother, I am a little self-doubting now. I thought that this attack was extremely threatening and difficult to resist, and there would even be casualties. But now that you said that, I don't have any pressure at all. In response to his teammates' inquiries, Chinmo's expression still did not change, because he knew clearly that the mechanism here was just the beginning, and there was no big threat yet. Respecting the interests would have to wait for a while, and when the mechanism here completely erupted, that would be the time for him to put pressure on everyone. Brothers, just do as I say, because according to my previous test, the mechanism here is almost like this. What we need to do is jump up to avoid the spread of the circle. As long as we are not touched by the edge of the circle, there will be no pressure. Seeing Chinmo said this, several people in the team, no matter how unbelievable they felt, could only jump up high. For Susu Baby and other masters, this kind of jumping to avoid the edge is naturally impossible. Several people just jumped casually and successfully avoided the mechanism. After successfully dodging the mechanism, several people instinctively wanted to cheer and celebrate. But what they didn't expect was that the circle that spread to the edge began to shrink rapidly. This sudden change shocked not only the parties involved, but also the audience in the live broadcast room who were watching. The barrage began to refresh as if it was boiling. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Why did the mechanism here suddenly change? It's different. Logically speaking, shouldn't the mechanism here be spreading to the edge so that we don't have to worry about anything else? Yes, this makes me a little unconfident. I thought that there would be no other problems after all this, and we just need to wait quietly. Even if it is solved, the result is unexpected. Now things have become unacceptable. If it continues like this, our pressure will be too great. I know that the battle here will never be as simple as we imagined. In this situation, everything has exceeded our imagination. Now we have no way out. We can only see if the senior brother can find a solution. I can only say that we are so lucky. With the existence of the senior brother in this game, we don't need to bear too much pressure. I really can't imagine what kind of situation we would be in if there was no senior brother in this game. Compared with the slowly spreading circle just now, the retraction speed of the enchanting princess circle this time is obviously much faster. Almost in the blink of an eye, the circle had arrived in front of everyone. Facing the shrinking circle that was already within reach, although Susu Baby was full of doubts at this time, they still dodged this wave of attacks with the fastest reaction. Originally, according to the idea of several people, after they jumped up to avoid this wave of attacks, the battle would be almost over here, but what they never expected was that after they jumped to avoid the attack of the charming princess, they inexplicably began to lose blood. Without being attacked, their blood volume began to drop rapidly, and it dropped by more than 70% in the blink of an eye. Although they temporarily stabilized their blood volume with the invincible recovery effect of the wound medicine, this continuous decline still made their scalps numb. Because they really couldn't understand what the mechanism here was, so Susu Baby and others could only put their hopes on Chinmo, and they began to frantically express their inner fear to Chinmo. Big brother, what's going on? Why is our health starting to drop? Logically speaking, we have successfully avoided the mechanism here. Shouldn't this battle be over? Why are we losing blood again now? Yes, big brother, what the hell is going on? I'm a little unconfident. I thought we only needed to jump and successfully avoid the circle's attack like before, and then the mechanism here would be over. Why is the mechanism here starting to become different now? Since Susu Baby, the anchor boss, was shocked like this, let alone the audience in the live broadcast room who were ordinary players, they couldn't help but start sending barrages after realizing that this battle was beyond their imagination. It's all over now. I thought the senior brother was joking and the mechanism here is not as outrageous as we imagined, but now it seems that the mechanism released by this monster has exceeded our imagination. I don't know how to deal with it just by looking at it. Yes, I feel the same way. The pressure brought to us by this monster is too great. I really can't imagine what would happen if I were facing the attack of this monster now. The result is really terrifying. Stop talking, don't continue talking. I was quite confident about the mechanism here, and thought that everything was in our plan, but now it seems that every mechanism here is more terrifying than we imagined. If that's the case, how should we deal with it? The mechanism here is obvious. It's beyond our imagination. What can we do in this situation? If we can't deal with it, then what awaits us will be the most terrible result. Seeing that the teammates in the team and the audience in the live broadcast room were shocked by the mechanism released by the charming princess, Chinmo naturally stopped doing anything fancy. He took a deep breath and spoke to everyone. Brothers, don't despair. As for the current mechanism, although it is indeed very terrifying, it is not without any coping methods. According to my previous experiments, the mechanism here will first expand to attack us, and then shrink. Once this circle is reduced to only 4 or 5 people, covering the enchanting princess, if we cannot stand in the circle, we will be killed directly. In other words, the reason why we are losing blood now is not because we have been attacked, but because we are not standing in the circle. Listening to Chinmo's analysis, the shocked people were obviously even more shocked. To be honest, they really didn't expect that this battle would develop to this point. According to their thoughts, everything in front of them should be within their control, and there would be no other accidents. As a result, they never thought that a mechanism that Chinmo casually explained shocked them greatly. As for the mechanism here, if Chinmo hadn't told them, they would definitely not have thought that this battle would have so many fancy things. Big brother, you mean that we must run into the circle now? Only when we stand in the circle will we stop losing blood, right? I guess that's what Big Brother means. In that case, let's not waste time anymore. Let's run into the circle quickly. Otherwise, I feel that my blood volume is already a bit unbearable. The blood loss damage of this mechanism is too high, too scary. As they said this, several people were about to run quickly towards the circle, but at this moment, Chinmo stopped them. Don't worry, the mechanism here is not as simple as everyone imagines. It won't work if we just run over everyone, ? When Chinmo said that there are other operations in the mechanism here, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help it anymore, and the barrage began to refresh like crazy. No, I didn't hear you wrong. The mechanism here has developed to this point. How can there be other problems? Didn't the elder brother say before that he would let us enter the circle? Why is it not the case now? I don't know. The elder brother has made me a little confused now. I really don't understand why a charming princess can be so strong. He has made me wonder how much pressure we will face these monsters in the future. If someone else said this, I would definitely think that he is teasing us and deliberately deceiving us, but since it is the elder brother, the strongest existence in this game, I believe that since he said this, there must be a reason for saying so. Whether it makes sense or not, what I want to say is that the difficulty of this copy is too great. Every monster feels more terrifying than I imagined. In this case, how should we deal with it later? Chapter 547. If someone else said this, the audience in the live broadcast room would definitely not believe it, because in their opinion, the mechanism here should be able to be cracked just by walking over, and no other actions are required. But the person who is speaking now is Chinmo, who has created countless miracles, cracked countless mechanisms, and helped them solve countless troubles. Now that Chinmo said this, let alone ordinary players, even Susu Baby, who is a big anchor, can't help but become nervous. Susu Baby must know something in Chinmo's consciousness, and they immediately asked him about it. Big brother, what do you mean? Isn't there only one circle here? Let's run over. If we hide inside the circle, won't the mechanism end? What else could happen? Why can't I see anything? Yes, big brother, you've made me a little confused. I ran over, but now that you've said that, I really don't know what to do. What should we do now? Or how to solve these problems? Faced with his teammates' inquiries, Chinmo didn't do anything fancy, because he knew clearly that everyone's emotions were completely aroused. In this case, he only had to do one thing, which was to explain the solution to the mechanism here and everything else. Now the mechanism released by the charming princess is his last mechanism, which means that as long as this mechanism is cracked, the charming princess will be completely solved. Thinking about the honor he would enjoy after solving the problem, Chinmo immediately spoke. The reason why I said that it is useless to run over directly is because there are two problems in this battle. One of them is that when we run over, do we need to touch the edge of the circle? If we touch the edge of the circle, what will be the result? After hearing Chinmo's explanation, the people who were still a little confused and puzzled suddenly felt enlightened, and they couldn't help but describe their inner emotions. Oh right, why didn't I think of this? I just wanted to run over and dodge, but I forgot that we were in front. But I have been trying every way to avoid the circle attack of the enchanting princess. If I can't dodge it this time, I will definitely be killed directly. So this is the problem. Thanks to the reminder from the senior brother. If it weren't for the reminder from the senior brother, I really can't imagine how embarrassed I would be when facing this mechanism. The current situation here really makes me full of surprises. What is the gap? This is the gap between us and the senior brother. The same monster, the same mechanism, we can't even find a solution, but the senior brother can study all these details clearly. Such strength is really rare. If this is the case, then we don't need to worry about anything anymore. After all, the problem has been solved by the senior brother. We just need to do what the senior brother said, then this battle should be completely over. Compared to the excitement of ordinary players in the live broadcast room, Susu Baby and his friends, who are big anchors, can naturally see more things. After hearing Chinmo's first question, they did not rush to celebrate, but immediately began to ask the second question. Big brother, didn't you say that there are 2 problems that have not been solved here? You just said one question. Is there another one? If there is, please tell us quickly, so that we can avoid it when we go over. Since Chinmo has decided to hand over the mechanism to everyone, he will naturally not delay time at this time. He immediately nodded and began to explain the second aspect that the charming princess needs to pay attention to at this time. Now, everyone, come with me to the side of the charming princess, otherwise our blood loss will be more and more severe. Soon we will not be able to hold on. It is important to note that when we go over, don't forget to jump up and avoid the edge of the circle on the ground. Under Chinmo's command, everyone immediately ran towards the charming princess not far away. When passing the circle on the ground, although the circle on the ground was constantly changing its position, because the strength of several people was too strong, each person only jumped and successfully avoided this wave of attacks. After successfully avoiding this wave of attacks, they successfully came to the side of the charming princess. After coming here, Sister Susu immediately couldn't wait to continue asking questions. Big brother, now we are next to this monster. What should we do next? The mechanism here is very simple. We need to wait until the circle shrinks to a certain extent and stops changing. At this time, the attack of the charming princess will enter the second stage. After entering the second stage, we must start to pay attention to our feet, and not be hit by the black balls falling from the sky. If we are hit by the falling black balls, we will be killed instantly. After hearing Chinmo's analysis, the audience in the live broadcast room, which had just been relaxed, suddenly became troubled again, because if the mechanism here is really the same as what Chinmo said, then their avoidance will be very difficult. No way, is the mechanism here so disgusting? The changes at this time, there is no way to survive. I thought the mechanism was almost there, and there would be no other problems. But now it seems that I obviously thought too simply. It is indeed a bit too outrageous. This charming princess released these mechanisms from beginning to end, one more scary and terrifying than the other. Facing these mechanisms, to be honest, I really don't know how to deal with them. I feel like my head is going to explode. There is no way, otherwise why can't we take down this copy after trying for a long time? This is not because our strength is not enough, but because the difficulty of this copy is too high. Even if we try our best, we can't solve the problem. Fortunately, there is the existence of the eldest brother. With the strength of the eldest brother, he has probably solved all these problems now. In this case, we don't need to worry about anything at all. We just need to wait quietly for everything in the eldest brother's house to be displayed. Along with the discussion of the audience in the live broadcast room, the circle of the charming princess that had been changing in the game had stopped. What everyone present did not expect was that they thought that after the circle shrank, there would be at least a few positions for them to move around. But when the circle shrank, the size of the circle surrounding the charming princess was only 2 or 3 positions. Such a small circle occupied 4 people including Chinmo, which forced them to a point where they could not escape. After seeing how outrageous their situation was at this time, Susu Baby and the others could not help but speak out their inner thoughts. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Why did the battle develop to this point? I was thinking that as time goes by, there shouldn't be any other problems. Why is the final circle only this big? How can we move? Yes, this is too hard to accept. With such a small body, I feel that I may be attacked if I take 2 steps. This is really stressful. I just don't know if I can avoid the next black ball attack. Just when everyone was talking about how to show their support, a yellow magic circle suddenly appeared under their feet, and then a black ball appeared in the sky corresponding to the yellow magic circle. If this kind of sudden attack had happened to ordinary players, they would have been confused and didn't know what to do. But for Susu Baby and other masters, such an attack would not be too difficult. Several people successfully avoided the first wave of attacks by moving around. After successfully dodging the first wave of attacks, everyone dodged 2 or 3 waves of attacks in succession. Although each wave was somewhat difficult to dodge, at least they managed to dodge it. Seeing the mechanism here, Chinmo and his team were able to easily dodge it every time. Everyone present couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, because in their opinion, since they could dodge it, the mechanism here wouldn't be too difficult. Fortunately, the mechanism here is still within our acceptable range, not as scary as imagined. Now the senior brother and his men just dodged the mechanism at random. Such strength is really powerful. Although the attacks here are a bit sudden and fast, the coverage and time of these attacks are still enough for us. In this case, I feel that I should be able to successfully dodge it. We don't need to be too nervous. Normally, it is indeed like this, but according to my understanding of the senior brother's live broadcasts over the years, I feel that as long as the mechanism he said is difficult, it is impossible to be solved simply. I estimate that the mechanism here is likely to have a follow-up, and it will be even more terrifying. No, if that is really the case, then I feel that this battle is too stressful for us. Now this is the limit of my acceptance. If there are new changes, then I really don't know how to deal with it. Like the audience in the live broadcast room, although they successfully dodged several waves of attacks in a row, the people present did not act too relaxed, because they knew clearly that in the current situation, it is absolutely impossible to be so simple. In their hearts, Chinemo is a very cautious person, so he can express it solemnly. The reminder mechanism will definitely not be easily solved. Now there is a high probability that there will be a follow-up mechanism in this situation. According to the game settings, the follow-up mechanism is definitely more terrifying than the previous mechanism. Now the mechanism of dropping black balls in a small range is enough to give them a headache. If there is a more terrifying mechanism than this black ball dropping, it will indeed be beyond the response range. Thinking about the possible situation next, Suzu Baby and others hurriedly began to ask again. Big brother, what's going on? Has the mechanism of the enchanting princess not been fully released yet? Will it release more next? Are the other new mechanisms much more powerful than this one? Is it difficult to deal with? Yes, big brother, please tell everyone quickly. I feel panicked now. Facing this unknown mechanism, especially in such a small range, I really can't imagine how we should deal with it if a more outrageous mechanism appears. Since everyone has been shocked by the mechanism in front of them, Chinemo naturally has no point in hiding it. He immediately explained the remaining mechanisms in his memory. If I remember correctly, the mechanism here will enter a violent stage next, which means that the number of black balls that fall next will increase, and the speed of falling will become faster. In this case, it will be more difficult for us to dodge. And after a wave of continuous sudden attacks, we will have to face the second situation, which will be more difficult to deal with. If we make a mistake, we will definitely die. Just like before, everyone present thought that the mechanism here was almost the same. Now hearing such a change, they instantly felt great pressure. One by one, they were like exploding, and began to send out barrages frantically. It's all over now. In this situation, I feel that every mechanism has exceeded my imagination, and I have no way to deal with it. If it continues to get stronger, I feel that I can no longer accept this battle. It is indeed like this. There are new changes in this situation now. Such a result is really beyond my cognition. I feel that I can't avoid the mechanism released by the charming princess now. If there are new changes, I will definitely die. The key now lies in the eldest brother. If the eldest brother can find a clever way to crack it and show it to us, then the problem here is not big, and we still have the possibility of dealing with it. Correspondingly, we will be completely finished. Anyway, I feel that this battle is quite troublesome. Each mechanism is much more difficult than we imagined. If the eldest brother can solve so many mechanisms, then he is really a god. Chapter 548. Although there was some fear about the mechanism that the princess was about to release, fortunately, Chinemo had already reminded everyone at this time, and everyone had already prepared for it. At this time, their eyes were all on the princess. Under their gaze, the attack released by the princess fell to the ground. This time, the princess still released a black ball attack, but the black ball was no longer a single attack, but began to fall to the ground continuously at one time. One after another, the black balls smashed madly on the ground. The speed of the attack was very fast, and because it was a continuous attack, the princess's attack still put some pressure on everyone. The previous evasion mechanism was still very easy to dodge, and everyone was a little panicked at this time, and they rushed to. Chinemo asked, "Big brother, what should we do now? The attack frequency of this mechanism is quite high, and it is a continuous attack. It will be very difficult to dodge. I am worried that I can't dodge the mechanism here." Yes, big brother, can you tell me how you dodged the attack here before? I really can't see it in the current situation. If the dodge method continues like this, I feel my scalp will be numb. Because he had decided to tell all the mechanisms here before, Chinemo did not hide anything. He took a deep breath and told the dodge method here. Brothers, don't worry about the mechanism here. Although it looks scary, it actually has a certain pattern. We can see that the circle first falls from the right, and then starts to rotate to the left in turn. That is to say, we can stay on the right side of the circle at the beginning, and then when the black ball hits the ground, we slowly turn to the left. In this way, We can compare the frequency of the black ball falling and avoid the mechanism here. Listening to Chinmo's analysis and explanation, everyone present couldn't help but feel a wave of shock. They really didn't expect that the mechanism here could be solved so easily. 6666, too strong, really too strong. Is this the strength of the senior brother? This really shocked me. I thought the mechanism here would be difficult to solve, and there would be very complicated ways to deal with it. But now, after the senior brother showed it, I understood it all at once. It is indeed a bit surprising. Logically speaking, this new mechanism, and such a complicated mechanism, must be very difficult to deal with. As a result, the senior brother just casually solved it. This is simply refreshing my cognition. If this is the case, then I feel that our previous concerns are completely unnecessary. Although the current situation seems a bit complicated, it is actually still within our response range. So diligent, we don't seem to have to worry about anything. Having said that, don't forget that the senior brother said before that the mechanism here is not only this continuous black ball landing mechanism, but also a new mechanism. That new mechanism is probably the most terrifying mechanism. Accompanied by the flattery of the audience in the live broadcast room, Susu Baby and others have begun to act according to Chinmo's command. Just as Chinmo said, although the attack of the charming princess this time was continuous, but because of the regularity, everyone only needed to move according to the pattern of the falling black balls to successfully avoid this wave of attacks. After dodging the continuous black ball attacks of the charming princess, everyone started to praise Chinmo crazily. Awesome, big brother, you are simply the real god in this game. I feel a little daunted just by looking at the mechanism here. I didn't expect that you could solve it so easily. You really make me a little not confident. It's simply unbelievable. If we face this mechanism directly, we won't be able to avoid it easily. Maybe we will feel numb just by looking at it. This is why Big Brother can help us solve these problems. Facing the praise of everyone, Chinmo's expression did not change at all, because he clearly knew the current mechanism here. It seems that he has already grasped and solved it, but in fact, this is just the beginning. The mechanism released by the charming princess next is the most terrifying mechanism. If you can't avoid the mechanism released by the charming princess next, the battle here will reach a point where people will collapse, and all the previous efforts will fail. Brothers, I know everyone is very happy, but don't rush to draw conclusions, because the current situation here is not completely over. The enchanting princess will release a new mechanism next. That mechanism is the key to this battle. If we can avoid the mechanism, then this battle is still within our response range, and it won't be too frustrating. If we can't avoid the mechanism, then we will all be killed instantly without any room for resistance. Hearing Chinmo's solemn reminder, everyone present couldn't help but take a breath, because they knew clearly. Since Chinmo said so, then the mechanism here must be the same as he said, which means that they will definitely face this mechanism next. Thinking about what will happen next, the audience in the live broadcast room seemed to explode, and began to send barrages. No way, the mechanism here is really going to develop to that point. If it really develops to that point, then I feel that the mechanism here will be completely beyond my response range, and there is no room for response at all. That's true. I thought that after releasing the continuous black ball attack, the mechanism here would no longer have any other changes, but now it seems that I still underestimated the battle here. The current situation is really too difficult. If we are facing these mechanisms, it is indeed a bit difficult, but fortunately, in front of us, there is still the eldest brother to protect us from the wind and rain. I believe that the eldest brother will definitely have a corresponding solution. Now our hope can only be placed on the eldest brother. If the eldest brother can solve these problems, then we will not collapse too much. Everything is still under control. If the eldest brother can't solve it, then we will be completely finished. Just when the audience in the live broadcast room was shocked and talked about it, the charming princess had already released his new round of mechanisms, and saw that under the feet of the charming princess. First, a purple circle about the size of a body appeared. After the circle appeared, it spread out to the surroundings. Because everyone has been paying attention to the situation in the game, after seeing the mechanism of the release of the charming princess, everyone immediately became alert. They immediately asked Chinmo, "Big brother, is this the new mechanism of the charming princess that you mentioned? Why did he release another circle? Now there is a big circle around us, and he released a small circle, and this small circle is still spreading. What is this mechanism? What a strange mechanism, this circle is gradually spreading, and there is no sign of stopping at this speed. It is obviously approaching the big circle. If so, the mechanism here will not be from small to large to touch the big circle, and then release it?" Listening to the discussion of everyone, Chinmo's face showed a sigh of emotion. After all, he has created countless miracles and won countless records. Although the anchor boss has been suppressed by him, these people are still very powerful. Just like the current situation, as for the mechanism of the charming princess release, if it is placed on others, let alone seeing the reason, it is estimated that the current situation alone has already made these people full of pressure. However, Su Su Bao Bao and his companions were able to guess almost everything just by the changes on the ground. Although he reminded them, Su Su Bao Bao and his companions were indeed serious big shots with their discovery and research abilities. You are right, the mechanism here is almost like this. What we need to do next is to jump up at the moment when the small circle approaches the big circle, because when the small circle approaches the big circle, the whole screen will vibrate. If we cannot avoid it, we will definitely die. Self-made Chinimo would definitely not deceive himself, so he knew how outrageous the mechanism that the charming princess would release next was, and the audience in the live broadcast room in the future. He couldn't help it at that time. It's broken, this time it's completely broken. If it's other mechanisms, then I can still deal with some mechanisms like this that require grasping the timing. I'm the most afraid. From the mechanism of the king's relics back then to now, I can't avoid it successfully. Indeed, I was in this situation back then. I always couldn't find the key time point. It was either a little earlier or a little later. I couldn't avoid it successfully once. The current mechanism here, even if the senior brother told us how to crack it, I don't think I can escape it. If that's the case, it's indeed a bit too difficult, but I believe that the senior brother must know what our situation is. Under the premise of knowing what our situation is, he will probably find some solutions for us to deal with it. What solutions can there be? The senior brother has already told us how to crack this mechanism. Under this premise, we can still expect the senior brother to find something for us. That's completely unrealistic. Under what circumstances, other people will definitely not consider such abstract requirements when facing them. Because generally speaking, after finding the solution, as a big anchor, he has completed what he should do, and the next step is to avoid the mechanism here and gain the final honor. But for Chinimo, he was not in a hurry to do so, because he clearly knew that every operation he explained now would be amazing to the audience in the live broadcast room, and would allow him to gain more honors and gifts. In this case, even if he wasted some time to explain, it was worth it. Brothers, the mechanism here is indeed the same as what everyone said. You need to grasp a time point. This time point is when the purple small circle touches the big circle. When the small circle touches the big circle, there will be a full screen explosion in the room. What everyone is worried about is that they can't grasp the time point of dodging, worrying that they will jump too early or jump too late, so that they can't dodge and then be killed by the full screen explosion. In fact, you don't need to worry too much about the mechanism here. We have a way. The method to dodge the mechanism here is very simple, that is, we stay close to the big circle, and when the small circle is close to our feet, we count the two numbers. As long as everyone counts at the normal speed, and then jumps up after counting, you can successfully avoid the attack here. After some explanation, the circle on the ground just approached the foot of the sinking. Chinimo didn't do anything fancy. He just counted two numbers in front of everyone. After counting the two numbers, he jumped up. When he jumped up, the small circle just touched the big circle. When the two circles touched, the whole room was shaken. However, because Chinimo and his friends had already jumped into the air, the vibration did not pose any threat to them. It seemed that the mechanism here was just as Chinimo said. You could just count down two numbers and avoid it. Everyone present couldn't help it. The barrage started to refresh as if it was boiling. Too strong, really too strong. The operation of the senior brother is simply amazing to me. I never dreamed that this battle would be solved so casually by the senior brother. His operation is simply rare in the world. It is indeed a bit unexpected. I thought that the senior brother would tell us the solution, and would not do anything else in the future. I didn't expect that he would find such a way for us. This is simply our savior. Why I like to watch the live broadcast of the senior brother, this is the key reason. Other anchors will only consider harvesting gifts from us. But the senior brother is seriously considering us. This kind of pampering is absolutely touching. The good news is that this mechanism has finally been solved. With this mechanism solved, we should not have to worry about anything next. We just need to follow the steps to imitate the operation explained by the senior brother, and then this battle will be over. Chapter 549. As everyone successfully avoided the last wave of full-screen shock attacks from the charming princess, the battle entered its final stage. After releasing the last wave of attacks, the charming princess immediately lost the strength and means to attack, and sat directly on the ground. Everything was exactly as Chinimo said, and several people in the team couldn't help but sigh, and they couldn't help but praise him. Awesome, it's really amazing, big brother, how can you be so invincible? The mechanisms here are exactly the same as you said, and all the solutions have been studied by you. Aren't you a little too comprehensive? It's incredible. I never thought it would be so easy to solve the mechanism. You know, if it were us, we would have no way to deal with these attacks. We would be completely controlled when we faced them for the first time, but Big Brother solved all the mechanisms here. Enjoying the praise from everyone, Chinemo rarely showed a satisfied smile on his face. In this situation, he really deserves to be happy. After all, the people in his team are not ordinary players. They are all famous masters in this game. Being praised by such masters, it would have been impossible in the past. Ha ha ha, it's not as amazing as you say. The main reason is that I have a natural ability to deal with these mechanisms, and can predict what these battles are like. I can find solutions at the first time. If I can't do this, I definitely can't easily control this battle. After a little humility, Chinemo began to lead his teammates, and focused on attacking the charming princess in the room. Because the charming princess had lost her means of resistance at this time, her health immediately began to drop rapidly after everyone's attacks hit her. After about a few seconds, the charming princess, whose health was not much to begin with, was finally killed by Chinemo and his men. With the death of the charming princess, this copy was completely solved. How did they easily deal with another monster? The audience in the live broadcast room were all shocked. The barrage began to refresh crazily, as if it had exploded. Too strong, really too strong. How can you be so strong, big brother? These are all new monsters. I feel my scalp tingling just looking at them. I don't know how to deal with them. How can you solve them so easily? How can you be so invincible? Yes, big brother, you made me a little confused. After playing games for so many years, this is the first time I see someone with such high talent in a game. Your operation of casually controlling all the mechanisms has simply refreshed my cognition. I can only say that Big Brother is worthy of being the strongest existence in this game. If I were to face these mechanisms in front of me, let alone solve them, I might be killed in the first time, but Big Brother has completely mastered everything. Now that Big Brother has successfully solved 2 monsters, we don't have anything to worry about next. After all, these monsters can't cause any impact on Big Brother at all. Big Brother can handle them with just a casual move. Faced with the flattery of the live broadcast audience, Chinemo couldn't help but reveal a strange smile on his face. Although he did solve 2 monsters now, according to his previous experience, the number of elite monsters in the Super Time and Space War is as many as 4 monsters. Now he has only solved 2 monsters, which means that there are at least 2 monsters waiting for him to deal with next, and after the death of these 2 monsters, there are 3 monsters in the outpost and 3 monsters in the barracks, and 2 monsters of the boss. The strength of these monsters is more ferocious than the other, and it is not realistic to solve them easily. Brothers, I know everyone is very happy, but I suggest that you should calm down first, because the current mechanism here is not as simple as we imagined. The difficulty of this copy is very high, and the monsters inside are also more fierce than one. If everyone relaxes their vigilance and becomes careless now, then I will wait for a while, until the new monster appears, and it will be difficult for us to deal with it. The crowd was still immersed in the joy of the battle being about to end. Now after hearing Chinmo's reminder, they couldn't help but feel speechless for a while, and they couldn't help but speak one after another. Brother, what monsters are there next? Haven't we already dealt with 2 monsters? Why are there so many monsters in this dungeon? I feel like my scalp is about to explode. Is this a dungeon that we can clear? Yes, brother, I am a little speechless now. I thought that the monsters in this dungeon could be easily dealt with. If it is so complicated, then I feel that this battle is indeed too difficult for us. Chinemo did not say anything to everyone's questions this time, but led everyone to the next area directly, because he had already seen that the next area was an area with red corners, so Chinemo knew that when they entered this area, everything would be revealed. As everyone entered the new area, the familiar elves appeared between the screens. Seeing that the battle situation was really the same as Chinemo said, the audience in the live broadcast room could not help it at that time. No way, there really is a new mechanism. This is too disgusting. The 2 monsters in front of me made my scalp numb. I finally solved them. How come new monsters appeared again? Are we going to survive? It really makes my scalp numb. Now I don't know what to do in this battle. Now the key is that we haven't even walked half the distance from the beginning to the end, and we have encountered so many monsters. If this continues, how can we deal with it? It's completely numb. No wonder no one can beat this copy. Just the mechanism of these monsters, and the frequency of their appearance. As a bystander, I feel that I have no way to deal with it, let alone fighting in person. Now the only key is here. I don't know if the senior brother can find a solution to these mechanisms. If the senior brother can find it, then this battle is acceptable to us. If not, then it's over. Accompanied by the restless discussion of Chinemo by the audience in the live broadcast room, several people have successfully killed all the elves in the room, and then killed all of them. The passage to the next boss room has been opened. Without wasting any time, everyone immediately chose to enter the room. After entering the room, everyone hurried to check. They wanted to see what kind of monster would appear in this room. As everyone looked over, they didn't see any monsters. Only a ball appeared in the middle of the room. There was a line of names above the ball, called Fusion Demon. For this inexplicable thing, even Susu Baby and others, as anchors, felt confused. They couldn't help but ask Chinemo, "Brother, what the hell is this? Why don't you see monsters? Is this Fusion Demon the monster we are facing? This monster looks too abstract. It doesn't seem to have any threat. It can be solved casually." Yes, senior brother, the difficulty of this monster looks very simple. Did we encounter a relatively easy monster? We only need to make a casual move to deal with it. If so, then we are really happy. Facing the excitement of everyone, Chinemo naturally couldn't miss this opportunity to increase pressure. He shook his head slightly and said, "I know everyone is excited, but don't get excited yet. The mechanism here may seem simple on the surface, but in fact, this fusion demon has the most complex mechanisms among all demon monsters. We must be vigilant and deal with it carefully." After hearing Chinmo's high evaluation of the fusion demon, everyone present couldn't help but feel a wave of disbelief, and the barrage in the live broadcast room began to refresh as if boiling. "What the hell, senior brother, are you sure you didn't lie to us? I don't see any threat from this fusion demon. I feel like it can be easily dealt with. Is this monster really as powerful as senior brother said? Am I just not able to see it, or am I overthinking? Yes, I don't see any threat from this fusion demon. It feels like it can be easily dealt with. Senior brother said this kind of monster is so scary. To be honest, I really can't believe it. It feels like senior brother is joking with us. To be honest, if someone else said this, I would definitely think it was a joke and deliberately putting pressure on us. But since you are talking, the person is the eldest brother, who has created countless miracles and solved countless mechanisms, so I believe what he said must be true. Whether it is true or not, we will know it next. If this monster can be easily solved, then this monster is a garbage monster. On the contrary, if this monster can pose a great threat to the eldest brother and others, then I will add this monster. It is a nightmare monster." Just when everyone was talking about it, and felt a little unbelievable, Chinmo's teammates had already rushed towards the fusion demon. After getting close to the fusion demon, everyone did not do anything fancy, and directly released their big skills one by one. At this time, the skills released by everyone were extremely threatening and highly damaging. According to their idea, they were going to use this attack method to directly kill the fusion demon without giving it any room for resistance. But what they never expected was that just as they attacked the fusion demon, when they were ready to kill the fusion demon in one fell swoop, the fusion demon suddenly released a terrifying shock wave to the surroundings. As the shock wave erupted, several people were immediately knocked back several positions. This wave of repulsion not only caused great damage to them, but more importantly, it interrupted the skills they released, making all their efforts come to nothing. Good guy, this fusion demon can actually transform. How come it has turned into a human form now? I thought he was just a ball, and we could get rid of him at will. Now it seems that his threat is just like that. It is indeed a bit surprising. I thought that the senior brother was joking with us before, but now it seems that the threat posed by this fusion demon is indeed much more powerful than we imagined. Now I don't know how powerful this fusion demon is after transformation. At the same time, everyone rushed towards the fusion demon again. They quickly came to the side of the fusion demon one by one, and then began to release attacks on the fusion demon. Although the fusion demon interrupted a wave of attacks earlier, because everyone has many attack skills, the previous wave of interruption did not pose any threat to them at all. Now they have new skills that can be released. As these skills successfully hit the fusion demon, the health of the fusion demon began to drop rapidly. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw the fusion demon's health dropping rapidly. They thought it was my fault. How scary and difficult to solve, it seems that it is just like that. Is that all? This fusion demon doesn't seem to be a big threat. What kind of rubbish mechanism it releases is completely ineffective. It feels like it can be easily killed. This is really funny. It is indeed a bit surprising. If this fusion demon is like this, then I feel that it should be regarded as the simplest monster among all the monsters encountered. It can be easily killed. It seems a bit wrong. Logically speaking, the powerful monster that the senior brother mentioned must be a very terrifying existence. How could it be solved so easily? This doesn't feel realistic at all. You can't say that the senior brother is lying to us, right? The senior brother will definitely not lie to us, but he can joke with us. He probably feels that we are too stressed and nervous, so he made a joke to relieve the pressure. Now we want the truth. Isn't it much easier? Chapter 550. Not only the audience in the live broadcast room, but also Susu Baby and others in the team were full of doubts. At the beginning, they were very cautious and afraid after hearing Chinemo say how powerful the fusion demon was. But now, after seeing the state of the fusion demon, they fell into a state of confusion again. This is different from what Chinemo said. You know, Chinemo said before that the fusion demon is a very scary monster with all kinds of scary and complex mechanisms. And so far, the fusion demon has not released any other mechanisms except for a wave of shock-wave attacks at the beginning. In this case, how can the fusion demon be so powerful? Because they really don't understand what's going on. Susu Baby and others can't help but ask. Brother, what the hell is this? Didn't you just say that the fusion demon is invincible, and has all kinds of mechanisms? Why hasn't he released any new mechanism so far, and hasn't changed much from steel? Yes, brother, I'm ready to face all the attacks of this monster, but he hasn't released any attack skills yet. So it doesn't seem to be a big threat. If he doesn't release any attack mechanisms, I think he will be killed by us. Facing the doubtful questions of the crowd, Chinemo couldn't help but show a strange smile on his face. It seems that the fusion demon hasn't released any new mechanisms, but in fact, what they are experiencing at this time is the mechanism of the fusion demon. After they knock down some of the fusion demon's HP, the fusion demon would release the next round of mechanisms. The next round of mechanisms of the fusion demon would be extremely terrifying. Don't worry, this battle is just the beginning, and the next is the most critical moment. Let's wait quietly, and soon we will see what I said. Seeing that what Chinemo said was still suspenseful. Everyone present couldn't help it at the time, and the barrage began to refresh crazily as if it had exploded. What's going on? Why did the eldest brother tell us all these fancy things? Is he really putting pressure on us on purpose, making us feel that this battle is very difficult, but in fact, this battle is not threatening at all to us? It seems to be the case, because this fusion demon is not as scary as he said. Whether it is the release mechanism or the blood volume defense, this fusion demon looks too simple, and it feels that the threat is not as strong as the previous monsters. To be honest, if someone else said this, I would definitely think that this is deceiving us, and this situation will never happen. But since it is the eldest brother, the most powerful existence in this game, I believe that since he said this, he must have a reason. I know everyone is anxious, but don't worry. What will this battle look like in the end? What will the situation of this battle become? We can't guess it now, and we will see it after this monster is solved. Just when everyone present couldn't figure out whether Chinemo was joking with them, or it was the truth, the fusion demon, who had been passively beaten in the game, suddenly stood up. When the fusion demon stood up, a strong shock wave directly knocked everyone back several steps. After knocking everyone back, the fusion demon's body changed at the same time. The fusion demon, which was originally in a colorful state, has now turned into a monster with a fiery red body that looks like a fireman. Looking at the changes in the fusion demon at this time, everyone who thought Chinemo was deliberately exaggerating took a breath of cold air. They knew that the fusion demon was now showing. It was probably the new mechanism that Chinemo mentioned. Now they must face this battle head-on. I'm sorry, senior brother. We shouldn't have questioned you just now. We thought things were a little too simple. This fusion demon is indeed going to release a new mechanism, but what is this mechanism like? Can you tell us in advance? Yes, senior brother, please tell us quickly the current state of this fusion demon. I'm already feeling stressed. I thought he had no other mechanisms and everything was under our control, but he gave us a new shock attack. Faced with everyone's pleading, Chinemo naturally couldn't tell what he knew. Because he knew clearly that if he told these things now, then the honors he could get later would be much lower. The response method is the same as before, which is to only put pressure on everyone, not to completely solve the problem here. The mechanism here is indeed a new mechanism released by the fusion demon. The new mechanism it releases is divided into 4 stages, namely ice, fire and wood, and now it releases the first attribute of fire. After hearing Chinemo say that the fusion demon actually has 4 attack methods, and now only the first one is released, Everyone present immediately felt a huge pressure. No, no. Don't scare me, big brother. I'm a timid person. What you said is too scary. With the current mechanism of this fusion demon, if he really releases 4 types of attacks, I feel like my mentality will explode. Who just said that big brother was deceiving us? The mechanism released by the fusion demon now has simply refreshed our cognition. I really don't know how to deal with this situation now. I know we can't question big brother. For so many years, no matter what monster or mechanism, big brother has never deceived us. Since he didn't deceive us before, he will definitely not deceive us now. What he said is 100% true. Then the question is, how should we face the attack of this fusion demon now? The mechanism he released now is really too scary. I can't see any way to deal with it at all. It's really full of pressure. The discussion words accompanied by the attention of the live broadcast room are: the fusion demon in the game has released its first round of attacks after it turned into a fire attribute. At this moment, yellow magic circles appeared one after another on the ground, densely covering most of the room. Something appeared. As a big anchor, Susu Baby and the others immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Because according to their many years of gaming experience, when this mechanism is released, it means that there will be corresponding attacks falling from the sky. These yellow prompt magic circles are nothing else but the magic circles of attack prompts. Each magic circle represents the place where each attack falls. Now that so many magic circles of prompts have appeared in the room at once, it means that the attacks that will appear in the room next will be very dense. After realizing how terrifying the attack of the fusion-type demon is, Susu Baby and the others couldn't hold it back. They hurriedly spoke up and asked Shinemo, "Big brother, if I'm not mistaken, these yellow circles should be the magic circles that indicate the attack of the fusion demon. What attack will he release next? Why are there so many magic circles that indicate the attack range he is going to release in the room? Is it very large? This is too scary. Big brother, please tell everyone quickly. I feel that I am under a lot of pressure now. I originally thought that this battle was all in our plan and there would be no other changes. But now it seems that I obviously underestimated this battle. Because the fusion demon is about to release an attack next, Shinemo did not hide anything. He directly told everyone all the clever questions here. What you see now is the first fire attribute attack released by the fusion demon after it becomes a fire attribute monster. He will then summon meteorites to attack us on the ground. Each magic circle indicates the place where a meteorite falls. Everyone present could not help but feel a wave of pressure after listening to Shinmo's analysis of the fusion demon mechanism. They could not help but start sending barrages to express their inner thoughts. Good boy, I'm just good boy. If this is the case, then this battle is indeed a bit scary. I originally thought that this fusion demon should not release any more outrageous attacks and threats. Everything should be within our response range, but now it seems that I still underestimated it. It is indeed incredible. Who would have thought that just an elite monster would have so many terrible attacks? These attacks are a bit unbelievable for me just looking at them, let alone facing them. I really don't know what to do now. The main problem is that this attack is likely to be the first attack released by the fusion demon. Next, more outrageous attacks will be released. If the fusion demon can release such scary attacks when releasing the first attack, what if more attacks are released? Stop talking, everyone, don't continue talking. After listening to what everyone said, I have lost confidence in this battle. I originally thought that everything was under control, but now it seems that this is completely unbearable. At the same time, the attack released by the fusion demon finally appeared on the screen. Meteorites condensed in the sky one after another, and then smashed down to the ground. The range of the meteorites was very large, almost covering the entire room. However, fortunately, because there was a corresponding prompt circle on the ground before this wave of attacks, plus Shinmo's reminder, Susu Baby and others responded immediately, and each of them avoided the range of the yellow prompt magic circle at the fastest speed. Because they had dodged this wave of attacks in advance, they were not threatened when the meteorite fell to the ground, and they all remained in a normal state. After successfully dodging this wave of attacks, Susu and his friends were all excited and spoke up. If the attacks released by the fusion demon are all attacks with prompt magic circles that give us enough time to respond, then I think this battle is not a big threat to us. We can handle it with just a casual move. It seems to be true. Now, as long as the attack released by this fusion demon has a prompt magic circle, we can dodge it one step ahead. As long as we can dodge it, then the attack he releases will be just as terrifying. Listening to the discussion of his teammates, Shinemo couldn't help but show a strange smile on his face. How could this battle be so easily handled? On the surface, The release mechanism of the fusion demon is just like this, but in fact, this is just the beginning. In the following battle, the fusion demon will release several outrageous attack methods with only fire attribute attacks, plus the attack methods released by the other 3 attributes. If you count them all, the threat caused by the fusion demon is really creepy. If Chinemo didn't say these situations, everyone would naturally not know that even Suzu Baby, the anchor boss, was happy, let alone the audience in the live broadcast room as ordinary players. It's getting better, it's finally getting better. I was thinking about how powerful and scary the new mechanism released by this fusion demon is. Now it seems that it's just like that. The senior brother can handle it with just a little effort. This is really... We worry too much. Indeed, we worry too much. The attack released by this fusion demon in front of us is completely threatening. In this case, we don't need to worry about anything. We just need to attack step by step, and then everything will be under control. Why do I feel something is wrong? According to my understanding of the senior brother, when he prompted, "This battle is very scary," then this battle should be very scary, and it will never be too simple. Why is it like this now? I don't know. Anyway, I feel that something is wrong. If this situation continues, let alone Susu Baby and the others, even if we go up, we can solve this battle, and there is no need to worry about anything. Chapter 551. Compared to other monsters, the attack of the fusion demon is not just a one-time attack. It will release several waves of attacks in succession when releasing the same mechanism. At this time, the fusion demon has begun to release meteorite attacks again. The meteorite fell heavily from the sky to the ground. Although the area covered was large, because everyone already knew how to deal with it, this wave of attack did not pose any threat to everyone. They casually dodged the second wave of meteorite attacks. After dodging 2 waves of meteorite attacks in a row, everyone's emotions became calmer at this time, because in their eyes, 1 wave or 2 waves can definitely dodge 3 or 4 waves. This kind of attack that can be dodged every time will definitely not pose any threat to them. Haha, isn't that good? I was originally worried that the attack released by this fusion demon was too outrageous and would put us under great pressure, but now it seems that the attack of this fusion demon is just SOSO, and we can easily deal with it. It is indeed very ordinary. None of the attacks released seem to be a threat to us. In this case, we don't need to worry about anything at all. We can solve everything by just watching quietly, listening to the discussion of the crowd, and then looking at the live broadcast room paying attention to the crazy celebration of Shin. Mo naturally knew that it was time for him to put pressure on everyone. He took a deep breath and said to everyone present, "Brothers, I know everyone is very happy, but as far as the current situation is concerned, it is not time for everyone to be happy, because according to my previous battle experience, this battle has just entered the primary stage here, and the fusion demon will release many outrageous attacks next." As for the timing of Chinmo's speech, there is naturally a reason. As soon as he finished speaking, the fusion demon cooperated and changed. The fusion demon that had been passively beaten in the middle of the room moved to the right side of the room in an instant. Seeing that the fusion demon really changed as Chinemo said, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help it. No way, this fusion demon really has a new mechanism. I thought the senior brother was deliberately putting pressure on us, but I didn't expect it to be exactly as he said. If that's the case, then this battle will be a bit troublesome for us. More than troublesome, it's simply a big trouble. According to the game settings, the difficulty of the general monster release mechanism is from simple to complex. Since the attacks released by the fusion demon at the beginning are so outrageous, then the next one he releases will definitely be more terrible. Don't scare me. I feel a little stressed just watching the first full-screen meteorite fall. If the fusion demon really releases more outrageous mechanisms next, then I feel that this battle will be too difficult for me. Is it true? We will see it next. I believe that the senior brother has no reason to lie to us. Since he said he would not lie to us, then the next attack battle will definitely be the same as he said, which will put us under full pressure. As the audience in the live broadcast room discussed the game in shock, the fusion demon in it had released his new mechanism. The new mechanism released by the fusion demon is the same as. It was exactly the same as what Shinemo described before. Suddenly, a huge yellow magic circle appeared on the empty ground. As soon as the yellow magic circle appeared, it directly covered most of the room. With such a large range, everyone was not too worried. Because according to the attack released by the previous fusion demon, the attack that the fusion demon is going to release in this situation is at most to hit the yellow magic circle on the ground. Although the coverage of this yellow magic circle is large, there is a lot of space. In other words, Everyone does not need to worry about anything next. They just need to avoid the yellow magic circle and stand around the yellow magic circle, then they can successfully avoid this round of attacks. Thinking of this, they were still very nervous. Susu Baby and several others couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. They couldn't help but start to express their inner thoughts. It's okay, it's okay. I was scared to death. I was worried that this fusion demon would give us a big wave next. I didn't expect that he just pooped a big one. His current attack method is not a threat to us at all. It's quite easy for us to dodge in this situation. There is no pressure in this situation. Indeed, at the beginning, I was also very worried that this battle would be beyond our ability to cope with. But now it seems that we are completely overthinking. With this kind of attack, I feel that I can easily dodge it. Just when these teammates were rejoicing, the fusion demon had already released his attack. Suddenly, a huge meteorite with flames appeared in the sky. As soon as the huge meteorite appeared, it smashed down to the ground. Although the meteorite was huge, because of the attack range prompt and a lot of evasive space, everyone just moved around and successfully avoided this wave of attacks. We really worried too much. This fusion demon is too weak. The first mechanism is still scary, and puts pressure on me. I thought the second mechanism would be even more terrifying, but now it seems that it is just SOSO. Not only is it just SOSO, it is simply not threatening at all. This kind of attack. I don't feel any threat just by looking at it, let alone dealing with it. There is so much space around. I guess I only need to move around to avoid all the attacks. If that's the case, then what the senior brother said before is not that scary. The attack of this fusion demon is simply rubbish. There is no threat at all. Since the first two attacks. The attack is so simple, so the subsequent attack released by the fusion demon must be similar. Maybe we were too weak in the previous time, so the senior brother thought we were weak and thought we couldn't avoid it. Now I can tell you confidently that this attack looks scary, but if I try to dodge it, I can definitely avoid it. Like the audience in the live broadcast room, after successfully avoiding the meteorite attack of the fusion demon, Susu Baby couldn't help but relax. They were worried that this battle would put a lot of pressure on them. In addition to the fixed attack range, the huge meteorite would also cause the terrifying U-bow. But to their surprise, they just dodged it casually and successfully avoided it. After dodging this wave of huge meteorite attacks, the fusion demon at this time could no longer cause them any pressure. After all, even if it was released by the fusion demon, no matter how large the meteorite coverage was, they still had various spaces to dodge. As long as they hid in a safe position, they would not be hurt at all. If it looks like this, the attack of this fusion demon should not be a pressure for us. Next, we just need to dodge it step by step using the same dodge method, and then we can dodge all the attacks of this monster. That's indeed the case. The key is that each wave of attack of this monster has a corresponding attack prompt, and its attack speed is not particularly fast, giving us enough time to respond. In this case, the attack it releases will definitely not pose any threat to us. Listening to the discussion of his teammates, Chinemo couldn't help but reveal a strange smile on his face. On the surface, the attack released by this fusion demon seemed to be non-threatening and seemed to be easily solved, but in fact, the attack released by the fusion demon was a two-stage attack. The meteorite release now is only the first stage of the attack. If the attack is resolved in this stage, there will be no second stage of attack. If it cannot be resolved, after the second stage of attack appears, this battle will enter an extremely terrifying stage. In order to put a lot of pressure on the live broadcast audience, Chinemo was not in a hurry to tell everything here. Seeing that he had not spoken, everyone present felt helpless, because in their opinion, what Chinemo said before was so scary, just to put pressure on them, and it was not true at all. I didn't expect that the senior brother has also learned bad things. I remember that he has never lied to us or deceived us from the past to now. But this time, he deceived us to put pressure on us. It seems that we can't completely believe what the senior brother said in the future. That's right. I used to believe everything the senior brother said unswervingly, but after this time, I will think carefully about whether it is worth believing when I listen to what the senior brother said in the future. I know everyone is anxious, but don't worry now. On the surface, this battle seems to have an accident. The senior brother deceived us, but in fact, I don't believe that the senior brother would deceive us for such a small mechanism. There must be something we don't know. What else can we not know? Now everything is so clear. What else can happen in this situation? The second wave of mechanisms has obviously ended. We don't need to worry about anything anymore. For the discussion of everyone present, Chinemo naturally knew that his opportunity to put pressure on himself to establish his own personality had come. He didn't continue to talk nonsense and spoke immediately. Brothers, don't get excited. On the surface, it seems that the second wave of attacks of the fusion demon has been released, but in fact, this battle has just begun. The fusion demon will release more and more terrifying mechanisms next. In this case, if we relax our vigilance and think that everything is under control, then when the fusion demon releases a new mechanism next time, we may not be able to deal with it. After hearing this, Chen Mo continued to quibble. Su Baby and others in the team couldn't help but feel a wave of doubts, because in their impression, Chen Mo has never been a person who speaks nonsense for the sake of explanation. Big brother, are you sure that what you said is alright? If it is, then logically this fusion demon should release some new mechanisms, but now, he still hasn't released anything new. Yes, big brother, I am very confused now. I can't see any problem at all. We have successfully avoided his meteorite attack. In this case, what new attack method can it release to attack us? Faced with everyone's questions, Chen Mo did not rush to answer, because he knew clearly that after half a day of brewing, the second stage attack of the second mechanism of the fusion demon has almost been integrated, and the fusion demon will release this mechanism next. Just as Chen Mo was thinking silently, the huge meteorite in the middle of the room began to flicker. In an instant, elves flew out from the meteorite one after another. In just a blink of an eye, the number of elves reached an astonishing dozen. Seeing this sudden scene, everyone was stunned at first, and then they realized the seriousness of the problem. They knew that this should be what Chen Mo said. The second stage attack of the fusion demon. After realizing that Chen Mo did not deceive them, and they misunderstood Chen Mo, the audience in the live broadcast room could not help it at that time, and the barrage began to refresh as if it had exploded. What's going on? Could it be that what senior brother said is true? The mechanism here really has a second stage attack. I thought that as long as we dodged the meteorite attack just now, everything will be over, but I didn't expect such a situation to occur. We really misunderstood senior brother. I thought he was deliberately deceiving us and deliberately putting pressure on us. I didn't expect that everything he said was true. This fusion demon really has a new attack. This really puts me under a lot of pressure. It's too difficult. It's really too difficult. I thought the battle was about to end, but I didn't expect there would be an unexpected situation. Isn't this fusion demon a little too scary? The attack released has a second stage. Who can bear this? The key is that this second stage attack is obviously much more terrifying than we imagined. How should we deal with it in this situation? Chapter 552. With more and more elves present, everyone felt a headache, because they didn't know how much the number of elves would increase. If the number continued to increase, then as the number increased, their pressure would be ridiculous. And now they didn't know whether these elves were just decorations or had terrifying attacks. If the elves not only increased in number, but also had various terrifying means of attack, then this battle would be too scary. Thinking about what might happen next, Su Shubao and his friends couldn't help it at the time, and they immediately started asking questions one by one. Brother, what do you think? Are these elves just harassing us? Or will they continue to attack us? If they continue to attack us, what kind of attacks will they launch? I am a little panicked now. Yes, brother, please tell us quickly. I thought this battle was almost over and there would be no more accidents, but now it seems that this battle has just begun. Obviously, there will be more unexpected situations in the future. Faced with the questions from his teammates, Chen Mo's approach was still exactly the same as before. After hearing it, he did not directly tell everyone the solution to this battle, but started to talk about the headaches of this battle. These elves are not just some decorations, not just coming out to threaten us. Each of these elves has a unique way of attack. Next, they will form a team to release attacks on us. Their attack damage is very high. If you are accidentally attacked, you will probably be killed directly. Originally, everyone present had a headache about this battle and felt a little stressed. Now, after hearing what Chen Mo said, everyone became even more agitated. Each of them began to express their inner thoughts frantically. No, is this battle really so scary? I thought that the monster in front had almost released its attack, and there would be no other threats. I didn't expect that there would be so many outrageous things now. The key is that the number of these elves has not stopped, and is still increasing. In this case, if it continues like this, how should we deal with it? I dare not imagine what will happen if the whole room is densely packed with elves. The only good news for us in this battle is that we don't need to go straight to the elves. Let's face this monster. We still have someone to protect us from the wind and rain. As long as the senior brother can solve the mechanism of this monster, we don't need to worry about anything anymore. Having said that, the key issue now is whether the senior brother is sure that he can solve this monster? This monster makes my scalp numb just by looking at it. I don't know what to do. If this continues, I can't imagine how much pressure the senior brother will suffer. Along with the restless discussion of the audience in the live broadcast room, the fusion demon in the room began to wave his hands. As his hands began to wave, the elves that appeared in the room also began to move. The elves first flew to the highest point of the room, then turned their heads downwards and formed a fighter plane-like posture, and swooped down fiercely towards the people on the ground. The elves were very fast, and they flew in front of everyone in almost the blink of an eye. Such a terrifying threat. If it weren't for the magic prompt circle on the ground, everyone would definitely not be able to avoid this wave of attacks. After successfully avoiding the first wave of attacks from the elves, Susu Baby and several others in the team did not relax their mentality, because they could clearly see that after this wave of attacks ended, these elves did not stop attacking or disappear, but flew into the sky again. Such actions clearly indicate that these elves will launch the same attack on them again, although they have mastered this attack. But the problem is that no matter how powerful a person is, he will make mistakes. If a mistake occurs under normal circumstances, for everyone, the threat is not very big. Now the key problem is that the threat generated by this wave of attacks is obviously much more terrifying than they imagined. Once attacked, it is certain to die. This is really bad. How did this battle turn out like this? The number of elves is still increasing, and the elves will not disappear directly after attacking, but will attack us again. This is really too difficult for us. It's more than difficult, it's simply impossible for us to deal with it. If these elves continue to grow like this, I really can't imagine how we will deal with it in a while to avoid the attack. This is really a huge threat to us. Since Susu Baby, the anchor, was so worried, let alone the ordinary players in the live broadcast room. Realizing that what Susu Baby and others said were all possible situations, the live broadcast room audience couldn't help it. No, this battle is really so scary. I thought this battle is under our control, and there won't be any big threats. But now it seems that if it continues to develop like this, then we really can't deal with it. This is simply outrageous to the extreme. I originally thought that everything would be fine. We don't need to worry about anything, just wait quietly, but now it seems that this battle is beyond our cognition, and we have no way to deal with it. If even Susu Baby can't solve this battle, then for us, if this battle really has no solution, what should we do in this case? I don't want to continue watching. To be honest, if it was anyone else, I would definitely not continue watching, and would not hold any hope. But since the one in front of us is the senior brother, who has created countless miracles, I believe he can definitely help us find a solution. Just when the audience in the live broadcast room was shocked, the battle situation in the game had changed several times. The elves in the sky launched several waves of attacks on Chinemo on the ground. Because everyone was always prepared and knew how to deal with these waves of attacks, they all avoided them. After dodging these attacks, everyone did not show too much excitement, because the number of elves in the room had increased by several times. There were only 5 or 6 elves at first, but now the number has reached more than a dozen. So many elves appeared at once, and the attacks kept changing. Such a battle has put a lot of pressure on everyone. Seeing that there is no sign of the end of this battle, Shushu and Baobao can only put their hopes on Chinemo again. Teacher said that we have no solution now. The number of elves keeps increasing. If we can't find a solution, we are likely to make mistakes soon. Once a mistake occurs, we will die. Yes, senior brother, think of a way quickly. I felt a little powerless when I was dodging just now. If it continues to increase like this, I really can't imagine what this battle will become, and whether I can continue to survive. Looking at the scene at this time, everyone has already felt what pressure is. Chinemo began to face the threat, and then he said the solution to the elves with satisfaction. Don't worry, this battle is not yet unsolvable. Although these elves are very scary, the threat they pose is actually within our response range. What we have to do is very simple, that is to attack these elves. As long as our attacks hit these elves, they will be killed one by one. After the explanation, Chinemo did not do anything fancy. He directly used a skill to attack the elf in front of him. When his attack hit the elf was killed on the spot. After seeing the elf was really killed, everyone present became agitated and couldn't help but send barrages. I was scared to death. I thought that this battle could not be solved. These elves have become a mountain that we cannot cross. Now it seems that as long as the senior brother exists, we don't have to worry about anything. Everything is under our control. It's really a surprise. I was worried that these elves would threaten us and force us into a dead end. But now, after the senior brother did this, these elves instantly no longer pose any threat. As long as they can be solved, we don't have to worry about anything. It has to be the senior brother. The talent of the senior brother in solving the mechanism is simply the most useful in the world. The attacks of these elves. If I were to face them, I would probably have been suppressed to death long ago, not to mention solving them. Having said that, there is still a key problem now, that is, although these elves can be killed, their number will continue to increase. In this case, no matter how many times they are spawned, it is meaningless. Since the audience in the live broadcast room of ordinary players can find the key to the problem, let alone Susu Baby and others who are the anchor bosses. After killing a few elves according to Chinmo's method, Susu Baby and others instantly realized the problem. Big brother, your method is fine, but the key is that the number of elves is still increasing. In this case, even if we kill these elves one by one, we can't stop the battle. Yes, that's the case. The key to the problem now is not the elves, but how to stop the summoning of these elves and stop the number from increasing. Otherwise, no matter how many we kill, it will be meaningless. Faced with everyone's questions, Chinmo did not directly tell his plan as before, but started to talk about other problems. Brothers, everyone said that. That's right, the key to this battle is not to kill the elves outside, but how to make the elves summon the middle finger. As for how to make the summoning purpose, everyone can think about it carefully. Hearing Chinmo's reminder, although everyone was a little helpless, they also breathed a sigh of relief, because they knew clearly that since Chinmo had said so now, then next, even if they couldn't solve the problem, Chinmo would help them solve it. As long as Chinmo covered for them, they didn't have much to worry about. Master Xing, please leave this problem to us. I don't believe that I can't solve all the monsters and mechanisms. Next, let me find a way to crack this monster mechanism. If I can't find it, I will quit this game directly. Susu Baby's bold words are always impressive at any time. After hearing Susu Baby dare to say this, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly became agitated, and the barrage was like exploding, and began to refresh frantically. Wow, did I hear it wrong? Is Susu Baby so brave? In a completely transparent situation, he dares to say such brave words. Isn't he worried that he won't be able to crack it in a while, and then be led by others to fulfill his promise? To be honest, Susu Baby's actions are indeed a bit surprising. I thought he would just follow the big brother and cheer. I didn't expect him to be so brave and dare to say such a grand word. It's really unbelievable. This is why I like people like Susu Baby. Although their strength may not be as good as the big brother, their attitude towards this game is absolutely beyond reproach. Even if they are defeated, they will stand up bravely, which is definitely not the case with other people. The problem now is that courage alone is meaningless. The key to the problem is whether this battle can find a solution. If Susu Baby and his team can find it, it's fine. If they can't find it, then they will be in big trouble. Chapter 553. Knowing that Chinmo was there to back them up, they didn't need to worry too much, so Susu Baby and his companions were not too nervous. After deciding on the next plan, they immediately rushed towards the elves not far away. Attack after attack, they madly hit the elves. Although there were many elves and their mechanisms were disgusting, their health and defense were very average. With the attacks of Susu Baby and his companions, a batch of elves were quickly killed. But unfortunately, although Susu Baby and his companions successfully killed some elves this time, because the meteorite was still summoning elves, the number of elves in the room did not decrease too much. At this time, the number of elves in the room was still maintained at about a dozen. Faced with this situation, Susu Baby began to analyze it on his own. Since the number of elves will continue to increase after killing them, does this mean that killing elves is useless? If killing elves is useless, then the key should be on the object that summons the elves. I don't know if this meteorite will break after being attacked. If this meteorite can be broken, then this battle should not be a big threat. Listening to Susu Baby's thoughts, Chinmo couldn't help but show a sigh of relief on his face. He is worthy of being a powerful existence in this game. In such a critical battle, Susu Baby can be so calm, and he can find the key to the problem at the fastest speed. Such strength is really amazing. At this time, Susu Baby had already rushed towards the meteorite not far away. After he rushed to the side of the meteorite, he immediately began to attack the meteorite frantically. As he attacked, the health bar of the meteorite appeared on the screen. Since the health bar appeared on the meteorite, it naturally means that the meteorite can be broken and destroyed, which also proves that Susu Baby has found a way to crack the governance mechanism with a high probability. Faced with this situation, even the spectators in the live broadcast room couldn't help it. The barrage was like exploding and began to refresh frantically. Wow, what kind of strength is this? Are Susu Baby and the others too strong? Just look at the mechanism here. I am still confused and have no idea what is going on. How come he has already found the key to the problem? It is really amazing. Just looking at the mechanism here makes me feel at a loss. But Susu Baby and the others can find the key to the problem and find the most correct problem. With such strength, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe it even if I was beaten to death. I always thought that Susu Baby's strength was exaggerated. In this case, he was completely suppressed by the senior brother, but now it seems that he is still quite powerful. If it were me, I would never find the key to this battle. From this incident, we can see how strong the senior brother is. It's like Susu Baby and other top masters can only be defeated when facing him. This kind of strength is really enviable. Along with a shocked discussion of the audience in the live broadcast room, Susu Baby and his companions had already dealt a fatal blow to the meteorite in the room. Although the meteorite could summon elves all the time, it had no other resistance. Daily was like a sandbag that was being beaten all the time. With the continuous attack of Susu Baby and his companions, the health of the meteorite began to drop madly. In a blink of an eye, the health of the meteorite was completely emptied. As the health was completely emptied, the meteorite also disappeared from the screen. Without the meteorite, it was naturally impossible to summon elves again, and this battle was completely resolved. For this situation, although Chinmo's heart was not disturbed, he must have said something on the surface. He deliberately put on an approving expression and said to several people in the team, "Awesome, awesome. You guys are really awesome. I thought this battle would take a long time to be resolved, but I didn't expect that you guys could just casually resolve all these monsters. You guys are really awesome." Listening to Chinmo's praise, Susu and his friends couldn't help but feel happy. Although they were on par with Chinmo on the surface, they knew clearly the gap between them and Chinmo, which was a world of difference. Now that they were praised by Chinmo, they were really happy to be praised by a master. Ha 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 ha, big brother, you think too highly of us. We solved the problem here with your advice. Without your advice, we would definitely not be able to solve these mechanisms here. It is indeed mainly because of you, big brother. Otherwise, let alone solving the mechanism here, we might feel a tingling sensation on our scalp just by looking at it. We definitely cannot persist and crack the mechanism here. Faced with the flattery of the crowd, Chinmo did not say anything at this time, because he knew clearly that the next service would be released. The Peace Demon was about to release a new mechanism. I know that the Fusion Demon will release a new mechanism, but the people present were not very clear. They only saw that Susu Baby and a few others had solved the mechanism here. After seeing this scene, the barrage began to refresh as if it had exploded. It's getting better. It's completely getting better. The mechanism here was solved so easily. I was worried that this Fusion Demon would put us under great pressure, but I didn't expect it to be solved so easily. It's really a bit surprising. The battle has developed to this point. I feel that we don't have anything to worry about. Next, we just need to wait quietly. I believe that the senior brothers will successfully solve everything. This is the meaning of the existence of the senior brother. Otherwise, the mechanisms released by this Fusion Demon are so scary that I can't even imagine the outcome of this battle. But I don't know if it's true that the senior brother said that the Fusion Demon is the most terrifying. If this Fusion Demon is really that terrifying, then the attacks released by the Fusion Demon are obviously asymmetrical. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room were discussing, the battle situation in the game changed again. At the beginning, the Fusion Demon was still there. Being beaten, there was no power to resist, but as time passed, the Fusion Demon that had been beaten suddenly teleported to the middle of the room. After seeing the action of the Fusion Demon, everyone suddenly became nervous, because they knew clearly that when the Fusion Demon became like this, it must mean that this battle has entered the next stage. Next, the Fusion Demon is likely to release a new mechanism, because they know that the Fusion Demon is a very powerful monster, so even if they successfully grasped everything before, their emotions are very stable at this time. They immediately began to ask Chinmo, "Brother, based on the actions of this Fusion Demon, can we assume that he is going to release some new mechanism? According to his current changes, I feel that he will release a fire-attributed attack next, but I don't know what attack it will release. Brother, do you know the problem of this battle? To be honest, I feel a little stressed in this situation. If you can help solve the problem here, then I don't need to be so panicked. I am really worried about some unknown attack." In response to his teammates' inquiries, Chinmo's choice at this time was the same as before. He did not directly say all the problems, but gave everyone a vague reminder. This monster looks very scary, but in fact it is not as scary as everyone imagines. Next, this Fusion Demon will still release a fire-attributed attack. We should pay attention to its changes now. The attacks he releases in a while will definitely not threaten us. The emotions of the people present did not stabilize after listening to Chinmo's suggestion, because they knew clearly that at this point, the fusion demon had developed to this point, and the mechanism released next must be very terrifying. In this case, they really dared not relax. Too scary, really too scary. How can this fusion demon be so scary? I thought he had almost released the mechanism and there would be no other problems. But now it seems that he has just started. It is worthy of being a copy of the Super Time and Space War. I always thought that this copy would not be much more difficult than the Luke copy, but now it seems that the difficulty of the monsters in this copy is completely better than the Luke copy. I can only say that we are so lucky that we have the senior brother to protect us from the wind and rain in front of us. Otherwise, I really can't imagine what the result would be if we faced these monsters and these mechanisms directly. The problem now is that I don't know if the senior brother can solve these monsters. If he can solve them, then we don't need to worry about anything. Everything is still under control. If the senior brother can't solve them, then we are completely finished. At the same time, in the discussion of players' concerns, the fusion demon finally changed. The fusion demon who had been getting beaten suddenly raised his hand, and a round fireball appeared in his hand the moment he raised his hand. The fireball was not very big, only about the size of a human head, and it did not look very threatening. After seeing the scene, Susu Baby and the others, who had been cheering up, breathed a sigh of relief. They had been worried about encountering some terrifying mechanism, but now it seems that the mechanism here is just like this. I was scared to death. I thought this fusion demon was about to release some terrifying mechanism, but I never thought it was this. Single attack, this kind of attack, I can't see any threat at all. I feel that I can easily avoid it. It's really a bit surprising. In my opinion, this attack is really completely without any threat. In this case, I feel that our previous worries are a bit in vain. We just need to wait quietly, and the battle here will end. Listening to the discussion of the crowd, Chinmo couldn't help showing a strange smile on his face. On the surface, this attack seems to have no threat, and seems to be easy to avoid, but in fact, this attack is one of the most terrifying attacks of the fusion demon. This attack is not only terrible. The threat contains a terrifying continuity. If you are accidentally touched, you will be killed directly. I know everyone is happy, but I advise everyone not to be happy in a hurry, because this attack is not as simple as everyone imagines. The threat it generates is extremely terrifying. If you are attacked by mistake, you will be finished. To be honest, if someone else said this, then everyone present would definitely not care. They would not believe it, but since the person who said it was Chinmo, who had created countless miracles. Even if the audience in the live broadcast room did not believe it, they had to think about it carefully. Only then did they know that this mechanism would be very terrifying, and would generate countless threats. From then on, the emotions of the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly became agitated. No way, no way. Big brother, are you sure you are not kidding? This battle has developed to this point, but you said that there will be more terrifying things. If this is true, then I feel my scalp is numb. It is indeed a bit uncomfortable. The difficulty of this fusion demon feels more terrifying than the previous monsters, and this is just his fire attribute attack. According to Big Brother, he has several other attribute attacks. So he is too difficult to deal with. This monster is so terrifying, but fortunately, we don't need to face it directly. We can also see Big Brother's response process. As long as Big Brother can solve it, then we don't have to worry about anything. And I envy Big Brother a little bit. I think his identity is very handsome and powerful, but now it seems that the pressure Big Brother bears is definitely beyond my reach. I have begun to feel sorry for Big Brother now. Chapter 554. Faced with the doubts of the audience in the live broadcast room, Chinmo did not feel uncomfortable at all, because he knew clearly that in terms of the current situation, the more people thought it was impossible, the more outrageous it was. Then, when the fusion demon released its attack, the more unbelievable it would be. Thinking about what was about to happen next, Chinmo immediately put pressure on the audience in the live broadcast room. I know everyone always wants to make a monster simpler, but I need to tell you in advance that this fusion demon is definitely not a simple monster. It can release many mechanisms. The attack mode you see now is just the beginning. In the next process, the fusion demon will release more and more outrageous mechanisms. So I advise everyone to stay calm, and don't be too anxious to be happy. Otherwise, when this fusion demon has a hard mechanism, everyone will be a little bit unbearable. As for the timing of Chinmo's speech, there is naturally a reason. As soon as he finished speaking, the fusion demon in the room, it had already changed. The fusion demon raised his hand and condensed a fireball, which was fired straight ahead. However, there was only one difference between the fireballs that Su Shubao and his friends had imagined. The number of fireballs fired by the fusion demon this time reached as many as 5. A long string of fireballs was fired straight ahead, one after another, continuously. Seeing so many snowballs suddenly appear, Su Shubao and his friends, who were originally calm, instantly felt the huge pressure. They couldn't help but hurriedly started asking questions. What the hell is going on? Can this fusion demon release so many attack mechanisms in one wave? I thought he could only release one fireball, but I didn't expect him to release so many fireballs at once. How can we avoid this number of fireballs? It can be imagined that even Susu Baby, a big anchor, was shocked by the current mechanism. Not to mention the audience in the live broadcast room as ordinary players. After seeing the game and the changes in the battle situation, the audience in the live broadcast room became agitated. No, I am not seeing wrong. This battle can really develop to this point. I originally thought that this battle was almost over before, and there would be no other problems. But now it seems that I still thought things were too simple. This is indeed a bit unbelievable. According to my thinking, the current situation should be within our response range, and there should be no other problems. I didn't expect this fusion demon to be so fierce. With these mechanisms, how should we deal with it? I can only say that the best news for us is that we don't need to face this mechanism directly. In front of us, we have the senior brother to protect us from the wind and rain. Otherwise, I really can't imagine how much pressure these mechanisms will cause us. Stop talking, don't continue talking. If you continue talking, I feel that I have no confidence in your battle. I really can't imagine how the battle will develop to this point. Although everyone present had made a request at this time, Chinemo did not respond. His idea at this time was the same as at the beginning, to make everyone present feel a wave of pressure. If everyone present did not feel the pressure, then he could not show how powerful he was. Because Chinemo did not answer, and the attack of the fusion demon was a little sudden and fierce. So Su Shubao and his friends had a particularly difficult time dealing with it. They tried their best, and finally avoided the attack of the fusion demon. After avoiding this wave of attacks, Su Shubao and his friends became more nervous. They all focused their eyes on the fusion demon. At this time, they only had one idea, that is, to see if the fusion demon would release any new mechanism. In this way, a round fireball appeared in the palm of the fusion demon's hand again, while they were watching. This fireball was exactly the same as before. Since the previous release was in another form, then this fireball must have a similar effect. This attack instantly made everyone's pressure full. After realizing how outrageous the next problem would be, everyone could only place their hopes on Chinemo. Brother, instead of telling us how to solve this mechanism, can you tell us how to avoid it? With the difficulty of releasing this mechanism, I feel like I have no way to deal with it at all. Yes, brother, please save us quickly. This fusion demon is really scaring me to death. I almost didn't dodge the fireball he released before. If he continues to release an attack like this, I feel like I'm doomed this time. Because Chinemo didn't speak for a long time, the pressure on everyone present was already at its peak. In their opinion, Chinemo probably didn't know if he didn't speak, and if Chinemo didn't know, they would have no one to rely on. It's all over now. I was thinking that no matter how difficult or invincible the mechanism here is, it won't pose any threat to the senior brother, and the senior brother will definitely be able to solve it easily, but now it seems that I still underestimated this battle. It's really the mechanism released by this fusion demon that puts us under great pressure. I can't see any solution at all. The key is that the fireball he releases is not only threatening. It's very big, but also has a tracking effect. How can we avoid it? Now the key to this battle is all on the senior brother. If the senior brother can solve this battle, then we don't need to worry too much, and we can still have various ways to deal with it. If the senior brother can't solve it, then we are completely finished. The senior brother has not spoken all the time, and has not given a solution. Since he hasn't spoken and hasn't given a solution, it means that we are unlikely to solve it. If the senior brother can't solve it, what can we do? Accompanied by the discussion of the audience in the live broadcast room, the fusion demon in the game has released the second round of attacks, and this round of attacks is still 5 fireballs facing. Chinemo and his men came over, and the 5 fireballs attacked very quickly. Moreover, after they appeared, they did not attack the men with the simplest straight line attack, but instead used a tracking attack, directly locking onto one of them and chasing him all the way. Chinemo, who was the first to face them, successfully dodged it because he had experience. This time, The target of the fusion demon attack was no longer Chinemo, but Susu Baby. Although Susu Baby was very powerful, he had a fatal flaw, which was that he had never encountered or dealt with this kind of attack. For this kind of attack that he had never dealt with before, even if Susu Baby was invincible, he would feel great pressure when dealing with it. At this time, after seeing several fireballs chasing him, he immediately felt a wave of scalp numbness. He knew that in the face of this attack, if he could not find any countermeasures, then when he was attacked, the final result would be certain death, and once he was killed in front of so many spectators, it would be a great shame. Big brother, what should we do now? What should we do? This attack is too stressful for us. If they keep chasing me, how can I get rid of them? I can't just be chased and beaten like this, right? Yes, big brother, please tell me a solution quickly. I don't know what to do when facing this attack. If I can't find a solution in this situation, then when these fireballs attack me, I will have no way out. Listening to everyone's pleading, Chinemo thought for a while, but still didn't say a solution, because he knew clearly that although everyone was under great pressure, they were not desperate yet. If he said it in a hurry in this situation, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Since Chinemo still didn't say anything, the pressure on everyone was naturally fully increased. The audience seemed to explode and began to send out barrages crazily. It's all over now. Even in this situation, the eldest brother still hasn't given a solution. Since he hasn't given a solution yet, it means that he may not have found a solution. If that's the case, we are really finished. Although I don't want to admit it, according to the current situation, the result is probably like this. Our hope is on the eldest brother. If the eldest brother can't solve it, then we have no other hope at all, and there is only one way to die. Is it right? No, I feel that this battle has just begun, and this fusion demon has many mechanisms that have not been released. If this mechanism can't be solved now, how can we deal with the subsequent mechanisms of the fusion demon? There is no way. We can't find any solution to these mechanisms. In this situation, if it were us, let alone finding the mechanism, we might have died long ago. It's already very good that the eldest brother and his team can do this. But at this time, everyone present has already felt what pressure is, so Chinemo will naturally not waste time here. He took a deep breath and said to everyone present, "Brothers, don't get excited. Although the mechanism here looks scary, there is actually a corresponding solution. What we need to do is not complicated. The first step is to avoid the attack of the fireball. Then the question is, how should we avoid the pursuit of these 5 fireballs? In fact, it's very easy. We just need to guide them to hit the wall of the room, and then these fireballs will automatically disappear." Hearing Chenmo's reminder, Susu Baby, who had already felt a little scalp numb, naturally did not dare to waste any time. He started to move back and forth in the room at the first time. After moving around a few times, he successfully guided the fireballs to attack the wall. What he didn't expect was that as the fireballs hit the wall, several fireballs disappeared from the screen. After seeing that the fireballs that caused great pressure on them disappeared so easily, everyone couldn't help it at that time. Too strong, really too strong. How can you be so invincible, and just solve this mechanism that makes our scalps numb? You really make me a little unbelievable. It's really amazing. I thought this mechanism was unsolvable, and there was no other solution. I didn't expect that it was just solved by a command from the senior brother. The strength of the senior brother is really brave. For the flattery of the crowd, Chinmo's expression was still very calm. He shook his head slightly and said, "Didn't I tell you before? The mechanism here is far from over. This is just the beginning. Don't let your guard down at this time, otherwise it will be uncomfortable when the new mechanism comes out." The audience in the live broadcast room were extremely excited after seeing that the mechanism had been solved, but now they heard Chinemo say that the mechanism was far from over, and their pressure instantly rose again. I am numb, completely numb. How many problems are there with this mechanism? How many more are there? I feel that I am already stressed out, but I still haven't solved them. If so, I really can't imagine how many problems will arise in the future. Yes, this is too frustrating. How can monsters be so outrageous that various mechanisms emerge one after another? This makes me doubt my life. If the monsters in this dungeon are so powerful, I don't want to play this dungeon. It is also thanks to the existence of the senior brother in this game. If there is no senior brother who directly lets us face this attack, I really can't imagine what the final result will be. Maybe we have died countless times. Now the solution to this mechanism has appeared, but the method to stop this mechanism has not appeared yet. I wonder if the senior brother can find a way to stop this mechanism. Chapter 555. According to the audience in the live broadcast room, from the beginning to now, the fusion demon has released 3 or 4 fire attribute attacks. Although this number is slightly less than the mechanisms released by other monsters, according to what Shinimo said. The fusion demon has 4 attributes of attack methods. If a monster has 4 attributes of attack methods, and 1 attribute has 4 attacks, then this monster has more than a dozen attack mechanisms. So many attack mechanisms are really too outrageous. Because it is really unexpected that this seemingly inconspicuous fusion demon can be so strong, so everyone can't help but feel a burst of disbelief after hearing it. Is what you said true, senior brother? Does this fusion demon really have so many mechanisms? Logically speaking, it doesn't. There are no more than 10 mechanisms at most. It is a property with several attacks. Isn't the number of its mechanisms a bit too much? Indeed, what you said is a bit too scary. I was thinking that after he releases these mechanisms, there should be no other mechanisms. We only need to attack step by step to kill him. But now that you say that, there is really no way to deal with it. Shinimo did not feel uncomfortable at all about his teammates' doubts, because he knew clearly that the more these people doubted him now, the more incredible they would be in the future if they waited a while, until the fusion action model released the mechanism, just as he said. I know everyone thinks this battle is a bit outrageous, but it is actually like this. The mechanisms released by this fusion demon are more outrageous than the last. Next, he will release another mechanism, and his fire attribute attack will be completely over. After its fire attribute is over, he will release the next attribute attack. At the beginning, everyone present still had a glimmer of hope and thought Shinimo was joking, but now, after listening to Shinmo's detailed explanation, they are completely numb. No way, is what the senior brother said actually true? If it is true, then isn't this fusion demon a little too invincible? He is just a small elite monster. How many terrifying mechanisms can he release? I feel a little confused. Yes, I originally thought that the mechanisms released by this fusion demon were within our response range, and there would be no other accidents. But now it seems that the difficulty of this fusion demon is even more terrifying than the previous 2 monsters combined. Now it is not a question of whether the fusion demon is terrifying, but this fusion demon is just an elite monster. According to the game settings, the difficulty of elite monsters is definitely not as good as the final boss. If elite monsters are difficult to this extent, how difficult will the boss be? Stop talking, everyone, don't continue talking. I originally had some confidence in this battle, and felt that everything was under control. But now listening to what everyone said, I feel that I don't know what to do. Can the battle really be so difficult? Just as the audience in the live broadcast room was shocked and talking about it, the fusion demon in the game had changed. The fusion demon, who had been passively beaten in the middle of the room, had moved to the edge of the room in an instant. After arriving at the edge of the room, the fusion demon directly turned into a fireman with flames all over his body. Then he sprayed a stream of hot flames fiercely in front of him. Seeing the actions of the fusion demon, several people in the team were shocked, because at this time, they were really worried about fusion. The range of this wave of attacks by the demon was too large, leaving them no room to dodge. But what they didn't expect was that just when they thought that this wave of attacks by the fusion demon would pose a great threat to them, the flames sprayed by the fusion demon only covered a few positions in front of them. Looking at the position covered by the flames, and then looking at the space in the room, several people in the team breathed a sigh of relief, because in their opinion, it was almost impossible for such a small coverage of flames to pose a threat to them in such a huge space. They can dodge all these attacks with their eyes closed. As long as they can dodge all these attacks, this fusion demon will definitely not pose any threat to them. Fortunately, this fusion demon doesn't seem to be as scary as we imagined. As for the attack range he released now, although it is a bit scary, it gives us enough space to dodge. We want to dodge. It's still quite easy. That's exactly what happened. I was originally worried that the flames he released during this attack would cover too large a range and pose the most terrible danger to us. But considering his small coverage, I feel like I can easily dodge it, and there's nothing to worry about. Listening to the analysis of Susu Baby and the others, and considering that the current situation is almost exactly like this, the audience in the live broadcast room, who were originally very worried, immediately relaxed. Big Brother deliberately put pressure on us. Although this mechanism is terrifying, it is not to the extent that we cannot deal with it. We have enough ways to deal with it. Let alone Susu Baby and others, we feel that I can successfully dodge this kind of attack. That's right. This mechanism seems to have no threat at all. It doesn't feel like the many terrifying mechanisms released before, just like the mechanisms released by monsters. It seems that the planner still cares about us enough and knows what mechanisms cannot be faced. If this is the case, then I feel that we don't need to worry about anything anymore. In this situation, what we have to do is very simple, that is, wait quietly, wait for Big Brother to solve all the problems here. As long as Big Brother solves the problems here, everything will be stable. Although, according to my understanding of Big Brother, generally speaking, he will not joke with us in the game. Since this situation has already appeared, I guess there must be some unknown things in it. I think everyone should be calm. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room were discussing, the fusion demon in the game had released the second wave of attacks. This time, its position was towards the middle of the room. The flames released were closer to the middle of the room. Although they did not increase much, they were obviously bigger. If the key was placed on an ordinary player, it would definitely not be able to see anything about this kind of tiny change. However, for Susu Baby and several other anchors, they did see the key to the problem at a glance. After seeing that the flames released by the fusion demon had become bigger, their expression suddenly became ugly. Because according to their many years of gaming experience, since the flames released by the fusion demon will change now, then the flames released by the fusion demon will inevitably continue to change in a while. In other words, the flames released by the fusion demon will continue to grow, and the coverage will become wider and wider. With this change, even if their strength is high, it will be difficult to dodge. Thinking about what might happen next, Susu Baby and others couldn't help it at the time, and they hurriedly asked Shinimo. That's wrong, senior brother. The mechanism of this fusion demon's release doesn't seem to be as simple as we thought. Logically speaking, shouldn't the coverage of its release mechanism be fixed? Why is it still expanding? Yes, senior brother, the mechanism of this monster's release is obviously a little different from what we thought. As for the attack it releases now, I feel that it will definitely increase in the future. If it continues to increase like this, it will be difficult for us to avoid it. Since everyone has realized the key to the problem, Shinimo will naturally not hide anything anymore, and he immediately gave a positive answer. Everyone is right. The attack released by the fusion demon now will continue to increase the flames it releases. If we can't stop the attack, it will eventually completely cover the entire room. Hearing Shinmo's affirmative answer, the mood of the audience in the live broadcast room instantly fell to the bottom, and they couldn't help but start sending barrages at that time. No way, is the mechanism of this monster really that difficult? He has released so many outrageous mechanisms before, how can he release more outrageous mechanisms? Isn't this situation too stressful for us? It is indeed a bit hard to accept. I thought he would only release this kind of fire-breathing mechanism, and we could just move around and dodge it, and everything would be done. But now, he can release more and more mechanisms. Who can stand this? I knew that this monster was not as simple as we thought. The senior brother had reminded us of the mechanism of this monster before. It will be extremely terrifying, and we thought he was deceiving us, but in fact, the senior brother has never deceived us for so many years. Then the question is, what should we do now? Well, if this mechanism continues, the coverage of the flames will become larger and larger. At that time, the whole room will be shrouded in flames. How can we avoid it? At the same time, the fusion demon in the game has released 2 or 3 times in a row. The dial mechanism, just as Susu Baby and others guessed, with the increase in the number of releases, the coverage of the flames released by the fusion demon has also become much larger. At the beginning, the flames released by the fusion demon covered only a few god positions, but now the flames released by it have covered nearly 10 body positions, which is suffocating. Although there are still many places for people to hide in the room at this time, everyone knows clearly that if they continue like this, the coverage of the flames released by the fusion demon will only become larger and larger, and more outrageous. At that time, no matter how powerful they are, they will not be able to avoid it. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, where Susu Baby and others can only put their hopes on Chinu again, and they ask one by one. Big brother, the mechanism here is obviously changing. It's getting more and more terrifying. In this case, should we do something? Otherwise, when the mechanism reaches a point where we can't deal with it, we're done for. Yes, big brother, is there any solution to the mechanism here? This is making my scalp numb. This mechanism keeps changing in the cold zone, and the damage is ridiculously high. How can it be so difficult to deal with? I don't know what to do now. Although the tone of everyone present was a little desperate at this time, Shinmo's thoughts did not change at all. Because he knew that everyone still had a glimmer of hope, and had not completely reached the point where it was unacceptable. If he was anxious to tell the solution now, then it would be difficult for him to find such a good opportunity later. Seeing that Shinimo didn't say anything for a long time when facing the question, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but feel a burst of pressure, because in their opinion, since Shinemo didn't say anything, it was likely that he didn't know the solution. If Shinemo didn't know, then it would be completely over. But it's all over. I think the senior brother doesn't seem to know the solution to the mechanism here. If he doesn't know, who can save us? I think this mechanism should become a nightmare for all of us. There's no way. Although the senior brother's strength is indeed invincible, the key to the problem is that this battle has completely exceeded our scope of response. This fusion demon can release so many outrageous mechanisms. This really makes me a little unexpected. It's too difficult, really too difficult. It's difficult to deal with an elite monster. At this point, I really can't imagine how we will deal with the subsequent monsters and those more terrible mechanisms. I don't even want to brush this dungeon now. This is really beyond my scope of response. I think we still have to see how the senior brother responds in the end. If the senior brother can solve the problem, then we don't need to think too much. Everything is within our acceptable range. If the senior brother can't solve it, then we better give up directly. Chapter 556. If it was before, when Shinemo had not cultivated the mentality of only knowing how to get something for nothing, they would still think about it when facing this new mechanism, and would also think about the ins and outs of the problem. But now, with Shinmo's help and training over the years, the players basically no longer think about any problems. When they encounter a new mechanism, the first thing they think of is Shinemo. If Shinemo can help them solve the problem, then they will not worry too much. Correspondingly, if Shinemo can't help them solve the problem, then they will be extremely worried about the current mechanism, and will be extremely desperate. After seeing that Shinemo didn't speak for a long time, let alone the audience in the live broadcast room, even Susu Baby, who is the anchor boss, fell into despair in their hearts. They all spoke up and asked Shinemo, "Big brother, is there really no way? This mechanism has no possibility of being cracked. If so, I feel that we should plan the next operation carefully, because if we can't solve the current mechanism, then countless problems will definitely arise in the future." Yes, big brother, otherwise we should exit the dungeon first. Anyway, there is no great meaning in wasting time here. I can't see any way to crack the current mechanism here. Instead of wasting time here, it is better to go out and plan it carefully. Seeing that the emotions of the people present at this time have been completely mobilized, Shinemo naturally. He will not continue to talk nonsense. He smiled slightly, and said to the audience in the live broadcast room, "Who are you, brothers? Let me tell you that I don't know how to solve this mechanism. I didn't say anything just now. It's not that I don't know how to solve this kind of mechanism, but because I'm thinking about other things. I can tell you clearly about the governance mechanism. I can solve it in a minute." If I had known that the audience in the live broadcast room would have been desperate, and would have given up, now Shinemo actually said that he could solve the mechanism here. From this, you can imagine how excited the audience in the live broadcast room is now. The barrage was like exploding, and it began to refresh crazily. No, I didn't hear it wrong. Did you say that you can solve the mechanism here? Isn't this a bit too outrageous? Logically speaking, the mechanism here should not be very difficult. Is there no way to solve it? Is he lying to us? It is indeed a bit unbelievable. I originally thought that the mechanism here could not be solved at all and everything was completely hopeless. But now I hear what the senior brother said. It seems that this battle has not reached the point where we have no solution at all, which is a bit surprising. To be honest, if someone else said this, I would definitely not believe it. I would definitely think that he was deceiving us. But since the person speaking now is the senior brother, who has created countless miracles, I believe what he said must be true. No time to explain, senior brother, start your performance quickly. I feel that I can't help but want to learn the clever cracking method here. I am a little unconfident just now. I thought the mechanism here is completely unsolvable. Because he had already decided to show the method to crack the mechanism here, Shinemo did not do anything fancy. After he mobilized the emotions of the people present with a few casual words, he immediately rushed towards the fusion demon not far away. At this time, as time went by, the coverage of the flames released by the fusion demon had reached most of the room. Most of the room survived in turn. The momentum of this attack alone made people's scalps numb. After seeing Shinemo rushing towards the fusion demon without any scruples, everyone present couldn't help but worry. Because in their opinion, if the current mechanism wants to be easily solved, it must be impossible. With the coverage of the flames released by the fusion demon now, if you want to terminate such a wide attack, it must be done a lot of things. Shinmo's unprepared attack is simply a moth flying into the fire. After realizing what the result would be if Shinemo failed to terminate, and was attacked by the fusion demon, several people in the team couldn't help but become worried, and they all asked, Big brother, are you okay? Are you sure this mechanism can be solved? Why do I feel a little troublesome? The range of the attack released by this fusion demon is too large. In this case, can you really handle it? Will there be any problems? Yes, big brother, why don't you wait a while, and let's discuss it carefully. You just rush forward like this. I was terrified. This clever solution depends on you. If you are attacked, then we will have no hope. Chinemo did not feel uncomfortable about his teammates' worries, because in his opinion, the more people thought it was impossible, the more unbelievable it was. Then I will wait for a while, until he solves the problem here, and everyone will be more shocked and admire him. Because Chinemo did not express anything, the audience in the live broadcast room, who had just relaxed a little, felt a wave of pressure at this time, and they could not help but speak up to persuade Chinemo. Big brother, is this a bit too reckless? How can the current mechanism rush up so bravely? I am a little overwhelmed and worried just watching. He rushed up like this. Is he sure there will be no problem? He is our last hope. Yes, I also feel that Big Brother is a bit too impulsive. If he is solved by the mechanism here, it will not give us any hope. I really can't imagine the current situation. If we face it directly, what will be the result? It is absolutely suffocating. I still feel that Big Brother is a bit too anxious. How can he be so anxious in the current situation? I can't see. There was no hope, but he just rushed up. I don't know what to say in this situation. Don't worry, although the current situation seems a little dangerous, don't forget, this is the Master Chef. This is the strongest existence in our game. How could he be controlled with his strength? If you don't believe it, just wait and see. Although Chinemo was not in a hurry to explain to everyone, he also knew clearly that in the current situation, the longer it dragged on, the more his words would be questioned. If that happened, it would be too difficult for him. What he had to do now was very simple, that is, to solve the problem as soon as possible. As long as he can solve the problem here as quickly as possible, he doesn't need to worry about anything else, and everything will be in his plan. I know everyone is anxious, but don't worry. The current situation is not as difficult as everyone imagines. Since I have promised everyone that I can solve the current situation, I will definitely do what I say. Let's wait and see. After comforting everyone again, Chinemo didn't say any more nonsense, and immediately rushed to the fusion demon not far away at the fastest speed. This was just the gap between the fusion demon's attacks. Although the fusion demon's attack connection speed is very fast, after each attack, it still has a certain amount of cooling time, and this time is the time Chinemo is waiting to see the fusion demon. After the attack of the fusion demon stopped, Chinemo didn't do anything fancy, and immediately hoped that the fusion demon would release a skill. The skill he released was none other than the most powerful skill of the Ghost Swordsman profession, the Dragon Breaking Sky Slash. Using the powerful displacement effect of the Dragon Breaking Sky Slash, Chinemo rushed directly from the left side of the room to the side of the fusion demon. After arriving at the side of the fusion demon, he immediately used his second skill to attack the fusion demon. His second skill was the low-level skill of the Ghost Swordsman, Wave Slash. Although this skill is of a low level, it has an invincible effect, that is, it has force control and forced interruption. With this skill, the fusion demon was directly picked up and flew into the air. What everyone present didn't expect was that after the fusion demon was thrown away, his attack actually stopped. After seeing the fusion demon that had collapsed on the ground, the audience in the live broadcast room only felt a burst of suffocation, and they began to refresh the barrage frantically as if their colleagues had exploded. It's really amazing. I've been playing games for so many years, but I've never seen anyone as good as the senior brother. His operation has simply refreshed my cognition. I really can't imagine that this battle can be solved so easily. How can it be so amazing? It's really a bit surprising. If it were us in the current situation, we might have been killed and lost hope a long time ago, but the senior brother can easily solve the mechanism here. He is really fierce and suffocating. Otherwise, why do I say that the senior brother is my idol, and I admire him so much? With his strength, I really can't imagine how he did it. These mechanisms are terrifying just looking at them, but he can easily solve each one. This is really incredible. If that's the case, then don't we need to worry about anything anymore? All these problems in front of us have been easily solved by the senior brother. It seems that the only thing we have to do is to wait for the senior brother to completely solve everything. The audience in the live broadcast room excitedly discussed Chinemo and shook his head slightly. Although the problems here have been solved now. But in fact, everything at present is still a long way from the end. The distance of time, now everyone. Super started to celebrate. That was really too simple. Brothers, you'd better calm down. Have you forgotten what I told you before? The current mechanism has solved one problem for us, but the attack of the fusion demon has just ended a fire attribute attack before the end of the car mechanism. This means that the fusion demon will release ice attribute attacks, dark attribute attacks, and attribute attacks next. Each of these 3 attribute attacks is no worse than the fire attribute attack. If we are anxious to celebrate now, I will be caught off guard in a while. Very excited, and felt that everything was under control, and there were no other problems. It was now after listening to what Chinemo said. The mentality was a little numb at the time, because they knew clearly that if this battle was really the same as what Chinemo said, then the next battle would definitely be terrible. As for the subsequent battle situation, if each one was similar to the fire attribute attack, they really couldn't imagine what the result would be when they dealt with it. Thinking about the situation that was about to happen later, Susu Baby and several others couldn't help but speak to Chinemo and complain. No way, don't scare me, big brother. This fire attribute attack is so terrible and so outrageous, but you said it's not the limit. There are other mechanisms. If that's the case, how should we deal with it later? Aren't we going to be completely finished? Since they were all shocked to this extent as Susu Babies, let alone the audience in the live broadcast room as ordinary players, when they realized what they would face next, they collapsed in an instant. I'm numb, completely numb. I feel like my mentality is going to collapse. How could this battle develop to this point? I thought everything was under our control, and there wouldn't be any other problems. If this is the case, then I'm really finished. Although I know that this fusion demon is powerful, I didn't expect it to be this powerful. If it really goes according to what the senior brother said, then I can only say that I'm going to fall into a complete collapse. I really can't figure out why such an outrageous thing appears in this game. I originally thought that as long as the fire attribute attack is solved, there will be no other problems. As a result, it seems that this fusion demon is simply a nightmare for all of us. It seems that we have entered the time to rely on the senior brother again. If the senior brother can help us solve the current mechanism, then we don't need to worry too much. Everything is still under control. If the senior brother can't solve it, then we are completely finished. Chapter 557. Chinemo didn't pay much attention to the restless discussion of the crowd. All his thoughts were on the fusion demon in front of him. His attacks hit the fusion demon frantically, and in a blink of an eye, he knocked down dozens of the fusion demon's health. The fusion demon's health had already been knocked down a bit, and now it suffered such a terrifying connection, its health became even lower. Facing this situation, if it was just now, that kind of people must have been excited and started to discuss the next monster. It was because of Chinemo this time. The next fusion demon, other mechanisms. So everyone was not happy at all at this time. On the contrary, their faces were extremely gloomy. Brother, the fusion demon has already released the fire attribute attack. What attribute attack will he release next? Each of his other attributes has several attack methods, or are there as many as the fire attribute? Yes, brother, please give everyone a shot of prevention. This monster has made me a little mentally unstable. I originally thought that this monster was not difficult, and could be easily solved. If it is according to your statement, it is too difficult. Faced with the questions of the crowd, Chinemo did not remain silent as he did before, because he knew clearly. Even if he told everyone now, their curiosity would not be a problem. After all, this battle has just begun. Even if he did not tell everyone everything, everyone would wait a little longer to see the fusion demon use it himself. In that case, it would be better for him to tell it in advance, and put a new wave of pressure on everyone. Next, the fusion demon will release its ice attribute. The number of attack mechanisms for this attack is almost the same as that for the fire attribute. That is to say, we will see at least 5 or 6 ice attribute attacks from the fusion demon next. It was not surprising. The mentality of the crowd was already a little broken. Now, after hearing that the fusion demon actually had so many attack mechanisms, they could not help themselves and started to discuss frantically as if they were exploding. No way. Don't scare me, big brother. If you say so, doesn't it mean that the next fusion demon will release 15 or 16 mechanisms? He is just an elite monster. How can he release so many mechanisms? Is there no way for us to survive? Yes, this has made me a little confused. I thought that after this fusion demon released a variety of attribute attacks, the next attribute attacks would be reduced, but I didn't expect there would be so many. This is really troublesome. It's a bit big. Judging from the fire attribute attacks he released before, the ice attribute attacks he will release next must be even worse. In this case, the threat we face will be extremely great. I just don't know if Big Brother can handle the mechanism released by this fusion demon. If he can handle it, then we don't have to suffer too much threat. Everything is still within our response range. If he can't handle it, then we will be in big trouble. Just when the audience in the live broadcast room was restless and felt their scalps were numb, the fusion demon in the game had changed. The fusion demon that had been passively beaten had arrived in the middle of the room without anyone noticing. After coming to the middle of the room, his body color changed immediately. At the beginning, the body of the fusion demon was colorful. When releasing the fire attribute attack, its color was fiery red, and now his body color has turned dark blue. According to the game settings, different colors represent different attributes, and dark blue represents exactly the ice attribute that Shinemo mentioned. After seeing everything, it was exactly the same as what Shinemo said, and everyone present couldn't help it at that time. Susu Baby and others spoke about their inner feelings. Do you really want to release an ice attribute attack? If I remember correctly, an ice attribute attack. But it is a very difficult attack. If he releases it like this, I can't imagine how much threat he will pose to us, and how much pressure he will put on us. You're right, I feel like I'm already panicking now. How can there be such an outrageous monster? He doesn't give us any room to survive at all. As far as his current performance is concerned, I feel like I don't know what to do at all. Shinemo was complaining about everyone. As usual, he didn't say anything in a hurry. At this time, his eyes were fixed on the fusion demon. Under his expectant gaze, the fusion demon changed again. I don't know when the fusion demon has raised his hands high. As his hands were raised, countless yellow prompt magic circles appeared densely on the empty ground. Seeing this scene, Susu Baby's sister, who was originally depressed and tingling, didn't care about complaining and immediately became focused. Because they knew clearly that based on the attack released by the fusion demon, the next battle would definitely be a terrifying battle. Since Susu Baby, the person involved, and several others were aware of all this, let alone the audience in the live broadcast room who were just bystanders, after seeing the changes in the game, the audience in the live broadcast room started a crazy discussion, like a colleague exploded. It's all over now. This ice attribute attack seems to be even more outrageous than we thought. Now he attacks beyond our imagination. I thought that he would release some relatively simple attacks at the beginning, but I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. It's really too scary. I really can't imagine this kind of attack. If we face it, how much pressure we will bear. This fusion demon is simply crazy. It's so outrageous right from the start. It really doesn't give us a way to survive. To be honest, just now I thought that the eldest brother was deliberately scaring us and deliberately putting pressure on us. The final situation was not as terrible as he said, but now it seems that this battle is obviously more terrible than he said. I feel like I'm going to explode. The key issue now is that this mechanism is so terrible. Can the eldest brother and others solve it? If they can solve it, we won't have too many problems, and everything will be acceptable to us. If they can't solve it, it will be too difficult. Accompanied by the scalp-numbing discussions of the audience in the live broadcast room, the fusion demon in the game has released its mechanism at this time. I saw ice blades appearing one after another under the yellow magic circle on the ground. As soon as these weapons appeared, they were directly aimed at Shinemo on the ground, and several people stabbed him fiercely. Such a quick and sudden attack, coupled with a dense distribution, this mechanism immediately brought huge pressure to Shinemo and others as soon as it appeared. Seeing the ice blade appear, Susu and his friends were in a hurry. At this time, they didn't care about other people, and put all their hopes on Shinemo. They asked one after another, "What should we do, big brother? The coverage of this ice blade is too large, and looking at the rooster, it is ready to stab us to death. If we are accidentally attacked, it will be too difficult. Do we have any way to deal with it now? Yes, big brother, please save the child. This what makes me a little stupid. I thought his mechanism was just an ordinary simple mechanism. I didn't expect it to be so bluffing. How can we deal with it?" Facing the questions of his teammates, Jinmo's expression seemed unusually indifferent. Although he knew all the cracking methods of the Matrix here, he was not ready to say these methods, because in his opinion, the attack has just begun. If he hurried to say the cracking method, that kind of person would definitely not realize the seriousness of the problem. If everyone does not realize the seriousness of the problem, and the mechanism is solved at the beginning, that kind of person will definitely think that the mechanism here is very simple. If that's the case, then he won't get the result he wants. Seeing Shinemo not saying anything for a long time, the people who were originally full of hope suddenly became depressed. Because in their opinion, since Shinemo didn't say anything, it means that Shinemo probably doesn't know the solution to the mechanism here. This is completely over. I originally thought that the mechanism master here could help us easily solve it, and we don't need to worry about anything. We just need to watch quietly, but I never thought it would be like this. What should we do? Yes, I feel the pressure is full now. All of us put our hopes on the senior brother, waiting for him to help us solve the problem. Now the senior brother has not spoken for a long time. This situation may mean that we can't handle this battle. If the senior brother can't handle it, then the rest of us really have no hope. In this case, I feel that we have nothing to look forward to. After all, the senior brother is the strongest in this game. If he can't handle it, we can't handle it. Stop talking, everyone, don't continue talking. I originally thought that I don't need to worry about anything, everything is under control. If it is the current situation, then I really don't want to continue watching. For the restless discussion of the audience in the live broadcast room, Shinimo still behaved very calmly. In his opinion, although everyone is restless now, they are not completely desperate. Under this premise, if he rushes to solve it, it will only affect his income. Although it is a bit cruel to do so, in order to get the results he wants, he must do so. As long as he does so, he can get everything. Because Shinimo didn't speak for a long time, Su Shubao and the others in the team naturally couldn't put their hopes on him. They could only rely on their own ideas and operations to avoid the attacks of the ice spikes in the room. The threat of these ice spikes is naturally very scary, but fortunately, Su Shubao and the others are not ordinary people, they are all masters with very strong strength. Facing this wave of attacks, they all responded accordingly. They successfully avoided the first wave of full-screen attacks from the Fusion Star Demon through various different methods, including movement and evasion. After dodging the attacks, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but celebrate. Fortunately, although this mechanism is very dangerous, it leaves us enough space to evade. In this case, we don't need to worry too much. We just need to evade in our own way, and we can successfully evade. It seems that we think too much. This mechanism is really not threatening. We don't need to worry about anything if we have space to evade. We just need to see where the ice spikes will appear and then move, and there will be no problem. Just as everyone was celebrating excitedly, an unexpected scene appeared on the screen. I saw that on the floor of the room that had just been cleared, dense magic prompt circles appeared again. Compared with the number of magic prompt circles just now, the number of magic prompt circles this time was obviously denser. The number of patients increased significantly, and the evasion range was reduced by 1 circle of magic prompt circles. Everyone present couldn't help it at the time, and they started to refresh frantically as if they were half exploded. What the hell? I saw it. What the hell is going on? Logically, shouldn't the mechanism of releasing this fusion demon be fixed? How can it keep increasing? In this situation, there is no way for us to survive. I don't know what to do now. It's really a bit surprising. I really didn't expect this battle to end up like this. The mechanism of releasing this fusion demon is terrible. It will keep increasing. I really don't know how to deal with it. The key is that the mechanism here is impossible for us to deal with it. This is the scene that makes my scalp numb the most. If the senior brother can't solve this situation, then I guess no one in the whole game can solve it. If that happens, it will be over. Anyway, I have already wanted to give up this battle. After all, the strength of this fusion demon is really far beyond my tolerance. If it continues like this, I really don't know how to deal with it. Chapter 558. According to the thoughts of everyone present, when the fusion demon releases a wave of mechanisms, it will start the next wave of mechanisms. The same mechanism will definitely not be released twice, but what they never dreamed of was that the fusion demon's attack was not only released twice, but each time was more terrifying than the last. Looking at the many magic prompt circles added in the room, and the remaining evasive space, Susu Baby and the others couldn't help it at the time, and they immediately started to complain. No, this fusion demon is probably seriously ill. What kind of cowhorse mechanism is he releasing? The first wave of attacks he released was already outrageous and scary enough. I thought that was the ultimate attack, but I didn't expect him to release a more terrifying attack in the opposite direction. This is a bit difficult for us. We were able to dodge easily just now, because we had enough space to dodge, but now the range he released this time has almost no space for us to dodge. In this case, how can we dodge? Although he knew that everyone's emotions were a little numb at this time, considering that his original plan was to wait until everyone was completely desperate before telling everything, he still remained calm at this time. Just when everyone was complaining crazily, the second wave of the fusion demon's mechanism had been released. The whole room was instantly covered by dense ice spikes. Such a sudden attack, such a terrifying coverage range, if it were an ordinary player, it would probably have been beaten to no way out, with only a dead end. But for Chinimo and others, there is still a certain amount of room for operation. Jujubeobo and his friends are all serious masters, and they are the top players from the 60th version to the present. Although they were a little embarrassed, they still managed to dodge this wave of attacks with their previous skills. Seeing Chinemo and his friends successfully dodge the second wave of the fusion demon, the attackers were not happy at all, because they knew clearly that this was just the beginning, and the fusion demon would release more outrageous mechanisms next, and the results would be uncertain at that time. This is too difficult. How can an elite monster be so difficult? Is this a fusion demon? This is a bit too much. I thought that the elite monsters in the dungeon would not be too difficult, and could be easily dealt with. As a result, I never thought that they were so powerful. This is too difficult. Now I don't know what to do. At the beginning, I thought that everything was under our control, and there was no big threat, but now it seems that this battle has completely exceeded our control. As for the current situation, I think the subsequent battles are beyond our response scope, because the attacks of this fusion demon will inevitably become more and more terrifying. If that happens, we will be killed directly if we don't respond in time. The key to the problem now is still on the eldest brother. It depends on whether the eldest brother can handle this battle. If the eldest brother can handle it, then we don't need to worry too much. Everything is under our control. If the eldest brother can't handle it, then what awaits us is the most tragic ending. Along with the restless discussion of the audience in the live broadcast room, the fusion demon in the game has undergone new changes again. At the beginning, the fusion demon was just standing at the edge of the room, but now he has moved to the middle of the room. After moving to the middle of the room, he raised his hands again. As his hands were raised, dense magic prompt circles appeared on the ground again. Compared with the previous time, there were obviously more magic prompt circles on the ground this time. If the magic prompt right just now still gave everyone enough room to deal with it, and allowed everyone to dodge easily, then the current magic knight circle is already full of pressure, and the entire ground is all yellow. It was shrouded into a ground with almost no space. Looking at the mechanism that was almost impossible to dodge, Susu Baby and others were completely desperate, because they knew clearly that even if they successfully avoided this wave of attacks with their own strength, the fusion demon would definitely release new attacks next. Once the fusion demon really released a new attack, it would definitely be more terrifying than this attack. At that time, they would have no possibility of dodge at all. Thinking about what was about to happen, everyone present instantly collapsed, and they all started shouting. We can't just hide, we must quickly find a way to interrupt the governance mechanism, and stop the mechanism here, otherwise as time goes by, we will definitely be forced into a desperate situation by the mechanism here. Yes, you are right. But the problem now is the mechanism here. I don't see any possibility of evasion. This mechanism restricts us tightly. How can we evade? I don't see any problem anyway. It can be imagined that even Susu Baby and several other big masters have fallen into collapse at this time, let alone the audience in the live broadcast room, who are ordinary players. After seeing the development of the fusion demon mechanism, they also fell into a violent state. It's all over now. Who would have thought that this fusion demon could be so terrifying? The mechanism they released really made me a little confused. I thought he released some simple mechanisms, but I never thought it would be so terrible. Yes, who said it wasn't? The operation of this fusion demon really refreshed my cognition. The key is that his mechanism has just begun. There will be more and more outrageous mechanisms in the future. In this case, how should we face it? I can only say that the current situation is much more serious than we imagined. I really don't know what to do. If I can't find a solution, I feel that I have completely lost confidence in this battle. Don't say it, don't say it. I was a little collapsed and didn't want to face the current mechanism. Now I feel even more at a loss after hearing what everyone said. In this situation, I think we should just give up. At the same time, the fusion demon in the game changed again. This time, as he attacked, a large area of yellow prompt magic circles on the ground increased. The yellow warning magic circle he released before it almost covered the entire room. After he made his move this time, it seemed that there was almost no space to hide in the entire room. Looking at the changes in the room, the desperate Susu Baby couldn't help but ask, is there really no way to fight this battle, senior brother? If there is really no way, I feel that we can give up. After all, as far as the current attack is concerned, there is no significant solution at all. This is really too difficult. Yes, senior brother, even if we can avoid the attack of this monster, as time goes by, this battle will definitely enter the kind of continuous strengthening. At that time, we will still be dead. Listening to the questions of his teammates and looking at the discussion of the audience in the live broadcast room, Shinemo nodded with satisfaction. He knew that this battle had entered the stage he wanted. What he had to do next was very simple, that is, to completely solve the mechanism here. In the current situation, as long as he can completely solve the mechanism here, he will definitely get the result he wants. After he solves the mechanism that everyone seems to have no solution to, the audience in the live broadcast room will definitely give him gifts crazily. Brothers, I know you are all upset and frustrated now, but don't worry, the current mechanism is not as terrible as you imagine. This mechanism actually has a solution. I will show you the solution to this mechanism next. Just wait and see. Hearing Shinmo's comfort, the audience in the live broadcast room, who had been desperate, suddenly became energetic again. At the beginning, they thought that everything was gone. Now it seems that there is still great hope. Really? Did I hear correctly? The elder brother is not comforting us, just the current mechanism. I can't see any solution at all. How dare the elder brother say that he can solve the mechanism here? Is he lying? Yes, I originally thought that the mechanism here is completely unsolvable, and there will be no other possibilities. But now that I hear what the elder brother said, I suddenly have hope again. If the elder brother is comforting us, then I really have a little collapse. To be honest, if someone else did this, I would definitely think he was comforting us, but since it is the elder brother, the most powerful existence in this game, then I believe that since he said so, he will definitely do what he said. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. That's right. According to my experience of watching the elder brother's live broadcast for many years, the elder brother has never deceived us over the years. As long as he says something, he will generally do it. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. Because it has been decided to completely solve the mechanism here, Shinmo didn't do anything fancy. He directly focused his attention on the fusion demon in the game, and saw that the fusion demon had already released a wave of mechanisms, and was in the process of releasing the next wave of mechanisms. Seeing this scene, Shinmo suddenly became happy, because he knew clearly that the time for him to solve the mechanism had just come. What he had to do next was very simple, that is, to completely solve this mechanism. Brothers, you don't need to do anything now, just keep your distance and wait for my good news. I will solve this problem as quickly as possible, and then there will be no other problems left. First, he calmed down the emotions of the people present, and then Shinmo. He began to rush towards the fusion demon not far away. Because the second wave of attack of the fusion demon had not been released at this time, the room was in an empty stage at this time. In this case, the sinking would naturally not be affected. He rushed to the side of the fusion demon at the fastest speed. After rushing to the side of the fusion demon, he used a skill to attack the fusion demon. The skill he released was nothing else but the Hunter Wave Slash skill commonly used by Ghost Swordsman. Although the Hunter Wave Slash is only a very low-level skill among all the skills of the Ghost Swordsman and cannot cause any damage, it has a very invincible attribute, that is, it can forcibly interrupt any attack. Even if the monster is in the hegemony stage, it will not have any effect. In this case, when Shinmo's attack was launched, the fusion demon was immediately picked up and flew into the air. This wave of attacks instantly shocked everyone present, because they really did not expect Shinmo. After attacking the fusion demon really collapsed on the ground. Since the fusion demon had already collapsed on the ground, it meant that the attack of the fusion demon had ended. The threatening attack on them had been easily resolved by Shinmo. After seeing such an outrageous scene, everyone present couldn't help it at that time, and the barrage was like boiling, and began to refresh crazily. No way, can the mechanism here really be solved so easily? Logically speaking, this mechanism shouldn't be. It's very difficult. Shouldn't it be completely unsolvable? How could it be so easily controlled by the senior brother? Yes, this operation made me a little dumbfounded. I thought that this battle was unsolvable, and there would be no other changes. As a result, I never thought that the senior brother would solve the mechanism with one move. He really refreshed my cognition. What is strength? This is the strength that suffocates us. I never dreamed that there is such a terrifying existence in this game. For this invincible mechanism, it can be easily solved. If it were us, we might have died countless times. If that's the case, then I feel that this battle is not as terrible as imagined. Since the senior brother has solved the problem now, then what we have to do next is extremely simple. We just need to watch the senior brother's performance quietly, and then learn from it. Chapter 559. Originally, after seeing the several mechanisms released in the fusion operation, the people present thought that the strength of the fusion demon was very terrifying and very difficult to deal with. But now, after seeing Shinmo casually take action and solve the mechanism of the fusion demon, their mentality suddenly relaxed. Because they clearly know that they don't need to face the attack of the fusion demon directly now. Chinemo will protect them from the wind and rain in front. As long as Chinemo can solve all the mechanisms of the fusion demon, they will not be threatened. And according to the current situation, the fusion demon has released the mechanism back and forth for a long time, and the release mechanism is not a big threat. Basically, Chinemo can solve it. In this case, they don't need to worry about too many problems. Not only the audience in the live broadcast room think so. Even Susu Baby and others have the same idea at this time. They are seeing how to find the demon. After the ice thorn mechanism ended, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's a good thing that I got scared. I thought this fusion demon was invincible, and there was no solution. But now it seems that the mechanisms he released are not too threatening to us. We still have a solution. It's really a bit surprising. The attack of this fusion demon looks scary, but it's very easy to solve. We don't need to worry about the senior brother just casually solving it. Faced with everyone's flattery, Chinemo couldn't help but reveal a strange smile on his face. On the surface, it seems that the demon has been controlled by him and beaten by him, but in fact, the demon is not so easy to solve. At this time, the mechanism released by the fusion demon is less than a quarter of all his mechanisms. In the subsequent battles, the fusion demon will release more and more outrageous mechanisms. If you are anxious to celebrate in this situation, the most terrible result will surely be waiting for everyone. Everyone felt that this battle was no longer threatening, and now they heard that Susu Baby and others had the same opinion. The audience in the live broadcast room suddenly became interested, and the barrage began to refresh frantically as if it had exploded. It seems that we really have nothing to worry about next. Big Brother, plus Susu Baby, and a few other big guys, their team combination is definitely the strongest combat power in this game. Even if the fusion demon is in front of these people, it must be no threat. It is indeed like this. If I was a little worried and a little afraid before, then now seeing how powerful Big Brother's move is, I will relax in the future. With Big Brother's strength, he can control a small fusion demon. Isn't that easy? I just don't know what will happen next with this fusion. What mechanism will the demon release? And what terrifying threat will it release? At the beginning, I thought he was so powerful and brave, but now it seems that he is just SOSO. No time to explain, Big Brother, start your performance quickly, I can't wait to see you kill the core demon. This should be the last Abyss demon in the Super Time and Space War. After you solve it, there will be no other pressure. Seeing that everyone present was getting more and more excited, Chinemo, who is a pressure monster, naturally came out to put pressure on everyone. He took a deep breath, put on a very solemn expression, and said to everyone, "Brothers, I know everyone is very excited, but I want to advise everyone not to be too anxious and excited, because I have already told you before that this monster has all kinds of invincible mechanisms. Now it's just the beginning. If we relax our vigilance and start celebrating in this situation, then wait a while. When the fusion demon releases all the mechanisms, this battle will reach a point where it is impossible to solve." There was no surprise. After hearing what Chinemo said, the people who were celebrating wildly and relaxed their vigilance immediately became confused. They thought that this battle was almost over, and there would be no other accidents. As a result, after hearing what Chinemo said now, this battle seemed to have just begun, and there was still a long time before the end. Such a result really made them a little unexpected. Because they really didn't expect this situation, all the Susu Baby sisters in the team couldn't help but start talking about it. "Big Brother, are you sure you are not kidding? Are you sure there are still many things left to be released in this battle? Why do I feel that this fusion demon has almost released its mechanism? In this situation, I can't see any threat at all. If you say so, I am really surprised. Yes, Big Brother, this fusion demon is just an elite monster. Is he really as scary as you say? If he is really that scary, then I feel that he is a little too powerful, even more powerful than the boss of Luke's copy." It is conceivable that even Zuxubeobo and other anchors were shocked by Chinmo's words, not to mention the ordinary players who were watching the live broadcast. After hearing Chinmo's narration, the bullet screen in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. No way, I didn't hear it wrong. How come at this time, the eldest brother is still so cautious, so careful? How powerful is this fusion demon? Can he show this state? Yes, this makes me a little confused now. In this situation, shouldn't it be the end of the battle? Next, we just need to follow the steps, and this battle will be completely over. How could there be other situations? Do you think there is a possibility that the eldest brother is joking with us on purpose and deliberately putting pressure on us? He feels that we are a little too relaxed, so he puts pressure on us, makes us worry, and then gives us a surprise. To be honest, if other people did this, I would definitely think that the eldest brother was joking with us, but the person who did this now is the eldest brother, the most powerful existence in this game, so I believe that what he said is most likely true. Chin Mo did not explain too much to the doubts of the people present, because he knew clearly that in the next process, the fusion demon would show everything for him, and he only needed to wait quietly for the performance of the fusion demon. These people attacked the fusion demon again, and after a while, the fusion demon suddenly stood up. After he stood up, he immediately released a terrifying shock wave to the surroundings. The coverage area instantly enveloped the people. This wave of attacks was not a threat to Chin Mo. After all, Chin Mo had faced such attacks countless times before, but for the other people in the team, it instantly put a lot of pressure on them. They had never expected that the fusion demon would attack like this, and they were hit by the fusion demon without any defense. After being attacked by the shock wave of the fusion demon, they fell into a frozen state. If it were normal, even if they entered the frozen state, everyone would not be too worried. After all, in the usual dungeon, the threat posed by the monsters would not be too great, and releasing attacks on them would not kill them. But in this situation, it is a little different. In this situation, everything can be said to be full of danger. The damage of the fusion demon is extremely terrifying. If they cannot release the frozen state, then the most terrible result will definitely be waiting for them. Big brother, what's going on? Why are we frozen for no reason? Where did this wave of freezing attacks come from? What should we do now? This attack came too quickly. Why do I feel like I can't handle it? Not only Susu Baby and his friends, but even the audience in the live broadcast room, who were just watching the show, were frightened by the sudden attack of the fusion demon. Thinking of what Chin Mo said just now, everyone's emotions instantly reached the peak. No way, no way, this fusion demon really released a new mechanism, and this new mechanism looks too scary, right? It's a large area freezing attack. How can people avoid this attack? Yes, I didn't expect this fusion demon to attack like this. I thought he wouldn't release any more threats next, but he hit me in the face. This was really beyond my expectation. No wonder the senior brother told us not to celebrate and calm down. This new fusion demon can really release a hard attack. This wave of attacks is beyond my cognition. If it were me, it would be a disaster. The key issue now is whether the senior brother has any way to deal with this kind of mechanism. He is the hope of all of us. If he can solve it, we won't have too much pressure. If he can't solve it, then we're done. Because he knew that this wave of attacks from the fusion demon would not be too dangerous, Chin Mo's expression seemed very calm, and he was not prepared to put pressure on everyone in this wave. His idea was very simple, that is, to let everyone feel what oppression is. Now that everyone has felt the threat of the fusion demon, he should naturally tell everyone the clever solution. Don't get excited, this is just a small mechanism of the fusion demon. Although this mechanism is a bit sudden and scary, it is still easy to solve. We only need to use a world relic to solve this abnormal state. After hearing that the solution to this freezing attack is so simple, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they used it one by one. As everyone used this medicine, the freezing on their bodies was really solved instantly. After seeing that the freezing effect on themselves was lifted, and they had returned to normal, everyone calmed down immediately, because in their opinion, this mechanism could be easily solved, so other mechanisms would be even less threatening to them. I was shocked. I thought this fusion demon was going to give us a wave of terror, but I didn't expect that he only made a wave. Such a simple attack, this kind of attack is basically no pressure for us. It is indeed very simple. This fusion demon looks scary with fancy tricks, but in fact, it is just a roadside demon. With the senior brother, he can be easily controlled, and there will be no problem at all. Just when everyone was excited and talked about it crazily praising Chin Mo, the battle situation in the game, new changes occurred again. The fusion demon that had just stagnated had moved to the right side of the room again without knowing when. After moving to the right side of the room, the fusion demon raised his hands directly. As his hands were raised, yellow prompt magic circles appeared one after another on the ground. After seeing the changes in the game, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly felt a huge pressure again, because they clearly knew that this was another round of attacks by the fusion demon. It's all over now. This fusion demon is too powerful. Why are there new mechanisms one after another? Master has this way of attacking. My scalp is numb just looking at it. How can I deal with it? Yes, this is indeed a bit too scary. This battle feels completely beyond my imagination. I originally thought that the difficulty of this super time and space battle was mainly concentrated on the final bosses, but I didn't expect that these elite monsters in the front were so powerful. If this is the case, then I think the difficulty of this copy is indeed beyond our cognition. I don't know whether we should face this corruption next. My strength will inevitably suffer a huge threat when facing this copy. Now the key to the problem is still on the eldest brother. If the eldest brother can solve these problems, then we will not have any big threats. Everything is under our control. If the eldest brother cannot solve the problems here, then we are completely finished. Chapter 560. The crowd, who were originally very excited about the changes of the fusion demon, suddenly became extremely uncomfortable because they knew clearly. Judging from the current attack signs of the fusion demon, the mechanism he will release next will definitely be very terrifying. In this case, the problems they will face will also be extremely dangerous. They don't know what kind of mechanism the fusion demon will release next. Without knowing what kind of mechanism, they naturally don't know how to deal with it. After realizing that the fusion demon is likely to release a relatively terrifying mechanism next, Susu Baby and others couldn't help it at that time. They immediately asked one after another, "Big brother, how should we deal with it now? How do I feel? This fusion demon is going to give us a big wave next. In this case, should we do anything? I can't see how this monster can deal with it at all." Yes, big brother, you should have dealt with the mechanism of this fusion demon before. Even if you haven't found a solution, you should know the attack process of this mechanism. As long as you tell us the attack process of this mechanism, our emotions will be much more stable. Faced with everyone's questions, Chinmo's expression did not change at all, because he knew clearly that although everyone was very anxious and worried now, but it was not the time for him to solve the problem. If he solved the problem here directly now, what awaited him was an unacceptable result. On the contrary, if he waited quietly until the fusion demon showed all the mechanisms, and after putting full pressure on the audience in the live broadcast room, he would show the mechanisms here, then he would naturally get the results he wanted. Because he was not in a hurry to explain the mechanism, Chinmo did not speak. In this situation, the audience in the live broadcast room, who were originally full of hope, suddenly became depressed. In their opinion, since Chinmo did not speak, it is likely that Chinmo did not know the clever solution here. This is a bit too difficult for them. This is completely over. I thought that the eldest brother knew the solution to this mechanism, and could help us solve the problem. But now it seems that he does not know the solution here. In this case, how should we deal with it next? Yes, this battle seems to have entered a mode that we cannot solve. In this case, if we can't find a solution, then the next problem will be very serious, and what awaits us will be the most terrible result. It's too difficult. It's really too difficult. I really didn't expect this battle to develop to this point. At present, to be honest, I can't find any solution. How should we deal with this situation? To be honest, if I were to deal with it directly, I guess my mentality would have collapsed, but fortunately, we have the senior brother in front to protect us from the wind and rain. In this case, we still have great hope. It depends on whether the senior brother can solve the problem. Along with the worried discussion of the audience in the live broadcast room, the fusion constellation model in the game has released the mechanism at this time. At this time, dense blue ice blocks appeared in the sky, covering most of the space in the sky. Although the attack of the fusion demon has not been released at this time, according to the way he is releasing the matrix now, and after Susu Baby and his many years of gaming experience, everyone instantly realized the existence of the problem. No, this fusion demon is so brave, he will not release a mechanism corresponding to the ground next, each one on the ground. The yellow prompt magic circle corresponds to an ice cube in the sky. If this is the case, then the threat to us is too great. So many ice cubes are smashing down on the ground. Even if we can avoid most of the attacks, if we are attacked by an ice cube, the final result will be very terrible. Seeing that everyone has realized the seriousness of the problem at this time, Chinmo will naturally take the opportunity to put pressure on everyone. He took a deep breath, put on a very serious expression, and said to everyone in the team, "Brothers, what you said is right. The mechanism of releasing the new fusion demon is just as you said. Each yellow magic circle on the ground represents the location where the fusion demon will fall. If we are accidentally hit by the ice falling from the sky, we will not only suffer the most terrible damage, but more importantly, we will be frozen in place. Can you imagine what will happen if we cannot move under such a fierce attack of the fusion demon?" It must be said that Chinmo is really good at putting pressure on the audience in the live broadcast room. The audience in the live broadcast room still had a glimmer of hope and felt that the problem was not too serious. But now, after listening to Chinmo's analysis, they all collapsed in an instant. Because it was such a headache, the bullet screen in the live broadcast room started to refresh frantically, as if it had exploded. This is completely busy. I originally thought that everything was under our control. Although the next problem was a bit serious, it was not unsolvable. But now it seems that I still thought the problem was a bit too simple. This fusion demon is really outrageous. I'm just outrageous, it's simply outrageous. I feel my scalp tingling just listening to his mechanisms. I don't know how to deal with it, let alone let me do it. Facing the current situation, it is really beyond my cognition. I don't know what to do. The road is almost over here. With the strength shown by the demon now, I can't think of any solution. Now we can't do anything. We can only wait quietly. The final result appeared. For us, the mechanism here is indeed a bit unsolvable, but for the eldest brother, that's not necessarily the case. With the strength shown by the eldest brother now, I believe he must have a corresponding way to deal with it. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room were talking, the ice in the game had already hit the ground fiercely. Chinemo and others on the ground. The ice cubes fell very fast, and the coverage area was also terrifying, so the situation of the battle reached a very scary level in an instant. Looking at the ice cubes falling madly to the ground, Susu Baby and his friends didn't care to say anything. They all began to deal with it attentively. Although this wave of attacks was a little scary and dangerous, Susu Baby and his friends were all top-notch masters. After they found that something was wrong, their concentration was also pulled to the extreme. Relying on years of gaming experience and focused observation, although the few people were a little embarrassed, they still managed to dodge the rocks that fell from the sky to the ground. After dodging the first wave of attacks from the fused demons, everyone did not relax too much, because they knew clearly that in terms of the current situation, there was still a long way to go before the problem was solved. The mechanism released by the fused demons before was a continuous attack mechanism. After dodging the first wave of attacks, the fused demons' attacks would not stop, but would continue to release the second step, and it would be a more powerful second step. In this case, if they could not cope with it, it would be too difficult. Big Brother, if I'm not mistaken, this fusion demon will most likely release a second wave of attacks. In this case, can we do anything? Can we interrupt his attack? If we can't interrupt it, his continuous attack will be too scary. Yes, Big Brother's problem has indeed reached a very dangerous point. In this case, if we can't find a solution, then as the fusion demon mechanism becomes stronger, the most terrible result will definitely be waiting for us. It can be imagined that even Susu Baby and several other anchors were terrified, let alone the audience in the live broadcast room, who are ordinary players. After hearing that this battle will eventually develop to such a terrifying point, everyone's emotions suddenly became a little unbearable. Oh my god, I'm so shocked. Will this battle be so outrageous in the end? I originally thought it could be easily resolved. There wouldn't be any big problems. But now it seems that this battle will become a nightmare for all of us, and we can't find any way to deal with it at all. It's really too difficult. As far as the current situation is concerned, it has indeed exceeded our cognition. Next, we have no way to deal with it at all. We can only see if the eldest brother can find a solution. If he can find it, the problem is not particularly serious. If he can't find it, then it's really over. Although I know that the eldest brother is very powerful, but as far as the current situation is concerned, I don't dare to believe that the eldest brother can solve these problems. After all the mechanisms of this fusion demon are much more terrifying than we imagined. Stop talking, don't continue talking. As far as the current situation is concerned, if you continue talking, then I feel that my mentality will collapse. I don't want to face this mechanism at all. At the same time, the fusion demon in the game changed again. After releasing the first wave of attacks, he did not stop attacking, but immediately started the second wave of attacks. At this time, the number of yellow magic circles on the ground has obviously increased. Although the number of increases this time is not large, and it does not cover all the space on the ground, but under the current situation, the pressure of increasing so many numbers is still extremely great for everyone. Because they clearly know that this is not just a simple matter of adding a little bit, but if they still can't interrupt the attack of the demon, and let his attack continue, then what awaits everyone will be the most terrible result? As time goes by, the attack method of the fusion demon will only become more and more terrifying. It won't be long before his attack will cover the entire room. At that time, even if everyone is a god, it will be impossible to avoid all these attacks. Thinking about the situation they will face next, everyone has no other way at this time, and they can only look at it. Chinemo and his hope once again placed on Chinemo. Big Brother, is there really no solution to the mechanism here? As for the attacks released by this fusion demon, I feel that the pressure is too great for us. If we can't find a solution, then we will be really numb. Yes, yes, big brother, please think of a solution quickly. The current problem has exceeded our response range. In this case, we must quickly find a solution. If we can find it, it's fine. If not, there is only one way to go. Seeing that everyone's emotions have been mobilized at this time, Chinimo will naturally not do anything fancy here. He smiled and said, I know everyone is very troubled and worried now, but everyone does not need to be too desperate, because the mechanism here is not completely without a solution. Hearing Chinmo's words, everyone who was about to explode instantly regained hope. At this time, they could not get through other distractions and began to ask questions. Big brother, are you telling the truth? Is there really a solution to the mechanism here? Why do I feel that the mechanism here has reached a point of despair? What other solutions are there? Yes, big brother, don't lie to us. I know you are worried that we are too desperate and that our mentality is wrong. Your comfort can only play a temporary role and will not play a full role. In this case, it can't solve any problems. I can see that the difficulty of this fusion demon is too high. There is absolutely no solution. In this case, even Big Brother is gone. The way to change can only comfort us in this way. What else can we do? I know everyone is anxious, but don't worry. If someone else said this, I would definitely not believe it, but since Big Brother is the one who created countless records, I believe he must have a reason for saying this. Chapter 561. Knowing that the mechanism released by the fusion demon at this time was not enough to cause the most terrifying pressure on everyone present, Chinimo did not do too many fancy things on this mechanism. After releasing a wave of pressure on everyone, he immediately chose to solve the problem. Brothers, I have told you more than once that no matter what monster it is, no matter what mechanism it is, as long as it is a mechanism, there is a solution. We only need to find the corresponding solution to crack the matrix. Although the hail attack released by the fusion demon is very scary and terrifying, it is actually quite simple to stop it from attacking. Next, everyone, watch carefully. I will show you how to stop his attack. After all the emotions of the people present were mobilized, I did not do anything fancy. He immediately began to approach the fusion demon. As he approached, the number of yellow circles on the ground increased again. In the past, the number of ice cubes in the room only occupied more than half, and there was still a lot of space to hide. As the fusion demon became stronger this time, the number of ice cubes he released had covered more than half of the room. In this situation, everyone present felt a huge pressure, because they knew clearly that it would be very difficult for Chinimo to get close to the fusion demon. If Chinimo could avoid the attack of the ice cubes on the ground, it would be fine. If Chinimo could not avoid the attack of the ice cubes on the ground, then the most terrible result would be waiting for them. If Chinimo had any problems at that time, the final result would be somewhat unacceptable. After realizing how this battle might develop, the emotions of the people present could not be restrained at that time. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room was like boiling and began to refresh frantically. Oh my god, isn't the mechanism of this fusion demon a little too scary? Why did he do this again? The attack is almost full screen, and now the yellow magic circle on the ground is so wide. Why do I feel that there is no room to dodge? That's right, the yellow circle on the ground now covers too wide a range, which is absolutely unacceptable in this situation. If the eldest brother can't dodge the ice and is hit by the attack, then he will have a hard time next, and we won't know the solution to the mechanism. To be honest, given the current situation, if it were someone else, I guess I would have given up hope and would no longer consider anything. But since the elder brother has created countless miracles and helped us solve countless problems, I believe he must have an explanation. Whether it works or not, we must at least finish watching it. The mechanism here is indeed scary, but don't forget. The elder brother has given us so many surprises over the years. Since he was able to surprise us before, I believe he can definitely surprise us now. For the concerns and discussions of the audience in the live broadcast room, Qingyue did not pay too much attention at this time, because he knew the current situation clearly, and it was not time for him to show off. Now he had only one thing to do, that is to solve the mechanism of the fusion demon as quickly as possible. As long as he can quickly solve this mechanism, he can get any result he wants, and everything will be under his control. Thinking about what he might get next, Chinmo couldn't help but start to lay the groundwork for the audience in the live broadcast room. Brothers, I know everyone is worried, but don't worry too much. Even if the mechanism here is outrageous, it has not reached the point where it cannot be solved. In this case, we have enough ways to solve the problem here. First, he comforted the audience in the live broadcast room. Then Chinimo put all his thoughts on the game. Looking at the dense yellow prompt magic circles on the ground, His expression did not change at all. He immediately started to walk towards the fusion demon not far away. He walked back and forth in the room, left and right. According to the thoughts of everyone present, if the current mechanism wanted to be solved, it would definitely be very difficult, and even sinking close to the fusion demon would not be easy. But what they never expected was that even though the ground was full of various attacks, Chinemo still relied on his own movement to quickly approach the fusion demon. After approaching the fusion demon, Chinemo attacked with his backhand. The attack he released was nothing else. His strongest damage skill, Phantom Sword Dance, was fast. The sword energy of the swinging sword hit the fusion demon crazily. At the beginning, the fusion demon didn't react at all, and it seemed that it didn't suffer any damage, but as time went on, Chinmo's attack damage became higher and higher, and the fusion demon, who had been releasing the mechanism, suddenly squatted down. According to the game settings, when squatting, it means that the monster has entered a weak state. Seeing that the fusion demon was really dealt with by Chinemo at this time, everyone present couldn't help it. Too strong, really too strong. How can the eldest brother be so strong? The current mechanism was really dealt with by him casually. I thought he was comforting us. I didn't expect that what he said was actually true. His strength is really too invincible. More than invincible, it is simply unbelievable. The attack mechanism released by this fusion demon, I feel outrageous just standing here as a spectator. But the eldest brother cracked it casually. His strength is really the best in the world. What is the strength gap? This is the gap between us and the eldest brother. The gap in strength. We thought the mechanism here is difficult to solve, very scary, but in fact the mechanism here is completely under the control of the senior brother, and it can be solved easily. If that's the case, then this battle seems to be no pressure for us. The mechanism of this fusion demon has just been released, and it has been solved by the senior brother. He is really amazing. Not only the audience in the live broadcast room, but also Susu Baby and several other anchors relaxed their vigilance after seeing that the fusion demon was so easily dealt with by Chinemo. Because in their opinion, the mechanism here can be easily controlled by Chinemo, so even if the fusion demon releases a new mechanism in a while, Shinshin can solve it. As long as Chinemo can solve all the mechanisms, this battle will not be a big threat to them. Thinking about the possible situations that may arise later, the baby and the others did not do anything fancy, and they all started to celebrate the victory of this battle. Too strong, really too strong, it has to be the eldest brother. If it were me, I would have been killed long ago and could not resist, but the eldest brother can find various solutions. His strength is amazing. It's true. If any of us were to face this situation, the final outcome would be a dead end. However, the eldest brother was extremely calm and relaxed when facing this kind of mechanism. It can be seen how fierce he was in this battle. Facing the flattery of his teammates, Chinemo did not rush to do anything fancy. He still maintained a calm attitude. He shook his head indifferently and said to the few people in the team, "I know everyone is very happy and excited now, but don't worry. It seems that there is no threat in this battle now. Everything is under our control, but in fact this battle is still quite difficult. According to my previous experience, in the next battle, the fusion demon will release more and more outrageous mechanisms. In this case, if we are anxious to celebrate and relax our vigilance, then when the fusion action mode releases a new mechanism, we will not be able to deal with it." Originally, everyone present thought that everything was under control, and there would be no more problems. Now, after hearing Chinemo say that there would be other situations later, and they would be particularly difficult, everyone present could no longer hold back. No, you are kidding, senior brother. How could the battle be so terrible? I was still thinking about everything. Everything is under our control, and there will be no other problems. I didn't expect there would be so many accidents now. It is indeed a bit too difficult. I really can't imagine what a terrible result it would be if we were facing this situation. In this state, I feel that it has exceeded my ability to bear. I am a little afraid to face this monster. For us, the only good news is that we don't need to face this monster directly. In front of us, there is senior brother to protect us from the wind and rain. As long as the big brother is there, we don't need to worry too much. The big brother can definitely solve everything. That's right. I've been playing games for so many years, and I've never seen someone as powerful as the big brother. If it were any other game, I would definitely be ready to give up this battle, but in this game, it's because of the big brother that I'm not panicking at all. Just like before, Chinemo remained calm in the face of the crazy flattery of the people present. He didn't say anything, but just focused on attacking the fusion demon. As he attacked, the blood volume of the fusion demon decreased. When the health of the fusion demon dropped to a certain level, it successfully triggered a new round of its mechanism release. The fusion demon, who had been passively beaten, had come to the right side of the room at some point. After coming to the right side of the room, the fusion demon raised his right hand directly. As his hand moved, a dark blue sphere appeared in front of his hand. The size of the sphere was not very large, but it looked very threatening. Seeing the attack released by the fusion demon, several people in the team suddenly became flustered, because at the beginning, they still thought that the fusion demon had released so many terrifying mechanisms before, and even if it released new mechanisms next, it was all within their response range. As a result, they never thought that the attack released by the fusion demon now directly exceeded their response range. In this case, they didn't know what to do for a while. What's going on? What's going on? How come the fusion demon has released another mechanism that looks very outrageous? As for the mechanism he has released now, I feel it is much more outrageous than I imagined. It's really a bit too scary. As soon as this ball appears, I can feel the huge threat. My sixth sense is very accurate. In this situation, I am almost certain that the mechanism that the fusion demon will release next is definitely much more terrifying than we imagined. Listening to the analysis of Suzu Baby and others, the audience in the live broadcast room naturally became more panicked, because they clearly knew that their strength was definitely not as good as Chinemo and others. If Chinemo and others were scared when facing this mechanism, they would definitely have no way out. It's all over now. It seems that we really celebrated too early. We thought everything was under control, and there would be no other problems. But now it seems that the problem is too serious. It doesn't give us any chance to survive. It's really hard to accept the key. The mechanisms released by this fusion demon are more terrifying than the last wave. If this situation continues, I really can't imagine what kind of terrible mechanism he will release next. What should we do when that time comes? The key to this battle now is not us, but the eldest brother. If the eldest brother can solve this problem, then we don't need to worry too much. Everything is under control. If the eldest brother can't solve it, then we are finished. It's too difficult. It's really too difficult. Who would have thought that the battle would eventually develop to this point? At the beginning, I thought that these elite demons were at most Luke's level. Now it seems that each of these elite demons is a heavyweight against Luke. Chapter 562. As the saying goes, unknown dangers are the most frightening. After seeing how terrifying the mechanism released by the fusion demon is, the people who followed the crowd became nervous, because they knew clearly that the mechanisms released by the fusion demon before were all very terrifying. If he was attacked by the mechanism he released by mistake, the most terrible result would be waiting for him. He might even be killed instantly. If he was killed at ordinary times, it would be fine. There would not be any great danger. At most, he could just use the resurrection coins. But now, in front of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room, if he was killed in this situation, it would be really embarrassing, and it might even make all the honors accumulated before go down the drain. Thinking about what would happen in the future if there was a problem, the emotions of the people present suddenly became nervous. At this time, they didn't care about anything else, and one by one, they asked Chinemo about the key to the problem. Brother, if the mechanism here is really as scary as you said, then should we do something? If we can't solve the problem, then the final result will be too terrible for us. Yes, brother, please, find a solution quickly. I really feel a huge pressure in this situation. If there is no solution, then I really don't know how to face this mechanism. My mentality may collapse. Although everyone's emotions were broken at this time, Chinemo did not have any softness, because he knew clearly that in this situation, if he was anxious to tell all the problems, then what awaited him would be all his efforts in vain. If the battle turns out like that, then all of this will make people too desperate. Since he doesn't want to answer the question, Chinemo will naturally not choose to speak. Chinmo's silence instantly makes everyone more desperate. The barrage in the live broadcast room seemed to explode, and it began to refresh frantically. It's over, it's completely over now. I originally thought that the mechanism here is under control, and there will be no problems. The eldest brother will help us solve everything, but now it seems that I still think this matter is a little too simple. This is really a desperate thing for us. That's true. In this situation, I dare not imagine what we will face next. Why can a small elite monster be so powerful? I always think that the elite monster is the simplest monster in this copy. If it looks like this now, his strength must exceed our imagination. Now ask. The key to the problem is that when we faced problems before, the senior brother always protected us from the wind and rain, but in this situation, he can't provide a solution. How should we deal with this? Although the senior brother didn't say anything now, according to my understanding of him over the years, he must have something to say, because over the years, no matter what monster or mechanism, He has never let us down. As everyone present discussed with concern, the fusion demon had already released his mechanism. The fusion demon raised his right hand and raised the ball in his hand, and then threw it directly at Shin-Mo and others. The original ball flew very fast, and it flew in front of everyone in almost the blink of an eye. According to everyone's idea, this ball should have only one coverage range, and there would be no other additional damage. But what they never expected was that the ball released by the fusion demon at this time was not only of a fixed size after being thrown, but also had a corresponding coverage range. When the ball flew over, the surrounding area was covered with a blue airflow, according to the mechanism released by the fusion demon. How terrifying is it? Everyone present suddenly felt a huge pressure, because they knew clearly that this terrifying coverage range. If they could not solve it, then what awaited them would be the most terrible result. After asking Shin-Mo about the sinking, Shin-Mo did not give an answer. At this time, everyone did not continue to ask Shin-Mo, but began to face it with their own efforts based on their many years of game experience. Although the attack released by the fusion demon in this wave was very outrageous and scary, Suzu Baby and others were not weaklings. Their strength was first class. When facing the flying ball attack, they all thought of ways to deal with it in an instant. Several people turned left and right for a long time, and in a blink of an eye, they had dodged the first ball. In the past, with such strength, everyone was not threatened. After dodging the first ball, everyone was not too happy, because they knew clearly that they would definitely be attacked more and more outrageously in the current situation. In this case, the first attack they dodged was nothing. Isn't this attack a bit too scary? How come the attack of this ball alone looks outrageous enough? How come there is an even more outrageous range attack on the backhand? How can we avoid it? Yes, it is indeed a bit too scary. I thought this ball only had its main attack, but I didn't expect it to have such a terrifying range attack. In this case, if we want to avoid it, it will be very difficult. The key to the problem now is that I feel that the attack released by this monster is not the final attack. There will be more outrageous situations next. In this case, if we don't find a solution, then when the subsequent mechanism appears, we will be finished. Don't worry, the current situation is indeed a little difficult, but it has not reached that particularly difficult point. My idea is very simple, that is, everyone wait and see what the senior brother says. The senior brother must have a corresponding solution. Since the audience in the live broadcast room, who are bystanders, are shocked by the mechanism of the fusion demon, let alone the Suzu Baby and the others, who are the parties involved. At this time, each of Suzu Baby and the others fell into despair. They knew that this battle had reached a fatal threat stage. According to their many years of game experience, in the next process, the fusion demon will inevitably release more and more outrageous mechanisms. Now it is so difficult for them to avoid this initial mechanism. If the fusion demon releases an advanced mechanism next, it will be too difficult for them. Thinking about what might happen next, Suzu Baby and the others could only put all their expectations on Shin-Mo, and they immediately asked, "Big brother, don't tell me the solution to this mechanism. Is there any way to avoid this mechanism? As for the current mechanism of the fusion demon, we must at least avoid it first, otherwise, what awaits us will be the most terrible result." Yes, big brother, please think of a way quickly, at least let us avoid the mechanism here first. If we can't even avoid the mechanism here, then what awaits us must be a dead end. Just as everyone was begging Shin-Mo here, the fusion demon in the game had changed again. The fusion demon summoned a new sphere in front of him. As soon as this sphere appeared, it immediately gave the most terrifying pressure to everyone present. Because they can clearly see that the size of the sphere summoned by the fusion demon at this time is obviously larger than before. What does this situation mean? On the one hand, it means that the problems that everyone will face next are much more terrifying, and on the other hand, what is more fatal is that the mechanism of the fusion demon will definitely continue to strengthen. If this speed of change continues, the size of the spheres released by the fusion demon will only get bigger and bigger, and in the end it will be impossible to dodge, and at that time everything will be over. It's over, it's completely over now. This fusion demon really refreshed my cognition. I really didn't expect him. He actually has such a terrifying strength, and this mechanism. Are you sure it's not his ultimate mechanism? Why does it keep producing new changes? Yes, I was stunned. I really didn't expect the mechanism of this fusion demon to be so brave. In this situation, I really can't imagine what this fusion demon will release in the future. More outrageous mechanisms will come out. Stop talking, don't continue talking. The current situation has completely exceeded our cognition. There is no room for response. If we can't find a solution, then everything will be completely over. To be honest, if it were someone else, I would definitely have given up hope and would no longer consider anything, but since the eldest brother is the most terrifying existence in this game, then I believe that the eldest brother must have an explanation. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. Because he knew that now was not the best time to show off, Chinemo didn't pay too much attention to the live broadcast room. The audience's discussion, all his thoughts were on the game, and at this time, the ball in front of the fusion demon had been completely released. This sphere is about one circle larger than the previous one. Although the sphere itself is not much larger, you should know the attack of the fusion demon. When this sphere is released, it has a certain coverage range. The larger it is, the larger the coverage range is. The smallest sphere just now only covered the size of a body, forming a fatal pressure. If the next sphere is larger and more outrageous, then they really don't know how to deal with it. After the sphere was condensed, the fusion demon performed the same operation again. He raised the sphere in his hand high, and then threw it at Chinemo and others. The sphere flew very fast, and in the blink of an eye it flew in front of everyone again. Just as everyone guessed, the size of the ball released this time was obviously larger than before, and the range of the ball directly covered about 2 or 3 body positions. You can imagine a ball covering 2 or 3 body positions, flying towards everyone at a fast speed. In this case, let alone dodging, just watching it may make people suffocate. Fortunately, although the attack of this ball is very outrageous and scary, it is not to the point where it is completely impossible to dodge. If it were an ordinary player, facing this attack would definitely be. I don't know how to deal with it, but since it is Susu Baby and his strength, there is no big problem in dodging this attack. The few people once again burst out their most powerful operations. They quickly dodged up and down, and left and right in the room. Relying on more than 10 years of game experience, they finally successfully dodged the attack of this ball. Although Chinemo dodged 2 waves of attacks in a row at this time, everyone's emotions were not. There is a big change. At this time, this battle is already very obvious. Dodging alone cannot solve the problem. If it cannot be interrupted, the attacks released by the fusion demon will only become more and more outrageous. What should we do next? This fusion demon has now released 2 balls, and these 2 balls are more terrifying than each other. In this case, if we can't find a new solution, then there will be no way out for us. It's really too difficult. I can't see any solution to this situation now, and I can't even find a solution to stop it. It's almost impossible to avoid the attack. I feel that this battle has come to the final end. No way, in theory, the eldest brother is the existence that solves everything. If the eldest brother can't solve the problem, then what else can we do? If we can't do anything, then this battle is completely unsolvable? There's no way. The eldest brother is just a mortal after all, not a god. It's already deliberate enough for him to solve 1 or 2 problems. In this situation, it can't be blamed on him. After all, these mechanisms make our scalps numb just by looking at them, let alone facing them. Chapter 563. Just when everyone was worried, the fusion demon in the game had changed again. Previously, it only summoned a sphere, and the size of the sphere was still within the range of everyone's response. This time, the summoned sphere was not only a little bigger, but even more outrageous was that there was 1 more sphere. At this time, there were 2 dark blue spheres in front of the fusion demon, 1 on the left and 1 on the right. It was obvious that they would attack everyone in the next second. Seeing the appearance of the 2 spheres, Susu Baby and his friends, who were already a little scalp tingling, could no longer bear it. They immediately opened their mouths, and madly vented their inner emotions. What the hell? What the hell is this? How can this fusion demon evolve again? I thought he released a ball, and it was outrageous enough to change this ball, but I didn't expect that the number of balls he released could continue to increase. Too scary. If the number of its balls can continue to increase, then this battle will become very scary for us, because we may face more and bigger balls next. How should we avoid them? Listening to his teammates' scalp-numbing discussion, Chinemo couldn't help but show a weird smile on his face. On the surface, it seems that the mechanism released by the fusion demon at this time is extremely terrifying, but in fact, this fusion demon does not contain. It just released some initial mechanisms. In the next battle, the fusion demon will release more and more outrageous mechanisms. Now this mechanism has almost achieved the result he wants, and he can stop after putting pressure on everyone. While Chinemo was thinking silently, the fusion demon had already released his new round of attack, with 2 balls facing each other. Susu and his friends smashed them hard, and the balls flew very fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, they flew in front of everyone. Looking at the 2 terrifying balls and the outrageous coverage, everyone present couldn't help but feel a wave of scalp tingling, because they knew clearly that in the current situation, if Chinemo and his friends could not avoid this wave of attacks, then what awaited them would be the most terrible result. Oh my goodness, this fusion demon is too inhuman. I thought his strength was not as outrageous as we thought, and everything was in our plan, but now it seems that this battle is not as simple as we thought. It is indeed beyond our cognition. In the current situation, it will be very difficult to solve the mechanism of the release of this fusion demon. If the eldest brother and others cannot avoid this attack, then they are doomed. No way, this fusion demon is just an ordinary elite monster. No matter how terrifying his strength is, there should be a limit. How could it be so dangerous? Will it give us a way out? To be honest, if it were anyone else, I would definitely have given up any hope, but since it is the eldest brother, who has created countless miracles, I believe that the eldest brother will definitely show us something. Chinemo didn't pay much attention to the praise and discussion of the audience in the live broadcast room at this time, because he knew clearly that there was only one thing he had to do now, that is, to put pressure on everyone present and ensure that everyone survived in this wave of attacks by the fusion demon. The purpose of putting pressure is to let everyone know how terrifying this battle is and how difficult this battle is, and to ensure that everyone survives is to show everyone what invincible strength is in the next battle process. When facing this basketball attack, don't stand together and spread out. As long as we stand more dispersed, we don't have to worry about being attacked by two balls at the same time. We can deal with them separately. In the case of separate responses, even if the coverage of the ball is large, there will be space for us to dodge. Facing the enhanced attack of the fusion demon, Susu baby women's mentality was a little broken. But now, after hearing Chinmo's reminder, they suddenly became energetic again, because they knew clearly that in the current situation, as long as they did what Chinmo said, they would naturally have a certain amount of operating space. Although this does not completely solve the mechanism, with Chinmo's guidance, the next things will be much simpler. After realizing all this, everyone did not say much nonsense, and immediately began to move around. Everyone's strength is first-class masters, and now with Chinmo's command, everyone can be said to be extremely relaxed. They moved quickly left and right, up and down, and with years of gaming experience and Chinmo's command, they soon successfully avoided the heart attack of the fusion demon. After dodging this wave of attacks, everyone's expressions did not change much, because they knew clearly that as long as the fusion demon's mechanism was not interrupted for 1 minute, the threat of this battle to them would not end for 1 minute. Fortunately, otherwise, I said that we must watch the live broadcast of the senior brother first to see the current mechanism. If it were someone else, they would have been dead. That is, the senior brother's mechanism to deal with this, and ensure the survival of teammates. The senior brother's strength is indeed powerful, but the key to the problem now is that even if this wave of mechanisms is avoided, in the next process, the fusion demon will release more and more outrageous mechanisms, which is the key to the problem. That being said, I think we can always trust the senior brother, because I have never seen anyone more powerful than the senior brother in all these years. The existence of the senior brother must have a solution. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Yes, I think so too. The ability of the senior brother in solving mechanisms is unique. He was able to solve various mechanisms before. I believe he can do it this time. Senior brother, start your performance quickly. I can't wait to give you gifts. Facing the pleading and temptation of the audience in the live broadcast room, Chinemo was still very happy in his heart, because even if the audience in the live broadcast room didn't tempt him with gifts, he would tell the method to crack this kind of mechanism next, and now he can not only gain honors, but also more gifts, which is simply a good thing that falls from the sky. Thinking about what he was about to get, Chinemo couldn't help it at that time, and he immediately spoke to the audience in the live broadcast room. Brothers, although the mechanism here is very powerful and invincible, but the same sentence, no matter what monster, any mechanism has a corresponding solution. As long as we can find the corresponding solution, then we can successfully solve it. Hearing Chinmo's comforting words, Susu baby, as a teammate, suddenly became excited, because according to their, based on Chinmo's performance before, they thought Chinemo. Where is the solution? Unexpectedly, when they were desperate and no longer thinking about anything, Chinemo actually told them that the mechanism here can be solved casually, and there will not be too many problems. This kind of unexpected surprise really surprised them a little. No, did I hear you wrong, senior brother? Are you sure you mean the mechanism here can solve it? As for the current mechanism here, why do I feel it is particularly difficult? Where is the solution? I feel that dodging is a very difficult thing. Yes, senior brother, you are not trying to comfort us. Is there really a solution to this mechanism now? In this situation, the mechanism of the fusion demon will obviously only become more and more powerful. If we are still considering other things here, it will be too complicated. For everyone's doubts, Chinemo was not angry, but on the contrary, he became happier, because he knew clearly that the more people questioned now, the more they felt that it was impossible. Then, after he solved the mechanism here, everyone present would be more shocked and more incredible. I only have one doubt now, that is the senior brother trying to comfort us, or does he really have a solution? I can't see any flaws in this situation anyway. How can the senior brother say that the mechanism here can be easily solved? Indeed, I also feel a little incredible. In this situation, the advanced mechanism released by the fusion demon is really full of dangers. How can such a mechanism be easily solved? I seriously doubt that the senior brother is comforting us. If he is really comforting us, then this battle will be too difficult, because I originally wanted to solve all of this as quickly as possible. If the senior brother is comforting us, we will definitely have no solution, and what awaits us will be the most terrible result. If it is someone else, then I really don't think about anything anymore, and I feel that there is no way out. But you have to know that this is the senior brother. But he is the strongest existence in this game. He has never let us down for so many years. I absolutely believe in him. Seeing that the emotions of the people present have been mobilized at this time, Chinemo naturally stopped wasting time here. He didn't do anything fancy. He approached the Haoxing demon not far away. As he approached, new changes occurred on the fusion demon side. There were only 2 blue balls in front of the fusion demon, but as it sank closer, the fusion demon seemed to be stimulated. A new round of basketballs appeared in front of him, with an astonishing number of 4. Not only that, in addition to the increase in the number of basketballs, what is more terrifying is that their sizes have also changed. Originally, the blue balls released by the fusion demon were only the size of a human head, but after several waves of growth, the blue balls released by the fusion demon have expanded more than twice. The 4 blue balls are arranged in order of depth and shallowness of the fusion demon, almost covering the body of the fusion demon. Faced with such a terrifying scene, Susu Baby and others became panicked at this time, because in their opinion, this battle is very terrible. If Chinemo cannot dodge, and is hit by the attack released by the fusion demon, then let alone solving this battle, he will definitely be waiting for the most terrible result. Big brother, are you okay? Why does this mechanism feel a little wrong? If this attack is launched, once you are hit, it will definitely be very scary in the end, and you may even be killed instantly. Can you withstand it? Big brother, you have to be careful. If these basketballs attack you, you will definitely die. If you are killed, we will have no way to deal with it. All our hopes are on you. Along with the worried discussion of everyone, Chinemo has come to the fusion demon. After coming to the fusion demon, he used a skill to hit the fusion demon. The skill released by the demon is nothing else. This is the demon hunting skill of the ghost swordsman. Although this skill is only a low-level skill, the threat it generates is no less than that of a big skill. After Chinmo's attack successfully hit the fusion demon, the several balls of the fusion demon disappeared instantly. Seeing that the balls were really solved by Chinemo, everyone present was a little dumbfounded for a while. I really didn't expect that such a terrifying mechanism could be easily solved by Chinemo. This is beyond their cognition. Awesome, really amazing. The strength of the senior brother is simply the best in the world. I thought the attack here was unsolvable, but I didn't expect that the senior brother just casually solved it. He is too powerful. Not only powerful, it is simply unbelievable. If it were us, it would be impossible to crack this attack. It is very difficult to dodge, but the senior brother can handle everything while dodging. This is really invincible. In just a short time, the senior brother has already solved all these mechanisms. As for his strength, I can only admire him. Why can he be so powerful? Why is he so powerful? Fortunately, we have the existence of the senior brother in this game. If there is no senior brother, I really can't imagine how we should face these monster mechanisms. Chapter 564. Compared to Chinmo's excitement after solving the mechanism just now, the audience in the live broadcast room was also very happy this time, but they did not show too much excitement, because they knew clearly that since everything Chinemo said before had become a fact, this time it would definitely be the same result. That is to say, although Chinemo has solved the spherical mechanism of the fusion demon now, the fusion demon will definitely release more and more outrageous mechanisms in the future. In this case, their maneuvers are meaningless. Big brother, according to what you said just now, there are 5 or 6 attribute mechanisms of each fusion demon, and the current fusion demon has only released 3. Does this mean that the fusion demon will release more and more outrageous mechanisms in the future? Big brother, if you don't want to tell everyone all the mechanisms, You can first tell everyone what the mechanism that this fusion demon will release next is like. In this way, everyone will be prepared in their hearts, so that they won't be too flustered when facing it later. Facing the questions of Susu Baby and others in the team, Chinimo showed a thoughtful expression on his face. Originally, his idea was to say nothing and let everyone face it directly, because only in this way could he maximize his benefits and make everyone feel the most terrifying pressure. But now that Susu Baby and others have asked if he said nothing, it would seem a bit too pretentious, which would not only have no effect on his plan, but could even have a counterproductive effect. In order to avoid this situation, Chinimo did not do anything fancy, and immediately told the final answer to several people in the team. This fusion demon will still release the ice attribute mechanism next, but the difference is that this time he will release the mechanism. It is much more powerful, and can even be called a rampage mechanism. We must deal with it carefully, otherwise what awaits us will be the most terrible result. The people present were already a little headache and afraid of the mechanism here. Now after hearing Chinmo's reminder, their hearts were even more numb. No, senior brother is not lying to us, right? The mechanism of the fusion demon release is already outrageous and scary enough. If there is an even more outrageous mechanism, then this fusion demon is too powerful. How can we deal with it? It is indeed a bit hard to accept. I thought that the mechanism here could be easily solved, and there would not be any big problems. I never thought that this fusion demon would give us a blow. His strength is really too strong. I really didn't expect that a fusion demon could be so strong. I thought that he was just an elite monster, and could be solved casually. Now it seems that he is much more terrifying than Luke. The key problem now is senior brother. If senior brother can solve the mechanism, then we will not have too much pressure. We just need to study step by step. On the contrary, if senior brother cannot solve it, then we will have a headache. Along with the restless discussion of the audience in the live broadcast room, the fusion demon in the game has changed. The fusion demon that had been passively beaten has stood up at some point. After standing up, the fusion demon teleported to the right side of the room. After coming to the right side of the room, he did not attack everyone directly, but raised his hands. As his hands were raised, a phantom appeared beside him, and this phantom quickly turned into a monster exactly the same as the fusion demon. When this clone appeared, it immediately teleported to the left side of the room. At this time, the two fusion demons in the room formed a pincer attack on the four people from the left and right. Although the two fusion demons have not yet launched an attack on everyone, such a threat still makes everyone feel a burst of pressure. I didn't expect this fusion demon to launch another wave of clone attacks. I remember that his clone attacks were particularly scary and invincible. Now there is a new wave. If we can't solve it, we will be under great pressure. This is too difficult. How can this fusion demon have such a terrifying mechanism in every wave? I thought I could solve it casually, but it became more scary and invincible each time. How can we deal with its subsequent mechanisms in this way? Chinimo didn't pay much attention to the complaints of several people in the team at this time, because he knew clearly. Next, the fusion demon will start to release a new mechanism. When the fusion demon attacks at that time, it will cause great pressure to everyone present. Only when everyone present was under great pressure and fell into despair, that was when he would take action. The next second, a blue object appeared in the hands of the two fusion demons. The blue object looked like a cone. Although the two ice cones were not big, the momentum they generated gave everyone present great pressure. Good guy, I'm just so good, this fusion demon is really going to scare us to death. How come the mechanisms he released are more outrageous and unsolvable? Now why did he come up with another wave of clone attacks? I was a little overwhelmed when I saw the clone attacks. It's really too difficult. He is just an elite monster. How can he be so strong? With the mechanisms he has shown now, if they are placed in Luke's group, it feels much more terrifying than the final boss Luke. He really doesn't give us a way to survive. Originally, I thought that this mechanism could be easily solved by the eldest brother, but now, after watching the demonstration of the fusion demon, I suddenly lost confidence again. This mechanism really makes people wonder what to do. To be honest, if it was anyone else, I would have given up hope and was completely desperate. But since he is the eldest brother, the strongest in the game, I believe he must have some solutions. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Just when everyone in the live broadcast room was paying attention to the discussion and was restless, the two fusion demons in the game had already started the attack line. The two fusion demons raised their hands and condensed all the ice cones in their hands. After the ice cones were condensed, a blue aiming circle appeared on Susu Baby, one of the four people. As soon as this blue aiming circle appeared, everyone present felt tons of pressure. because they knew clearly that this shape of aiming circle generally represents the target that the monster will attack next, which means that Susu Baby will be attacked by the fusion demon and his clone next. In terms of the threat shown by the two ice cones now, if he is attacked by these two ice cones, then the most terrible result will be waiting for him. Thinking about the situation he will face next, Susu Baby can no longer care about other things at this time, and hurriedly asked Shinemo, "What should I do? Big brother, what should I do with this fusion demon? It's about to attack me. Should I do something? If I don't do something, I'd be completely finished if I get attacked." Yes, big brother, think of a solution quickly. If we don't have a solution, then the most terrible result will be waiting for us. In this situation, everything will be very difficult. If we are killed here, it will be too difficult. Although everyone was more nervous and worried than each other at this time, Shinemo did not have any idea of changing. Because he knew clearly that if he was anxious to solve the problem now, he would definitely not be able to get the result he wanted. If he wanted to get the result he wanted, he had to keep Shinemo, and he had to let everyone know what pressure was, and he had to let everyone know what was terrible. Seeing Shinemo at this moment, without saying anything, the people who were originally expecting him suddenly fell into despair, and the bullet screen in the live broadcast room started to refresh as if it had exploded. It's all over now. In this situation, even the eldest brother can't give a solution. Then the only way we can do is to die. I thought that the eldest brother could solve everything for us. Now it seems that I thought too much. You can't blame the eldest brother for this. The main reason is that this mechanism is too scary. I really can't see any solution to this mechanism. We can't find a solution as bystanders, so how can we expect the eldest brother as the party involved? I can only say that if the eldest brother can't solve the problem here, then no one else among us can do it. In this situation, our struggle will be meaningless. This mechanism will stop all of us here, and we can't move forward at all. I know everyone is anxious, but don't worry now. As long as the eldest brother is still alive, we don't need to be too desperate, because the eldest brother has never let us down in solving the mechanism. He didn't disappoint us before, and he certainly won't disappoint us now. Shinemo didn't pay much attention to the restless discussion of the people present, because he clearly knew that the excitement of the crowd was meaningless. If he didn't completely solve the problem here, then these people would definitely retaliate against him later. Of course, considering that his plan was to let everyone be under full pressure before solving it. Shinemo must still say something to maintain this plan. Brothers, the mechanism here is really scary. We must do everything we can to avoid it, and never get attacked. Otherwise, what awaits us is the instant kill mechanism. If we get killed now, it will be too difficult later. As soon as Shin's voice fell, the fusion demon in the game released its mechanism, and his two ice cones flew towards the locked Susu Baby. The flying speed of the ice cones was extremely fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, they flew to the depth of Susu Baby. Such a fast speed, coupled with the sudden attack, if it were someone else, it would probably have been completely killed. But fortunately, Susu Baby is not an ordinary person. He is the anchor boss second only to Shinemo. When facing the attack of the fusion demon, he immediately raised his concentration to the extreme. After seeing the ice cones flying towards him, he immediately began to move quickly in the room. With many years of game experience and extremely high concentration, Susu Baby successfully avoided the first wave of ice cone attacks from the fusion demon. After dodging this wave of attacks, Susu Baby was not too happy, because he knew clearly that this was just the beginning. If he could not stop the attack of the fusion demon, then according to the mechanisms released by the previous fusion demon, the fusion demon would definitely release more and more outrageous mechanisms next time. While thinking, Susu Baby couldn't help but want to ask Shinemo about the follow-up situation, but unfortunately, before he could say anything, the fusion demon in the game had already undergone new changes again. Seeing that the attack of the fusion demon was going to be even stronger this time, even the audience in the live broadcast room who were watching couldn't help them. They started to send barrages like boiling water. It's too difficult. It's really too difficult. This fusion demon really doesn't give us any chance to survive. The threat from this wave of attacks is beyond my cognition. I don't know how to deal with this kind of attack. It's really scary. Every attack released by this fusion demon is beyond my imagination. I really don't dare to think about how much pressure I will suffer if I face his attack now. Although we don't need to face the attacks ourselves, if the eldest brother can't solve the problem, then the most terrible result will be waiting for us. Now everything depends on the eldest brother. If that's the case, then I can only say that our hope is really too small now, because the mechanism here is simply difficult to the extreme. Even if the eldest brother is powerful, it is estimated that it will be difficult to solve it. Chapter 565. Faced with the changes in the fusion demon's attack, everyone present couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling. They really didn't expect that, as an elite monster, the fusion demon could be so outrageous. Every time the mechanism displayed was far beyond their cognition. Knowing that the mechanism released by the fusion demon next time would be even more outrageous and terrifying. Su Bao Bao and the others couldn't bear it anymore. They knew that they had placed all their hopes on Shinemo. Big brother, what should we do? What should we do now? Based on the mechanism currently displayed by this fusion demon, his next attack must be a very terrifying attack. If we can't deal with it, then we will definitely die. Yes, big brother, if you have any solution to the mechanism, please tell us quickly. Now I feel like I'm going to be numb. Why are the monsters in this copy more outrageous than each other, and the mechanisms they release are more terrifying than each other? Is there no way for us to survive? Although several teammates were already in despair at this time, Shinemo was not prepared to tell them the solution to this kind of mechanism, because in his opinion, if he casually told them the solution to the mechanism, then everyone will definitely not realize his horror. His idea is very simple, that is, to let everyone feel the pain first, and wait until everyone is tortured by the mechanism of the fusion demon and completely collapses, and then he will tell them the solution to the mechanism. At that time, after realizing the seriousness of the problem, everyone will definitely worship him. Don't worry, everyone. Although the mechanism here is terrible, it is not to the point where it cannot be solved. Next, we just need to concentrate on dealing with it. First avoid the attack mechanism, then there will definitely be a possibility of dealing with it later. Listening to Shinmo's empty words, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly fell into despair. I still thought that Shinmo could help them solve the problem, but now it is like this, which makes them numb. This is completely over. I didn't expect that even the eldest brother couldn't find a solution to the mechanism here. I thought that the eldest brother would solve everything this time, but it turned out to be like this. Now we are going to be numb. It is indeed a bit unexpected. You know, the eldest brother is the strongest existence in this game. He has a unique strength in solving the mechanism. He is our ultimate hope. If he can't solve it, then we have no possibility of solving it. This is really too difficult. Who would have thought that the mechanism of the fusion star demon would be so difficult? Now this kind of. I can't see any solution to this situation. If it continues like this, I feel like I will completely collapse. To be honest, if it were anyone else, I probably wouldn't have any hope now. After all, the mechanism of this fusion demon is really outrageous. But since the one in front of us is the senior brother, who has created countless miracles, I believe he will definitely help us solve everything this time. Along with the discussion of the audience in the live broadcast room, the fusion demon has started a new round of attacks. It's similar to the previous time, and this time, the attack released by the fusion demon has become stronger. Just now, the attack released by the fusion demon was just one ice cone, plus the ice cone released by the clone, that is, 2 ice cones attack everyone, and this time, a new ice cone was added to the application of the 2 fusion demons. Counting it all, this wave of fusion demons will release a full 4 ice cones, and they will attack from 2 directions. Facing 4 ice cones flying from different directions at the same time, it is scary to think about it. Because Shinemo did not give a solution to the mechanism before, after seeing the attack released by the fusion demon this time, several people in the team did not choose to continue asking, but cheered up, and put all their eyes on the ice cones. Just as everyone was preparing, the ice cones released by the fusion demon were already flying towards several people. The flying speed of the 4 ice cones was very fast, and the sudden attack looked full of threats. Facing such a threatening tool, ordinary people, let alone avoiding it, may have their scalps numb just by looking at it, and they don't know what to do. But for Su Bao Bao and other masters, this was not the end. They all had extremely high strength and countless experiences. In addition, they had already raised their concentration to the peak at the beginning. So when the 4 ice cones flew towards them, they still reacted immediately, and started to move back and forth to avoid them. Relying on previous gaming experience and invincible operation, the few people still successfully avoided the attack of the fusion demon this time. After dodging the attack of the fusion demon, the dead man's expression was not happy, but became more gloomy. It is very clear that this wave of evasion is not the end. In the next process, the fusion demon will inevitably release more and more outrageous mechanisms, which is the most terrifying existence. Not only Su Baby and others thought of this situation, but even the audience in the live broadcast room also thought of the key to the problem. They couldn't help sending barrages and expressing their inner thoughts. This time it's all over. So far, the senior brother has not given a solution to the mechanism. I think this battle has really reached the point where it cannot be solved. If the senior brother can't solve it, then we have even less hope. This is a bit too difficult. You know, the senior brother is the top and most unsolvable existence in our game. Logically speaking, any mechanism will not be a big threat to him. If he can't solve this mechanism, then what else can we do? There is no way. We will definitely not be able to solve the mechanism here. The senior brother can't solve it, which means that this battle has entered the unsolvable stage. I advise everyone to give up early, and don't have any illusions. I don't believe that even if the mechanism here is difficult, there is a solution, and the senior brother's strength in solving the mechanism is unmatched. As long as he doesn't give up for a moment, there is a possibility of solving it. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room were discussing, the fusion demon in the game changed again. This time, the number of ice statues in front of the fusion demon increased again. In the past, there were only 2 ice cones in front of the fusion demon. This time, the number of ice cones in front of them increased again. At this time, each of them had 3 ice cones in front of them, which means that there were 6 ice cones threatening Chinemo and his friends. For this situation, even Susu Baby and his friends, who were knowledgeable and had rich combat experience, felt a fatal threat, because they knew clearly that this wave of attacks would be extremely dangerous. If they could dodge, there would still be hope of survival. If they could not dodge and were attacked, the final result would inevitably be death. In order to survive, and not embarrass themselves in front of the audience in the live broadcast room, at this time, Susu Baby and his friends could only put their last hope on Chinemo again. They asked one after another, "Big brother, do you really have no solution? Is this mechanism really unsolvable? If we can't solve the mechanism here, then we will be dead. If we are recorded in front of so many people, it will be too difficult for us." "That's right, big brother, you should think of a solution quickly. Now all our hopes are on you. If you can solve it, then we still have hope. If you can't solve it, then we will really lose confidence completely." Just as Susu Baby and others were asking desperately, the 2 fusion demons had already released their attacks at the same time. They saw the 2 fusion demons facing the people on the left and right, and release flying ice cones at the same time. In the past, the ice cones were all frontal attacks, but this time the 6 ice cones were dispersed, launching different attacks on several people from different directions. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help it, and the barrage began to refresh as if boiling. Oh my goodness, is there really no upper limit to the mechanism of this fusion demon? Why is it still increasing? If it continues at this rate, the attacks it releases will pose an endless threat to us. That's indeed the case. Otherwise, why do I advise everyone to give up their fantasies? This fusion demon is really too powerful. Each mechanism is extremely threatening. We don't have any hope of cracking it at all. If we really give up, then I can only say it's a pity. We have insisted on seeing the last elite demon. As long as the senior brother solves this elite demon next, we can witness the scenery of the outpost monster. If it can't be realized, it will be really painful. Don't say it, don't say it. I didn't care at first, but now that you said that, my heart is full of regrets in the future. This is a brand new copy. If it can't be solved, then we can't see the scenery behind the copy at all. Because Chinemo has never spoken up to solve it, and the mechanism of the fusion demon is still getting stronger. With the combination of the two, almost everyone present was in a state of mental collapse. Looking at the negative comments from the audience in the live broadcast room and listening to the confused questions from several teammates, Chinemo knew that the time he had been waiting for was almost up. The next thing he had to do was very simple, which was to solve the mechanism of the fusion demon and tell everyone the solution. As long as he can do this under the current circumstances, he will definitely be able to gain everything he wants. At that time, he will really gain both fame and fortune. Brothers, I have not told you the solution to the mechanism before. It is not that I don't know the solution to the mechanism here, but I want everyone to take a good look at the attack method of this monster. I believe that everyone has understood the attack method of this monster now. Then, let me solve the mechanism of this monster. Listening to Chinmo's words, the people who were completely desperate suddenly became energetic. They thought that this battle was over, and there would be no other accidents. Now that Chinemo said this, they have new hope. Big brother, are you telling the truth? You are not trying to comfort us. Are you sure there is a solution to the current mechanism? The mechanism released by this monster is really too scary. I have watched and tried it for a long time, but I didn't find any flaws. How can you solve it? Yes, big brother, if you are trying to comfort us, then there is really no need, because we have already given up in our hearts. Now your words have given us new hope. We thought everything could be solved. If it can't be solved in a while, then our mentality will collapse. Since Susu Baby, the anchor boss, felt a little unbelievable let alone. As ordinary players live broadcast room audience, they were thinking the same as Susu Baby and others. After unification, they immediately started to send barrages and express their ideas. In my opinion, this time, the eldest brother is most likely trying to comfort us, because as a bystander, I can't see any flaws in the mechanism displayed by this fusion demon. How could the eldest brother, as the person involved, solve it easily? It makes sense. The key is that the mechanism of this fusion demon is too scary. It is not just a simple evasion of the mechanism. The more important thing is that the mechanism here is very difficult to solve, which does not give people any hope at all. Is it true that no one else can solve this super time and space war copy? If no one can solve it, then we should all give up. After all, it is really pitiful to waste time here. Why are you so anxious? Why don't you believe in the eldest brother? I have said it long ago that the eldest brother has solved countless mechanisms over the years. Why don't we wait and see now, when he can solve it before? I believe he will definitely not let us down. Chapter 566. For the doubts of the audience in the live broadcast room, Chinemo not only did not feel uncomfortable, but on the contrary became happy. Because he knew clearly that the less people believed it now, the more they thought it was impossible to wait a while until everything in his house was solved, the more shocked and incredible they would be. It can be imagined that everyone felt that the mechanism here was unsolvable, and there was no solution. But he solved everything easily and casually. How shocked everyone would be. Thinking about everything he would gain next, Chinemo couldn't help but show a happy smile on his face, and he smiled and said, I know everyone is anxious now, but don't worry. As for the current mechanism, although it looks very scary, it is not to the point where it cannot be solved. According to my previous test, the solution to this kind of mechanism is actually very simple. As long as we take action at will, we can solve it. It was not surprising that after hearing that the mechanism, that was like a nightmare to them, was so unappreciated by Chinemo, everyone's emotions exploded at that time. No, I didn't. I must have heard you wrong. The mechanism here is so terrifying, how could it be easily solved? Senior brother, are you sure you are not kidding us? I can't see any flaws in this mechanism. Yes, senior brother, you really scared me to death. I really didn't expect such a terrifying mechanism. You don't have any pressure at all. I thought the mechanism here was unsolvable, but you told me that I could solve it at will. I feel like my brain is not enough now. Just think about it. Even Susu Baby and the others in the team were shocked to this extent, let alone the ordinary viewers in the live broadcast room. After hearing Chinemo say these words so confidently, they became excited. Good guy, I am so shocked. I can only say that what the senior brother said is too scary. As far as the current mechanism is concerned, if it were me, let alone finding a solution, I might not be able to avoid it. I didn't expect the senior brother to say that he could solve it easily. It is indeed a bit unbelievable. As far as the current situation is concerned, I really can't imagine that all this is true. I thought the mechanism here was completely unsolvable, and there was no solution. I was ready to give up and leave, but the senior brother gave me a new surprise. What I am worried about now is that the senior brother will not do this to appease our emotions. If this is really the case, then I feel my mentality is about to completely collapse. What I fear most is this kind of operation, where there is no hope at first, then I am given hope, and finally I am despaired again. Stop talking, everyone, don't continue talking, I don't want to say anything anymore. If everyone continues to say this, then I feel that my mentality will completely explode. Whether what the senior brother said is true, we will know after we see it. Seeing that the emotions of the people present have been mobilized, Chinemo will naturally not continue to waste time. What he has to do is very simple, that is, to solve the mechanism here as quickly as possible, and then enjoy a wave of flattery and gifts from everyone. As some brothers have said, whether the mechanism here can be solved or not depends on practice. Next, let me show you how to crack this kind of mechanism. After stirring up everyone's emotions again, Chinemo rushed towards the fusion demon. When he approached the fusion demon had condensed new ice cones again, and the number of ice cones changed again. Previously, the number of ice cones condensed by the fusion demon was only 3, but this time the number of ice cones condensed by the fusion demon reached an astonishing 4. One fusion demon condensed 4 ice cones. If there are 2, that's 8 ice cones. Such a large number of ice cones attack, coupled with Chinmo's active approach, made several teammates extremely worried. Big brother, be careful. There are too many ice cones. If you are attacked, you may be killed directly. Our hope is on you. You must break the mechanism here, otherwise our mentality will explode. Yes, yes, big brother, you must be careful. If even you can't solve the mechanism here, then I feel that none of us can solve it. If it continues like this, the mechanism here will really be unsolvable. Because he knew that this was not the best time to show off, Chinmo didn't pay much attention to his teammates' reminders. He used his skills at the fastest speed to rush in front of the fusion demon. After rushing in front of the fusion demon, he backhanded a big skill to hit it. The skill released was none other than the Sword Soul's strongest output skill. With the blessing of this skill, the Phantom Sword Dance, countless sword chi madly slashed at the fusion demon. The fusion demon's health began to drop rapidly at that time. Seeing the fusion action at this time, I was not only attacked, but the ice cone in front of me also disappeared. Everyone who had originally given up hope instantly rekindled hope. 666, I am not seeing things. How come the ice cones here really disappeared? Did the senior brother really solve the mechanism of the fusion demon? If so, I can only say that the senior brother is really too strong and invincible. It is indeed a bit incredible. If it were us, we would have died countless times with the mechanism here, but the senior brother was able to find a solution while dodging, which was completely beyond my expectation. What is the gap? This is the gap between us and the senior brother. The same monster and the same mechanism are almost unsolvable and impossible for us. For the senior brother, there is no pressure at all, which is really too powerful. After this mechanism is cracked, plus the mechanisms that have been cracked before, can we think that this fusion demon has no pressure? Next, we only need to make a casual move to solve this monster. Watching the audience in the live broadcast room excitedly discussing, Chinmo couldn't help but reveal a strange smile on his face. On the surface, it seems that the mechanisms here have been cracked by him casually. There is no difficulty anymore, but in reality, the mechanism released by the fusion demon is less than half of all his mechanisms. Moreover, the ice attribute mechanism he released now only released the simple mechanism in front, and the final ultimate mechanism has not been released. In this case, the audience in the live broadcast room thought that the mechanism would be solved immediately. There would be no more problems, which is nothing but a foolish dream. Brothers, it is too early for everyone to be happy now. Have you forgotten that I told you before that the mechanism of this fusion demon is not an ordinary mechanism? It can release many mechanisms, and each mechanism has several attack methods. Although he has almost released the attack mechanism of the ice attribute, its intermediate mechanism of the ice attribute has not been released yet. If we rush to celebrate now and think that everything is under control, then when we face it later, our mentality will definitely be wrong. Hearing Chinmo's reminder, let alone the audience in the live broadcast room, even Susu Baby, who is a big boss, couldn't hold back his emotions. They really didn't expect that they had been facing these terrible mechanisms for a long time, and Chinmo actually said that there would be more terrible mechanisms later. Such a situation is really beyond their imagination. Don't scare me, big brother. This fusion demon has already released so many terrifying mechanisms. If he releases more terrifying mechanisms next time, I feel like my mind is going to explode. This is really too difficult. That's right, big brother, if the fusion demon is really the same as you said, then I can only say that my mind is going to explode. How can there be such a terrifying mechanism in this game? Is there any way for us to survive? The audience in the live broadcast room was frightened by Chinmo's words, and now Susu Baby and others added fuel to the fire. For a time, the emotions of the audience in the live broadcast room reached a state of collapse. I am numb, completely numb. How can this fusion demon be so strong? He made me lose confidence in this copy. I always thought that everything was under our control, and there would be no other accidents. It is indeed a bit too outrageous. You know, this fusion demon is just an elite monster. It is not the strongest in this copy. Existence, as an elite monster, has such an outrageous mechanism. How terrible will the subsequent monsters be? I can only say that we are so lucky that we have the eldest brother to protect us in this game. If there is no eldest brother to face these mechanisms and solve these mechanisms for us, I can't imagine how miserable we will be when facing these mechanisms. Now we can only hope that the eldest brother can solve all of this in the next battle. If he can solve it, then we won't be affected too much. Everything is still in our plan. If he can't solve it, then we are completely finished. When everyone's emotions were on the verge of collapse, the fusion demon in the game had changed again. The fusion demon that had been passively beaten in front had stood up again without knowing when. After standing up, the fusion demon did not rush to attack these people, but quickly moved to the upper right corner of the room. After arriving at the upper right corner of the room, Phantoms began to appear on the edge of the fusion demon's body. As the phantoms condensed, an avatar that looked exactly like him appeared beside him. After the appearance of this avatar, the fusion demon's body did not stop changing. 2 new avatars appeared next to him one after another. Together with the previous avatar and the main body, the fusion demon now had 3 avatars, a total of 4. When these 4 fusion demons appeared, they instantly dispersed and moved to the 4 corners of the room. After arriving at the 4 corners of the room, the fusion demon in the upper right corner changed first. A huge sphere appeared above his head. When the sphere appeared, a yellow prompt magic circle appeared under the feet of several people at the same time. Seeing this scene, everyone had guessed the posture of the fusion demon's next attack. No way, this fusion demon must be crazy. Is he going to use this ball to attack us next? And it's not just one fusion demon, it's these 4 fusion demons attacking us together. This is too scary. With such a big ball, and such an outrageous coverage, if 4 fusion demons attack us at the same time, we won't even have room to dodge. This doesn't give us any chance to survive. After the discussion between Susu Baby and others, the audience in the live broadcast room have realized the horror of this battle. At this time, they know how low the mechanism that the fusion demon will release next is. The interest was unbearable at that time. We are really finished this time. If it was just one giant sphere, I believe that the senior brother and his team still had hope of evading and breaking it. But now there are 4 giant spheres. How can we deal with it? It is really outrageous. I can't see any possibility of solving this situation. I feel that my mentality has exploded. This is an elite monster. It is many times more difficult than Luke's boss. I have finally understood that the planner does not want us to pass this dungeon. Otherwise, how could he create so many outrageous monsters? Each of these monsters can be used as a group boss in the past. I don't have any ideas now. My only wish is that the senior brother can go one step further, and at least let us see what the outpost monsters in this dungeon look like. Otherwise, we will have no achievements at all. Chapter 567. It must be said that the ultimate mechanism released by the fusion demon this time is indeed a bit scary. In the small room, he not only split into 4 clones, but also summoned a huge sphere. The threat of such a large sphere is absolutely unbearable. The prompt magic circle appeared under his feet, and took another look at the sphere summoned by the fusion demon. Susu Baby and the others couldn't help but feel a wave of scalp tingling, and they all spoke up. Complained? No way, is this fusion demon so outrageous? In the current situation, he has released so many mechanisms. How can he release more and newer systems? Now I feel my scalp is a little numb. More than scalp tingling, my mentality is about to explode. I originally thought that this fusion demon could be easily solved by us. There won't be much pressure, but now it seems that we really underestimated him. The threat he is showing now is really frightening. Just when everyone was extremely desperate and didn't know what to say, the battle situation in the game had changed. The fusion demon in the upper right corner of the game condensed the sphere and immediately smashed it down at the people. The huge sphere instantly appeared in the air, and then fell towards the people on the ground. Don't be fooled by the size of the sphere. It seems very heavy, but in fact, the threat it poses is extremely terrifying, and its falling speed is simply outrageous. In just a blink of an eye, the sphere has already reached the top of the heads of the people. Such a terrifying attack. Such a fast attack speed, if it were an ordinary player, it would probably be desperate just by looking at it, let alone avoiding it. Fortunately, Su Shubao and his friends were not ordinary people. They all had strong gaming experience. In addition, with Shinmo's reminder at the beginning, they successfully dodged the attack of the fusion demon. After dodging the attack of the fusion demon, everyone was not too happy, because they knew clearly that this was just the beginning. When the fusion demons attacked together, it would be the most terrifying. It's outrageous. It's really too outrageous. This fusion demon has completely refreshed my cognition. According to my original idea, no matter how difficult the Dungeon of Time and Space War is, it will not be much higher than Luke's dungeon. I didn't expect this dungeon to be so terrifying. It's more than terrifying, it's simply suffocating. I really didn't expect that just ordinary elite monsters in this dungeon have such strength. Now the threat shown by this fusion demon, I dare not imagine how terrifying the subsequent monsters will be. You think very far and think about the future. I can only say that what we should consider more now is whether this monster in front of us can be solved by us. If we can solve it, we still have hope. If we can't solve the subsequent monsters, then we have no hope at all. Stop talking, everyone, don't continue talking. Why do I feel that everyone is talking so scary? if the difficulty of the monsters in this super time and space war is really so terrifying, then I feel that we are really going to be finished. Accompanied by the scalp-numbing discussion of the audience in the live broadcast room, the battle situation in the game has changed again at this time. I saw that the fusion demon in the lower left corner of the room condensed a new sphere. The size of the sphere was about the same as the size of the sphere condensed by the first fusion demon of steel. Although this was just a similar attack, everyone's emotions did not relax at all, because they knew clearly that this was just an appetizer. Even if they avoided it, it would not have much impact on the final result. Only by stopping the attack here completely could everything be solved. In order to stop the attack here, everyone could only put their hopes on Shinemo. They asked one after another, "Brother, what should we do now? As for the attack released by this fusion demon, if we can't interrupt it, then the subsequent attack released by him will definitely kill us directly, and then we will have no way out." "Yes, yes, brother, give me a hint. Now I feel that the mechanism here has exceeded my cognition. I can't think of any way to deal with it. If this goes on, I will really collapse completely." Although the emotions of the audience in the live broadcast room seemed to collapse at this time, Shinemo was not prepared to change his original plan in his heart. Because he knew clearly that if he said everything now, then everyone would only feel surprised, and would not completely admire him. On the contrary, if he could wait a while, until the fusion demon showed all its terrifying mechanisms, he would explain it. By then, everything would be under control, and he would be able to get everything he wanted. Don't worry, although the mechanisms here are full of dangers, they are not yet unsolvable. What we have to do now is very simple, that is, concentrate on dealing with it, concentrate on avoiding it, and when this monster shows all its mechanisms, it will be time to solve it. Hearing that Shinemo was not prepared to come up with a clever solution, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly became numb. This is completely over. It seems that the senior brother doesn't know how to solve the mechanism here. If he knows how to solve it, he must have said the solution to the mechanism here, and he would never use this method to shirk responsibility. That's right. Normally, if I knew the solution to the mechanism here, I would definitely say it as soon as possible to show off, but now the senior brother didn't say anything. I guess it's likely that he doesn't know. No, don't scare me. If even the senior brother doesn't know how to solve the mechanism here, who can know? What you said makes my scalp numb now. I originally hoped to put it on the senior brother. If he can't do it, who can I rely on? The senior brother should know, but the current situation is still a little too terrifying. This is beyond me. None of us dare to guarantee that the master can solve it. If you want me to wait for the Peace Elite Demon to release all the mechanisms, what will the senior brother do? At the same time, the battle situation in the game has changed again. After the fusion demon in the upper left corner of the room released the spheres, the fusion demons in the remaining two directions also released spheres to attack the people one after another. For huge spheres were used to attack the people one by one. Although this attack was a bit scary, fortunately, the strength of the people was first class, and they all had foresight, so they still managed to dodge it. After dodging all these attacks, the expressions of the few people became extremely solemn. They were not in a hurry to celebrate or say anything, but they all looked at the fusion-type demons in the four corners of the room. They knew clearly that the battle had reached the most tense moment. If the fusion-type demons did not have any new changes next, then this meant that this battle was over and they were temporarily safe. Correspondingly, if the fusion-type demons changed next, it would definitely be the final attack of this battle. Under the tense gaze of several people, the fusion-type demons in the four corners of the room all raised their hands. As their hands were raised, a huge sphere appeared above their heads. At the same time, a yellow prompt magic circle appeared under the feet of the four people. Obviously, the spheres above the heads of the four fusion-type demons were about to be thrown down at them. If they could dodge, then there would not be too much of a problem. If they could not dodge, then these four spheres would surely kill them all. Thinking about what might happen next, Susu Baby and the others didn't care about anything else, and they all asked Shinemo, "Big brother, why do I feel that the mechanism released by this fusion demon next is the final mechanism? Do we need some countermeasures? Otherwise, if we are hit by such a terrifying attack, I think we will be killed instantly." Hearing Susu Baby's worried question, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but get nervous, because they knew clearly that what Juju Baby said must be true. If the mechanism here cannot be solved next, then this battle will be completely over. I'm completely numb. I really didn't expect the final battle to develop to this point. The strength of this fusion demon simply refreshed my understanding of this game. How can he be so powerful? It seems that he has no pressure at all. Indeed, the strength he has shown now really makes me a little unbelievable that he can be so powerful. This is completely a torture for us by the planner. I really can't imagine what the result will be if we face this monster directly. Stop talking, everyone, don't continue talking. I'm a little desperate and at a loss. If everyone continues to talk like this, I feel that I will be completely numb and give up this battle completely. I think it's better for everyone to calm down first. The final result is not with us, but with the eldest brother. If the eldest brother can solve it, then we won't have too much pressure. If the eldest brother can't solve it, then we need to be nervous. Because he knew that it was not the best time to show off, Chinemo didn't pay too much attention to the discussion of the audience in the live broadcast room. All his thoughts were on the game. After seeing that the 4 fusion demons in the game had all condensed into a circle, he took a deep breath and spoke. Brothers, I know you are all worried and scared, but I can clearly tell you that the attack damage generated by this mechanism is indeed terrifying. But as long as we can interrupt it, it will not pose any threat to us. As for how we can solve this mechanism, it is actually quite simple. We only need to find the main body among the 4 fusion demons, and then interrupt the attack, and then this battle will be completely over. After hearing Chinmo's analysis, everyone's eyes lit up first, and then they began to become anxious. Because they knew clearly that these 4 clones looked exactly the same, and there was no difference. If you can't find the difference, you can't find the main body. If you can't solve the main body, then the mechanism here will definitely not end. Big brother, there is nothing wrong with what you said, but the key now is how should we distinguish the main body and the clone among these 4 monsters that look exactly the same. If we can't distinguish the main body and the clone, how can we solve the mechanism here? That's right, big brother, the key to the problem now is which of the 4 monsters is the main body, and which one we should attack. If this problem cannot be solved, then there is still no hope of solving this battle. Faced with the inquiry of his teammates, Chinemo was too lazy to say more nonsense. He rushed to the upper right corner of the room at the first time, and then came to the fusion demon Death in the upper right corner of the room at the fastest speed, and he directly hit it with a skill. What no one expected was that when Chinmo's skill successfully hit the monster in the upper right corner, the other 3 monsters in the room disappeared from the screen, and both the ball and the magic circle disappeared. Seeing this scene, even if everyone didn't believe it, they knew that it must be Chinemo who had cracked the mechanism here. After realizing that the mechanism they were completely unable to face was easily cracked by Chinemo, the audience in the live broadcast room could no longer hold back. No, I am not dazzled, right? The mechanism here was solved so easily by the senior brother. Isn't this a bit too easy? I thought this mechanism was completely unsolvable. There is no way to solve it. That's right. This is indeed beyond my cognition. It has to be the senior brother who can easily solve these mechanisms that are completely unsolvable for us. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would probably not believe it to death. What is the gap? This is the gap between us and the senior brother, the same monster, the same mechanism. It may be very difficult for us to even dodge, but the senior brother just casually solved it. Then the question is, how does the senior brother distinguish between the main body and the clone? Why can't I see any difference? Chapter 568. Seeing that the other fusion demons in the room had all disappeared, the audience in the live broadcast room, who were originally extremely desperate, suddenly rekindled hope. Because in their opinion, now that this mechanism has been solved by Chinemo, the fusion demon will enter a passive stage of being beaten. At this stage, the fusion demon must have no ability to resist, and will definitely be easily solved. Once the fusion demon is easily solved, they will not have any other great pressure. Thinking about the possible battle situation next, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but want to say something. But what they didn't expect was that just when they thought everything was under control, and there would be no other accidents in the next battle, the battle situation in the game changed instantly. I saw that the fusion demon, who had been passively beaten and had no power to fight back, had stood up again at some point. After standing up, the fusion demon's the momentum of the person changed, and a circle of green breath appeared around him at this time. Looking at the changes of the fusion demon, and thinking of Chinmo's explanation of this monster, everyone present, no matter how dumb, could realize that the fusion demon's mechanism had entered a new round, and the next fusion demon would release a wood attribute attack. This fusion demon is really too suffocating. Things have developed to this point, and he can actually release a new attack. Judging from his current performance, he will definitely release an incredible mechanism next. If I'm not mistaken, the mechanism he's about to release is definitely a wood attribute attack. The question now is whether the wood attribute attack released by this monster is more powerful or simpler than the fire and ice attribute attacks he released before. Listening to the analysis of Susu Baby and others, the emotions of the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly became agitated because in their opinion, everything should have been solved, and there would be no new troubles, but they didn't expect that there would be such a situation. It's numb, it's completely numb now. I really didn't expect that this battle would continue to change. I thought everything was under our control. It's really a headache. Logically speaking, this fusion demon is just an ordinary elite monster. No matter how strong and invincible he is, there should be a limit. It is impossible to be completely unsolvable. But based on the strength he has shown now, I feel that he is really too powerful. Who would have thought that the difficulty of the super time and space war would be so great, and every little monster could pose such a terrible threat to us? I can't imagine what will happen when we face the outpost monsters and barracks monsters behind us. You think too far ahead. Our current task is obviously on the fusion demon in front of us. If we can't solve this monster and kill him, then we can't see the monsters behind us at all. Along with the restless discussion of the audience in the live broadcast room, the fusion demon in the game has changed. In the past, there was only a green breath around the body of the fusion demon. But now, as time goes by, he has been completely covered by green and turned into a green man. After the complete change, the fusion demon also released its first target attribute mechanism. As he raised his hands, yellow night magic circles appeared one after another on the ground. The coverage of each of these prompt magic circles is not large, but the number is dense. As soon as they appeared, they directly covered most of the room. Faced with this situation, Susu Baby and others suddenly became a little flustered. They couldn't help it. He immediately began to ask Shinemo what the mechanism here was like. Big brother, why do I feel something is not right? This fusion demon. The mechanism released covers a very large area. What kind of attack is he going to make on us? It won't be the strongest attack right from the start, right? Yes, big brother, please explain it to us quickly and remind us. I feel that this fusion demon. It's so scary now. The mechanism he will release next will even exceed my cognition. If it's in this state, I really don't know how to deal with it. Faced with the questions from his teammates, Shinmo's expression did not change at all, and his thoughts were still the same as before. Although the battle situation at this time was a bit urgent, it was not fatal. If he hurried to tell us the clever solution here, his teammates would only be a little surprised, and would not be completely convinced. If this is the case, then it will definitely not meet his requirements, so his plan is very simple, that is, let everyone present feel the pressure first, know how terrible the mechanism here is, and wait until everyone realizes all this before he takes action to solve it. That is the result he wants. Because he is not going to say the mechanism here, Shinemo did not say a word at this time. For this situation, the audience in the live broadcast room naturally became flustered. What's the situation? What the hell is this? Why does the senior brother seem to have no reaction at all now? Does he not know the solution to the mechanism here? If in this case, then I feel that we will be in big trouble next. This is too scary. I thought that the senior brother could help us with everything, and we don't need to worry about anything. As a result, looking at the expression of the senior brother now, he has no reaction at all. How should we deal with this situation? This is too difficult. How can this battle develop to this point? The senior brother is our last hope. All of us depend on him. If even he can't solve the mechanism here, then who can we rely on? What else can we do? Stop talking, don't continue talking. Given the current situation, if you continue talking, I feel like my whole mentality is going to collapse. I thought everything was over, but I never thought it would end like this. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room were talking, the fusion demon had released his mechanism, and a seedling appeared in all the yellow prompt magic leaves on the ground, and these seedlings spread to the surroundings as soon as they appeared. In just a blink of an eye, these seedlings have covered the entire ground with green vines. Although this wave of attacks is very terrifying and comes very suddenly, because Shinemo and his companions are all very focused, they are not threatened too much. Several people have pulled to the left side of the room at the first time. After they came to the left side of the room, there is no threat under their feet. After dodging the wave of attacks of the fusion demon so easily, everyone's emotions are not too excited, but on the contrary, they have become more nervous. Because they know clearly that at present, the mechanism released by this fusion demon, under normal circumstances, will only become more terrifying in the future. That is to say, in the next battle process, these vines released by the fusion demon are likely to increase the coverage range. If the fusion demon increases the coverage range of the mechanism, then if they want to dodge, the difficulty will inevitably increase linearly, because this attack method is not a single point attack, but a large-scale attack. Under the coverage of one piece after another, They simply have no space to dodge. Brother, the mechanism that this fusion demon will release next will not be a drug. Will it cover the entire room? Otherwise, I feel that this battle is a bit too scary and too unsolvable. We may not be able to dodge it. Yes, brother. What mechanism will this fusion demon release on us next? If it releases an evolved and enhanced version of this mechanism, then I feel that it will be difficult for us to dodge it. It can be imagined that since Susu Baby and others, who are big anchors, were shocked to this extent, let alone the audience in the live broadcast room, who are ordinary players, all the audience in the live broadcast room have fallen into despair. It's really too difficult. How could the battle eventually develop to this point? Logically speaking, shouldn't this battle be about to end? Why is it getting more and more powerful? It's really too outrageous that there is no way for us to survive. It's really hard to accept. I thought everything was under our control, and we would solve this battle. I didn't expect this fusion demon to give us a more terrible attack. If this is the case, then I feel that the next battle will inevitably be more difficult and more outrageous. It's time to test the eldest brother. If the senior brother can solve all these mechanisms, then we still have the possibility of detours. If the senior brother can't solve them, then we are finished. We can trust no one, but we can't distrust the senior brother, because for so many years, the senior brother has never let me down. Since he has never let me down before, I believe he will not let me down now. Because it is not the best time to show off until now, Chinemo did not pay much attention to the discussion of the audience in the live broadcast room. At this time, his eyes were all on the game. Under his gaze, the fusion demon has released a new mechanism. In the past, the coverage of the fusion demon for the room mechanism was only half of the room, but now, as time goes by, the coverage of the mechanism he released this time has covered most of the room. Although in this case, everyone still has room to hide. But everyone present knew clearly that they could dodge this time, but not the next time. As long as they didn't interrupt the mechanism here, it wouldn't take long for the fusion demon to be released, and the vines would cover the entire room. At that time, unless they were in an invincible state, they would have a chance to dodge, otherwise they would be dead. Thinking about the development trend of the next battle, everyone could only pin their hopes on Chinemo. They knew clearly that the only one who could help them solve the problem now was Chinemo. If Chinemo told them the solution now, then the mechanism would be stable. Correspondingly, if Chinemo couldn't help them solve the problem here now, then in the next battle, they really had no possibility of responding. Big brother, please save us quickly. This is so clever. I am a little flustered and at a loss just looking at it. If you don't find a solution for us, my mentality will completely collapse. That's right, big brother, you are our last resort and our ultimate hope. If you can help us solve this problem, we still have a little hope. If you can't help us solve this problem, then I really don't know how to deal with it. The people present felt a wave of scalp tingling, and some didn't know what to do. Now they heard Su Shubao and others being scared like this. In this situation, their mentality completely entered despair. I feel like we don't need to expect anything anymore. As far as the current mechanism is concerned, it has completely destroyed our self-confidence. In this case, the best way for my sister is to leave the live broadcast room quickly, because even if we continue to wait, there will be no result. That's right. If we leave the live broadcast room now, we won't have to face the final horror head-on. We can still keep a little bit of beauty in our hearts. If we wait a while, until the senior brother and others are killed by the mechanism here, then we will be completely finished. Why did the battle develop into this? Everything was under control, so why did it turn out like this? This item made me a little confused. What kind of monster am I facing? Is this definitely not a boss? No way, it's obvious that the planner doesn't want us to pass this dungeon, otherwise it would be impossible to create such a terrifying monster. Even the senior brother, the king of pioneering, can't solve it. I can't figure out how we can deal with this monster. Chapter 569. Looking at the audience in the live broadcast room, who were so agitated that they were about to explode, Chinemo couldn't help but reveal a strange smile on his face. On the surface, the mechanism of the fusion demon seemed very terrifying and scary, leaving no way for people to survive. But in fact, the mechanism of this monster is not very threatening. If you want to solve it, you only need a very simple trick to completely solve it. Of course, although the solution is very simple, Chinemo is not going to say it directly. After all, the mechanism has just been carried out for a while, and it has not reached the most scary point. If he says the solution now, although he will still gain the praise and admiration of the crowd, it is far from the deepest result he wants. If he can't achieve his goal, then this battle is obviously meaningless. Just as Chinemo was thinking silently, the fusion demon in the room had released a new round of mechanisms again. This time, the range of the mechanism released by the fusion demon has become a lot larger. There is only on the ground. About 2/3 of the area was covered by vines. After this release, the vines on the ground almost covered the entire room. Seeing this scene, although everyone's emotions were extremely agitated, considering that the danger was about to come, they could not care about anything else. One by one, they could only quickly start to observe the location of the matrix on the ground. Although this mechanism appeared very suddenly, and covered an outrageous range, because everyone had invincible operations, and they already had some experience in dodging, they finally successfully avoided this wave of attacks. After dodging the attack, the crowd was not too happy, but became ugly, because they knew the last wave of mechanisms clearly. If the fusion demon was released, they would be dead. In this case, not only Susu Baby and the other parties saw it, but also the audience in the live broadcast room saw through it. After realizing this, they immediately started to send barrages crazily. No way, the mechanism here is really full of threats. Right? Logically speaking, shouldn't the mechanism here be within our control? Why are there so many outrageous situations in the future? Is there no way for us to survive? Yes, this is really a headache. I really didn't expect this situation. At the beginning, I thought this fusion demon was trash, but now it seems that his strength really exceeds my understanding of dungeon monsters. Why is his strength so terrifying? He is just an elite monster, and the difficulty is so great. If it is the outpost monster barracks monster in this dungeon, wouldn't the South force us to death directly? Stop talking, everyone, don't continue talking. If the mechanism here really develops to that point, I feel that I have no confidence in this game. I feel that I have no countermeasures against these monsters at all. Because they knew that they were about to face a very terrifying attack, the atmosphere in the team was obviously depressed at this time. At this point, Susu Baby and the others stopped talking and focused all their attention on the fusion demon not far away. They knew that they were about to face the most critical attack. If they could dodge it, then this battle would be within their control and would not have much impact. If they could not dodge it and were attacked, then what awaited them was the most terrible ending. After feeling the thoughts of his teammates at this time, Chinemo couldn't help but reveal a strange smile on his face. He knew that he had been waiting for it. The time point finally came for everyone present at this time. They must have been mentally collapsed by the mechanism in front of them. As long as he explained it now, then he would definitely be able to get the results he wanted. At that time, everything would be under control, and he would be able to get countless gifts and worship. Since he already knew that the time point he wanted had come, Chinemo would definitely not continue to talk nonsense. He didn't do anything fancy, and he started to explain it to everyone directly. I know everyone is worried now, but don't be too anxious. As far as the current situation is concerned, it has not reached the point where it cannot be solved. What we need to do now is very simple, that is, to directly destroy all the vines on the ground. As long as we destroy the vines on the ground, the attack of the fusion demon will be completely over. Hearing Chinmo's comfort, the people present were not too happy, because in their opinion, Chinemo said it was simple, but it would be very difficult to do it. Just looking at these vines on the ground, they had a headache, let alone destroying them. Because they really couldn't think of how to destroy the vines on the ground, everyone present thought that Chinemo was deliberately comforting them, and they couldn't help but start talking. Big brother, I know you want to comfort us, but in the current situation, your comfort is meaningless. We can't see any possibility of solving the current mechanism. Even if you comfort us now, we will face the same result later? Yes. As for the mechanism here, we can only give up honestly, because even if the battle continues, there is no possibility of any solution in the future. It is better to face the reality honestly now, so that the mentality will not be too explosive. What I am most worried about is that when we face the mechanism, we are already desperate, but we are given new hope, and then we are given new hope, and then we are made desperate again. I feel collapsed just thinking about the ups and downs of emotions. Forget it. I think everyone should not expect anything anymore. In this situation, even if we continue to expect it, it is meaningless. The mechanism here has no possibility of being solved. Let's take advantage of the fact that Big Brother and his men are not killed and run away first. For the doubts of the people present, Chinemo was not angry, but became happy instead. Because he knew clearly that the more surprised people were now, the more they thought it was impossible. When he solved the mechanism here, the more they would respect him. After thinking everything through, Chinemo took a deep breath and said to the audience in the live broadcast room, I know everyone is very excited, worried and desperate, But the mechanism here is not as terrible as everyone imagines. I only need to make a little move to fix the mechanism here. Let me show you what I am going to say next. Knowing that no matter how much he said, the people present would definitely find it hard to believe, so Chinemo did not do anything fancy. He directly started to solve the current mechanism at the fastest speed, taking advantage of this time to merge. Before the demon launched the last wave of attacks, he decisively threw an object on the ground in front of him. The object he threw was nothing else but a prop called a bomb. When the bomb fell to the ground, it exploded instantly. What everyone present did not expect was that when the bomb exploded, the flames directly ignited all the vines on the ground. The burning began to spread directly, and every vine was burned to ashes. The ground, which was originally covered with a lot of things, suddenly became empty, and there was no threat at all. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned at first, and then they could no longer hold back. They really didn't expect Chinemo to be so powerful and invincible. The mechanism here was easily solved. No way, am I not dazzled? Senior brother, how did you really solve the mechanism here? Shouldn't the mechanism here be unsolvable? I feel that there is no possibility of solving it just by looking at it. How did you just casually take it and get it? It is conceivable that even Susu Baby, a big anchor, was shocked like this, not to mention the ordinary players in the live broadcast room. Their emotions exploded at that time. What the hell? What the hell is this? The mechanism here really has a solution. I thought the mechanism here was completely unsolvable. It was declared over. I didn't expect that the senior brother just casually solved it. This is simply refreshing my cognition. It's really a bit too outrageous. I just thought that the senior brother was comforting us and giving us hope. I didn't expect that what he said was really about the mechanism here. He really has a solution, and it was solved so easily, and it seems that there is no pressure at all. The question is, how did the senior brother solve the mechanism here? I don't understand it at all. I saw the senior brother threw a bomb on the ground, and then all the vines on the ground burned. This operation really made me a little confused. Yes, senior brother, please tell me the clever solution here quickly. I can't wait to learn the mechanism here and find my friends to show off. As long as you can let me find my friends to show off, then I will definitely give you a wave of gifts to support you. Facing the questions from the audience in the live broadcast room, Chinemo naturally wouldn't say any more nonsense at this time, because he knew clearly that now was the best time for him to harvest. If he doesn't start harvesting properly at this time, then all his previous preparations will be wasted. Don't worry, brothers. I will now explain to you what the mechanism here is. If we want to deal with the mechanism here, it is actually very simple. We just need to release fire attribute attacks on the vines on the ground at the beginning. Here, fire attribute attacks are all possible, whether using props, skills, or weapons. As long as they are fire attributes, when the attack hits the vines on the ground will burn completely. As long as the vines on the ground burn, everything will be destroyed instantly. As long as the vines on the ground are eliminated, the mechanism of the fusion demon will also end directly. As for the timing of Chinmo's explanation, there is naturally a reason. As soon as he finished speaking, the fusion demon that had been attacking everyone had already collapsed on the ground. According to the game settings, when the monster collapses on the ground, it means that he has lost his combat effectiveness at this time. This also means that there is no problem with the things Chinemo explained before. Seeing that the mechanism here was really solved by Chinemo in this way, Susu was easily solved. The mood of the baby squeezing people was like exploding. Wow, I'm really impressed, big brother. I really admire you. I admire you to the extreme. You can solve the mechanism here so easily. What else can't you solve? It's just these mechanisms. I really don't understand how you can find a solution. That's right, big brother, you've made me a little confused now. How can the mechanism here be solved so easily? Logically speaking, each of these mechanisms is extremely terrifying. It makes people's scalps numb at a glance. How did you solve it? Because Chinmo's operation this time was so outrageous and scary, everyone's emotions were mobilized for a while, and all the audience began to send barrages and praise Chinemo crazily. What is the gap? This is the gap between us and the senior brother. The same monster, the same mechanism, we can't even find a solution, but the senior brother can not only solve it, but also tell us the solution in detail. I have to admire the senior brother. I used to think that the success of the senior brother was a fluke, not as strong as imagined, but now it seems that the success of the senior brother is completely reasonable. His strength is unsolvable no matter which game he is in. To be honest, I was completely desperate about the mechanism here before, and I didn't have any ideas. But now, after watching the performance of the senior brother, I know these mechanisms. It's not as scary as we imagined. The senior brother can solve it at will. If that's the case, then we don't need to worry about anything anymore. After all, as long as the senior brother takes action, the problem can be solved. We don't need to worry about anything at all. Just watch the performance of the senior brother quietly next. Chapter 570. After seeing that the mechanism that was almost unsolvable to them was solved so easily by Chinemo, the people present felt that their faith was about to collapse. They really didn't expect that there would be such a big gap between them and Chinemo. You know, as bystanders, they couldn't see any solution when facing these mechanisms. But Chinemo, as a party involved and a person who experienced it personally, was able to dodge on the side. Find a way to crack the mechanism under the premise, which really exceeded their cognition. Because they really didn't expect Chinemo to be so fierce, everyone present couldn't help but want to say something, but unfortunately, before they could say anything, they saw that the fusion demon who had been passive and beaten in the game had stood up again. After getting up, the fusion demon moved to the right side of the room at the first time. When he came to the right side of the room, yellow prompt magic circles began to appear one after another on the ground. Although the number of yellow prompt magic circles was not large this time. But no matter the size or the range, it was much more powerful than the first wave of attacks. Seeing the fusion demon come up with new tricks, everyone present felt a wave of disbelief. No way, am I seeing things? This fusion demon is really this powerful? He has released so many outrageous mechanisms before, and now he has released a new mechanism. If he goes, will he leave us a way to survive? Yes, I was stunned. I thought that after all the previous mechanisms were resolved, this fusion demon would be killed. But I never thought that it would have so many new changes. And judging from its changes, the mechanism it will release next will be even more terrifying. The audience in the live broadcast room was already scared by the battle in front of them, and now they heard the analysis and explanation of Susu Baby and others. In just a moment, their pressure was maxed out. They couldn't help but start to send barrages frantically to express their inner emotions. It's all over now. I was thinking that everything was going as planned, and there wouldn't be any major problems in this battle. I didn't expect that this fusion demon would be so strong. The mechanisms he released now have completely refreshed my cognition. It's really too outrageous. Who would have thought that a fusion demon, as an elite monster, could release so many? And such an outrageous mechanism. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really couldn't believe that this monster could be so strong. The key to the problem now is whether we can solve this monster? I feel numb just looking at this mechanism. How can we crack it? If we can't stop the mechanism here, then what awaits us will be the most terrible result. To be honest, if it were someone else, I would definitely have no hope now. After all, the strength shown by this fusion demon has completely surpassed my cognition, but since the one in front of us is the eldest brother, I believe he must have a solution. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room was shocked and talking about it, the mechanism of the fusion demon had been fully released, and conical wooden spikes appeared one after another on the yellow magic circle on the floor of the room. These wooden spikes pierced directly from bottom to top, and instantly covered most of the room. If it were an ordinary player, it would be difficult to avoid the sudden and scary attack, and they might feel suffocated just by watching it. But for Susu Baby and several other anchors, they did not feel too much pressure facing the mechanism here. At the beginning, they had made all the preparations, and as the eye-piercing attack came out, they had already walked to a safe position at the first time. Because the positions occupied by several people were not within the range of the yellow magic circle. So naturally, several people would not be attacked, and several people easily avoided all the wooden spikes. After successfully avoiding this wave of attacks from the fusion demon, everyone's emotions did not relax too much. On the contrary, they became more cautious. Because they clearly know that according to the mechanisms released before, the fusion demon is a serious growth monster. The mechanisms he released will only become stronger and more outrageous, not weaker. In other words, after they dodge this wave of mechanisms, there will be nothing worth changing. The fusion demon will continue to release more outrageous mechanisms. If they can't dodge those mechanisms, they will definitely be killed directly. And being killed directly in front of so many viewers in the live broadcast room, the pressure brought by this is absolutely incomparable. Thinking about what might happen next, Susu Baby couldn't help but ask Chinemo, "What should we do? Senior brother, what should we do next?" As far as the current situation is concerned, the threat posed by this fusion demon is obviously much more outrageous than we imagined. If we can't solve this problem, then we will be in big trouble in the next battle. Susu Baby's questioning instantly put a lot of pressure on the audience in the live broadcast room. Originally, The audience in the live broadcast room thought that there would be no new problems. But now, after Susu Baby said this, they suddenly became nervous again. It's all over now. The strength of this fusion bear demon has obviously exceeded the response range of the senior brothers. In the next battle, this fusion demon will inevitably create new pressure on us. It's really too outrageous. The mechanism of this fusion demon is stronger and more terrifying. I feel a little breathless and at a loss just watching it. I really can't imagine what the result would be if I were to deal with it head-on. I can only say that we think things are too simple. This fusion demon locks. The condensed strength is really suffocating. I don't know how he releases this mechanism and attack method. From this, we can see how disgusting the planner is. He has come up with such an outrageous mechanism. How can we face it? I really can't imagine how much more powerful the outpost monsters and barracks monsters that appear later will be than this fusion demon. As everyone guessed, as time went by, after the fusion demon's first wave of attacks ended, he immediately released a second wave of attacks, and the second wave of attacks he released happened to be much stronger than the previous one. Many yellow magic circles appeared densely on the ground, covering most of the room at once. Although there was still a gap for everyone to dodge this attack, everyone at this time knew clearly that if they could not find a solution to the problem as soon as possible, then at most 2 more large-scale attacks released by the fusion demon would cover the entire room. At that time, they would have nowhere to hide, and the only way waiting for them was the final death. Because there was really no other solution, everyone could only put their hope on Shinemo again, and they asked Shinemo again, "Big brother, if I'm not mistaken, you should know the solution to this mechanism. I know you want to show everyone the complete mechanism, but when you show the mechanism, at least you have to ensure that we can survive, right?" "That's right, big brother, we must have weapons and ways to deal with it now. We can't be attacked by this mechanism. Otherwise, once we are attacked by the mechanism here, we will definitely be killed directly. If you know any way to avoid it, tell us now." Although the teammates' pleading was very pitiful at this time, Shinmo's expression did not change much, because he knew clearly that if he solved all the problems here now, then his original plan would be completely in vain. If he fails to complete his plan, he will suffer a huge loss. Seeing that Shinemo did not say a word for a long time, the audience in the live broadcast room, who were originally expecting something, suddenly became extremely desperate. We don't need to expect anything anymore. If the senior brother knew the solution to this kind of mechanism, he would have told us. He didn't say anything now, which definitely means that there is no solution to the mechanism here. No way, this can't be blamed on the senior brother. Who would have thought that the mechanism of this fusion demon would be so scary? With the attack method they have shown now, I can't see any possibility of solution. I feel that my mentality has exploded. If this is the case, I don't think we need to expect anything anymore, because even if we continue to expect it, there is no point. The mechanism here can't be solved either. It's better to choose to exit the dungeon early, so that at least you don't have to see the final tragedy. It's urgent now, but I think you'd better not be too anxious, because according to my understanding of the senior brother, his silence does not mean that he doesn't know, but he wants me to sell it. Don't be overly dependent on him. He wants us to find the key to the problem ourselves. As the audience in the live broadcast room debated, the fusion demon in the game has released a new round of mechanisms. This round of wooden thorns it released. Whether it was the size of the attack or the range of the attack, it was indeed much stronger than before. This time, when everyone was dodging, they were obviously not as calm as before. Everyone was extremely cautious, and even looked a little embarrassed. After dodging the new round of attacks from the fusion demon again, everyone was completely stressed out. Because they knew clearly that the end of this wave of mechanisms did not mean that everything was over, but that the next fusion demon would release a more terrifying attack. If they could not avoid this attack, they would eventually die. In order to survive, in order to continue to fight the monsters in the dungeon, what could Susu Baby and his friends do? They could only put their hopes on Shinemo again. They began to beg Shinemo one after another. Facing the pleading and asking of Susu Baby, Shinemo thought for a while and finally answered the question, because the mechanism of the fusion demon has been released to the final stage. If he does not let his teammates solve the mechanism, the attack released by the fusion demon will inevitably destroy them. At that time, his plan would not even be successful, let alone take shape. It is okay to want to relieve the pressure on everyone, but there must be a suitable degree. If it exceeds this degree, it would be too stupid. Brothers, I know that everyone is very worried and desperate now. They all feel that the mechanism here has put us under great pressure, but I can tell you accurately that I have said more than once before that as long as it is a mechanism, there will be a corresponding solution. As long as we can find a solution to this monster mechanism and solve it, then this monster will be no threat to us, and we don't need to worry about anything anymore. Although Chinmo's words were very reassuring, the mood of the crowd did not change much, because in their opinion, at this time, Chinmo said this, most likely to comfort their emotions, and it is impossible to solve the mechanism here. Big brother, I know you want to comfort us and want us not to have too much pressure, but this is meaningless. Our minds are all on the mechanism here. If this mechanism cannot be solved, we will definitely not relax. That's right, big brother, your starting point is good, but this result is not what we want, because in our opinion, we don't need such comfort. We want to see the mechanism here really solved, so that we can learn it well. Why are you in a hurry? Are you really sure that big brother is saying this to comfort us? I have been playing games for so many years, and watching big brother's live broadcast for so long, but I haven't seen big brother deliberately deceiving us. According to my guess, this is probably true. Is it true or false? Can it be solved? This is not up to us. What we have to do is very simple. Then we will wait and watch big brother's performance and know what the situation is. Chapter 571. Faced with more and more with thorns on the ground, this time Susu Baby did not immediately ask Chinmo, but started to discuss with each other. What do you think is the solution to this with thorn? It is obviously meaningless for us to just dodge. We must interrupt the attack and stop the mechanism here to completely solve the problem. How should we do it? According to the previous demonstration given to us by the senior brother, if I am not mistaken, the consistent solution here is probably also a fire attribute attack. After all, the attributes of these with thorns are all wood attributes. If you use fire attribute attacks, these with thorns should be burned directly. After a discussion, several people finally determined the solution. Their solution is very simple, that is, to use fire attribute attacks on these visual attacks to copy the operation of using fire attribute attacks to burn all vines in front of Shin. After confirming the plan, everyone immediately started to attack, and one fire attribute attack after another hit the with thorns on the ground. According to the square of everyone present, when they use this attack, the with thorns on the ground should be burned directly, and then the mechanism here will be completely over. But what they never expected was that after their fire attribute attack hit the with thorns on the ground did not change at all, not to mention disappearing, and they didn't even burn. Seeing this scene, everyone was immediately confused. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Didn't we use fire attribute attacks to hit this with thorn? Why are these with thorns not affected at all? They are all made of wood. How could this happen? Since the anchors were all confused by the scene in front of them, let alone the ordinary players in the live broadcast room, they were all in despair after seeing that the wooden thorns on the ground were not affected at all. No, what happened? Why is the battle here different from what we imagined? Logically speaking, fire attribute attack is the natural enemy of wood attribute. It should be able to directly destroy the wood attribute. Why is the attack here ineffective? Yes, this is too unreasonable. I originally thought that as long as the senior brother and the others used fire attribute attacks on the wooden thorns on the ground would be directly solved and there would be no problems in the battle here. As a result, it turned out like this. I really don't understand why the battle turned out like this. Didn't we say that everything is in our hands? Under control, this battle will be resolved soon. Drop? Why do I feel that the battle is getting more and more intense, and it is very likely that there will be a big problem. The key to the problem now is whether the eldest brother can clear these visuals. If they can clear them, then this battle will not be too threatening, and everything will be within our tolerance range. Correspondingly, we will be desperate. Because I really didn't expect that my attack would not pose any threat to the wooden thorns on the ground. So the unbelieving Susu Baby actually launched several waves of fire attribute attacks on the wooden thorns on the ground. They not only use fire attribute props, but also use fire attribute skills and fire attribute weapons. It can be said that almost all fire attribute attacks were used, but unfortunately, although they had tried their best and paid everything they had, it did not produce any effect. At this time, the number of people on the ground was still the same, and there was no change at all. Facing this outrageous scene. At this time, Susu Baby and the others could no longer bear it, and they could only put all their hopes on Chinmo. Brother, what the hell is going on? Why did you solve the wood attack mechanism on the ground when you used the fire attack before, but now we use the same method to attack, but there is no effect? Yes, elder brother, this situation makes me a little confused. Everyone uses the same attack and faces the same mechanism. Why are the final results completely different? Does it depend on the face? It works for handsome people, and it doesn't work for ugly people? In response to the depressed inquiry of his teammates, Chinemo was actually not going to say anything at the beginning, but as Susu Baby said the theory of handsome and ugly, he was a little happy and finally prepared to appease everyone's emotions and tell them the problem here. Although we are facing the mechanism of wood attribute, the solution of mechanism and mechanism is definitely different. Different mechanisms have different solutions. If we want to solve the mechanism, we can't just limit ourselves to one point, but we have to take everything into consideration. I can tell you for sure that if you want to use the fire attribute to solve this mechanism, it must be impossible. We still need to use other attack methods to solve it. After hearing Chinmo's rejection of the fire attribute solution, everyone present couldn't help but fall into despair, because the fire attribute solution was the best solution they could think of. If it doesn't work, then what else can work? I'm numb, completely numb. The mechanism here is really going to drive us crazy. I thought everything here was within our solution range, and there would be no other problems. But I didn't expect there would be so many incredible things. It's really hard to accept. I really can't imagine what would happen if we were facing the mechanism here. The difficulty of this fusion demon is simply refreshing my cognition. I'm a little bit mentally broken. It's too difficult, really too difficult. I always think that the biggest difficulty of a copy should appear at the end of the battle when facing the final boss. As a result, I never thought that we can't even solve an elite monster now. What else can we do now? If the mechanism here can't be solved, then let alone seeing the final boss, we can't even see the subsequent barracks monsters and outpost monsters. This is really a huge blow to us. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room were talking about it, the game at this time. The fusion demon in the room has launched a new round of attacks. This time, the attack he launched was still a visual attack, but both the coverage and the number of visual observations were much larger than before. At this time, the entire room was densely covered with countless wooden thorns, and the number of these wooden thorns almost covered the entire room. If it weren't for the fact that there was a certain distance between the wooden thorns, and if Chinemo and his companions were all top masters, they would have been killed by this wave of attacks. After successfully avoiding the attack of the fusion demon again, Su Shubao and his companions were not happy, but on the contrary, they were extremely nervous, because they knew clearly that if they could not find a solution to the mechanism and solve the mechanism, the most terrible result would be waiting for them. In order to find a solution to the mechanism, and not to be killed in front of the audience in the live broadcast room, Su Shubao and his companions could only put their final hope on Chinemo, and they began to ask Chinemo about the solution to the problem. Big brother, we must now find a solution to the matrix and solve the mechanism here, otherwise we will be killed directly by the attack here. At that time, we will have no room for resistance. Yes, big brother, do you know the solution to the mechanism here? I feel that my pressure has been completely pulled to the limit now. If the fusion demon really releases my attack, it will be a disaster. We will all be dead. The audience in the live broadcast room was already scared enough by the fusion demon's wit. Now they heard Susu Baby and others talk about the next mechanism of the fusion demon so outrageously. It only took a moment. The pressure of the audience in the live broadcast room was completely pulled to the limit. At this time, they no longer had any calm emotions, and all entered the explosion state. Why didn't Big Brother speak again? He quickly said the witty solution here, our hope is on him. If he can't find a solution, then we have no hope of cracking it, but we will be completely finished. It's too difficult, it's really too difficult. Why is the mechanism so difficult? Didn't we say that everything is under control, and we can solve all the problems? Now that it's like this, I feel like I don't know how to face it. The key is that the mechanism of this super time and space war monster is too outrageous and crazy. This fusion demon is just an ordinary elite monster, and it can have such strength. When it comes to the subsequent outpost monster barracks monsters, I can't imagine how terrifying those monsters will be. To be honest, if other people didn't say anything, I guess I would have given up any hope and no longer considered any problems. But since the one in front of us is the eldest brother, I believe he will definitely help us solve the problem. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. Seeing that the emotions of the people present at this time have been fully mobilized, Chinemo will naturally stop wasting time. He took a deep breath and analyzed and explained to the audience in the live broadcast room. Don't get excited, don't worry about the mechanism released by this monster now, although it is a little scary. But as I have told you countless times, as long as it is a monster's mechanism, there is a solution. We only need to use the corresponding solution to solve this problem, and then the mechanism here will be easily controlled by us. As for how to solve the mechanism here, let me show you a good show next. After mobilizing the emotions of everyone present, Chin-mo did not waste any more time. He immediately rushed towards the fusion demon at the fastest speed. Compared with the previous easy approach to the monster, the problem Chin-mo faced this time was undoubtedly much more serious. At this time, there were countless wooden thorns in front of him. If he wanted to get close to the fusion demon, he had to avoid all of them. Chin-mo's teammates couldn't help but sweat for him, because they knew clearly that all their hopes were on Chin-mo. If Chin-mo could cross these road thorns and solve the mechanism of the fusion demon, then this battle would not be a big problem. Correspondingly, if Chin-mo could not cross these mechanisms, and could not solve the fusion demon not far away, then they would be completely destroyed by the next attack. At that time, they would be completely finished. Come on, big brother, I believe you can do it. You are the hope of all of us now. If you can't solve the mechanism here, then it will be even more impossible for us. You must help us to understand all these mechanisms. Hearing Susu Baby's words, the audience in the live broadcast room no longer kept Chin-mo. They also knew clearly that their hopes were on Chin-mo. Only when Chin-mo solved the mechanism, they could see the subsequent monsters and learn more. Without further ado, senior brother, as long as you can solve this mechanism, I will definitely send you a wave of gifts. I will directly send you 5 rockets. I will keep my word. You can remember my name. Just wait and see. Yes, senior brother, I will also send you gifts in a while. The mechanism here is the most important moment. Our hope is on you. Only if you remove this mechanism can we see the follow-up things. If you can't remove it, then we will collapse. Not only will I send senior brother gifts, but more importantly, I will also publicize senior brother everywhere, and tell others how invincible senior brother's strength is. In other words, as long as senior brother can solve this mechanism, he will reap unparalleled rewards. Stop talking, don't continue talking. If you continue talking, I feel that my emotions will be extremely nervous. This battle is too critical. I have never faced such a critical battle. Chapter 572. Surrounded by so many wooden thorns, if it were an ordinary player, he would not even dare to think about getting close to the fusion demon, let alone doing it. But for Chin-mo, it was nothing. Who is he? He is a time traveler with more than 10 years of gaming experience. He has used this operation countless times before, and he is so familiar with it that he has become very familiar with it. In this way, Chin-mo quickly moved back and forth in the room under the unbelievable gaze of everyone present. Relying on his previous gaming experience, he really perfectly avoided the obstruction of every wooden thorn and successfully came to the side of the fusion demon. After coming to the side of the fusion demon, he immediately hit the fusion demon with a skill. The skill he released was nothing else but the strongest skill of the ghost swordsman profession, the wave slash. Although the fusion demon was in a dominant state at this time, because the wave slash could just break the dominant state, when his skill was hit, the fusion demon was directly picked up and flew into the air. After the fusion demon was picked up and flew away, the dense wooden thorns in the room disappeared instantly. It was obvious that the mechanism of the fusion demon had been successfully interrupted. Seeing that the mechanism that was like a nightmare to him was hit by Chin-mo so casually, everyone present was shocked and felt a burst of disbelief. No way. Big brother, are you too fierce? You really have a solution to the mechanism here. I thought you were joking with us before, but I didn't expect that you really solved the mechanism here. You are too powerful, aren't you? It's not just amazing, it's simply invincible. I just wanted to give up on the mechanism here, and had no hope. But I never thought that the senior brother just made a random move, and perfectly solved the mechanism here. This operation really refreshed my cognition. It can be imagined that since even Susu Baby, a big anchor, was shocked to this extent by Chin-mo's operation, let alone the ordinary players in the live broadcast room. 6666666, too strong, really too strong. I have never seen anyone as strong as the senior brother in all these years of playing games. He is so awesome, I can't see any possibility of solving the current mechanism. I was thinking of giving up this mechanism. I left the live broadcast room, but I didn't expect the senior brother to solve everything in an instant. What is the gap? This is the gap between us and the senior brother. It is obviously the same monster, the same mechanism. For us, it is unsolvable, it is a nightmare, but for the senior brother, it can be solved casually. I really can't figure out why the senior brother's strength can be so brave. It feels that there is no mechanism in this game that can stop him. I can't see any flaws in the current mechanisms, but he can control them at will. I can only say that I always felt that the success of the senior brother had a certain amount of luck in it, but now, after watching the senior brother's display, I know that the success of the senior brother is completely a manifestation of strength. He is really too powerful. Facing the crazy flattery of the audience in the live broadcast room, Chinemo didn't pay too much attention at this time, because he knew clearly. Now the fusion demon's mechanism has just begun. It hasn't even been released halfway. If he is in a hurry to show off, it will be meaningless. I know everyone is very excited now, and thinks everything is done, but everyone needs to pay attention to the fact that the mechanism of the fusion demon cannot be solved so easily by us. Now the wood attribute mechanism of the fusion demon has only been released too, and he will release more wood attribute mechanisms in the future. Originally in the midst of laughter and joy, now with Chinmo's words, everyone's emotions were instantly affected, and they couldn't care about being happy anymore, and they all hurriedly began to ask, "Big brother, are you serious? Will this fusion demon really release the heart mechanism next? If it can release new mechanisms, then this monster is a bit too fierce. He has released so many mechanisms before, he doesn't give us any chance to survive." "Yes, big brother, after listening to you, I feel that he is simply fierce, even stronger than the boss of Luke's copy? You know, he is just an ordinary elite monster, not the strongest monster in this copy. If he is so powerful, how terrifying will the monsters behind be?" Knowing that this is a good opportunity to put pressure on the audience in the live broadcast room, Chinemo did not hesitate to speak. He immediately took a deep breath, put on a serious look, and explained to the audience in the live broadcast room. Everyone is right. The difficulty of this fusion demon in the Super Spacetime War dungeon is actually very average. Above it are outpost monsters and barracks monsters. That is to say, we will encounter more and more terrifying monsters in the subsequent battles. The difficulty of those monsters is much more difficult than the fusion demon. When they were still present, everyone's scalp was numb. Now they heard Shinmo's words again, and they confirmed that their mentality was completely affected. One by one, they started to send out barrages like crazy as if they had exploded. I am numb, I am numb. Why is the difficulty of this Super Spacetime War so terrifying? Logically speaking, the planner should have considered our combat effectiveness when designing monsters. Now he has created such a terrifying monster. Is it because he didn't think about letting us pass the dungeon at all? Yes, at the beginning, I thought that the monsters in the front of the Super Spacetime War would not be very difficult. After all, they are just some ordinary monsters. They must be easily solved. Now this situation is really unbelievable to me. I can only say that it is fortunate that we have the existence of the strongman, the eldest brother, in this game. If he hadn't helped us solve the problem and found and cracked these monster mechanisms, then I really can't imagine what the result would be if we directly faced these monsters. Stop talking, don't continue talking. If you continue talking, I feel that my mentality will collapse. Where in the world are there so many spaces? Don't blame me. Fortunately, I don't like flowers, otherwise I will really collapse. Accompanied by the scalp-numbing discussions of the audience in the live broadcast room, the fusion demon in the game has changed again. The fusion demon that had just been interrupted by Chinemo and had not moved for a long time had moved to the middle of the room at the fastest speed. After moving to the middle of the room, he did not immediately attack the few people, but raised his hands in the air and made a gesture of worship. As he made this move, 4 clones exactly like him appeared around the room in an instant. When the clone appeared, the fusion demon immediately started the second stage of summoning, and a green spear suddenly appeared in his hand. When the weapon appeared in the hands of the fusion demon, the same weapon appeared in the hands of his 4 clones. For a moment, a green spear appeared in the hands of the 5 fusion demons in the room. Although the fusion demons had not yet attacked everyone had already felt a huge pressure. They knew clearly that the fusion demons would definitely use the green spears in their hands to attack them next. Based on the appearance of the green spears in the hands of the current fusion demons, once they attacked them, it would inevitably pose a terrifying threat, and would probably kill them instantly. Thinking about what might happen next, Susu Baby and the others didn't care about anything at this time, and they hurriedly asked Chinemo, "Brother, what is the situation with this fusion demon now? Will he attack us with a weapon in his hand next? If he attacks us, will he release the attacks in a scattered manner? Or will he release the attacks at the same time? Why do I feel that the attack released by this fusion demon will be a sure kill weapon? If I can't avoid it and get attacked, I will probably be killed directly. Brother, is there anything we can do now?" The audience in the live broadcast room already felt a certain amount of pressure after seeing the changes in the fusion demon. Now, as Susu Baby said the words to squeeze people out, their pressure was directly raised to the extreme. Oh my god, I'm really impressed. How can this fusion demon be so powerful? Absurd mechanisms come one after another, and each one is so scary. Just thinking about its current mechanism makes my scalp tingle. It's really hard to accept. How can this fusion demon be so terrifying? What else can we do with it? I feel that let alone the so-called outpost monsters and barracks monsters later, just this fusion demon will become my nightmare. The key to the problem now is not us, but the eldest brother. If the eldest brother can solve these monsters. If it is not, then we will not have too much pressure. Everything is still under our control. On the contrary, if the eldest brother can't solve it, then we are completely finished. I can only say that if it was anyone else, I would definitely have given up hope and felt that it was completely over. But since it is the eldest brother, who has created countless miracles, I believe he can definitely help us solve these problems. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room were talking about it, I had already started a new round of attacks in the fusion action in the game. The 5 fusion demons in the room did not attack everyone at the same time, but started to attack in batches. The first one to launch an attack was the fusion demon in the upper left corner of the room. He raised the green spear in his hand and threw it fiercely at everyone. The green spear not only flew very fast, but also had a coverage range of almost 2 body positions. Imagine an attack with a very fast flying speed and a wide coverage area. Flying towards us, how much of a threat would that be? When they saw the spear flying over, everyone's emotions instantly tensed up. At this time, they didn't care about anything and immediately started to move quickly. If it were ordinary people facing such an attack, they would definitely have no ability to resist. But for Susu Baby and several other anchors, it was not fatal. In the end, with their sharp movement, they still dodged the spear attack. Successfully dodging a spear. The emotions of several people were not happy, but became more nervous. Because they clearly knew that this dodge could not change the result. The fusion demon would continue to release attacks on them. Although they can still use the same method to dodge, the key to the problem is that if several fusion demons in the room attack them at the same time, then they really don't know what to do. Big brother, if you are not in a hurry to tell us the solution, can you first tell us whether these fusion demons will release their attacks one by one, or will they attack us in a group after releasing them one by one? Knowing that everyone will see the result directly, Chinemo did not hide anything and revealed the answer directly. You are right, the attack mode is to attack one by one first, and then there will be a wave of all attacks in the end. If you can't avoid it, you will be killed directly. As Chinemo said this, the emotions of the audience in the live broadcast room could no longer be restrained, and they began to refresh the barrage like a boiling glass. It's all over now. If it's really the same as what Senior Brother said, then I feel that the mechanism here is completely unsolvable. I really didn't expect this fusion demon to be so fierce and leave us no chance of survival. It's really unexpected. You know, the fusion demon has already released many terrifying attacks before. Now the attacks he released have not only not weakened, but have become more powerful. This is going to drive us crazy. The key issue now is whether Senior Brother can solve this mechanism. As long as Senior Brother can solve it, then we don't need to worry too much. We just need to imitate it. If Senior Brother can't solve it, then we will be in big trouble. I think we'd better not have too many expectations, because from now on, the mechanism released by the fusion demon will only become more and more terrifying. If you want to solve all his mechanisms, it must be a very difficult project. Chapter 573. There is a reason for Chinmo's timing. As soon as he finished speaking, the fusion demon in the game had already cooperated with him and released skills. The fusion demon in the lower left corner of the room threw the weapon in his hand at everyone. The spear flew towards the few people at the fastest speed. Although everyone had dodged this wave of attacks before, seeing everyone again still created great pressure, because they knew clearly that even if they dodged this wave of attacks again. But when it comes to the back, when the 4 fusion demons in the 4 corners of the room release attacks on them at the same time, they will be completely finished. While dodging, everyone was not idle. They once again placed their hopes on Chinemo and asked one by one. Big brother, since you know that this monster will attack us at the same time, should we do something? If we just sit there and wait for death, then once these monsters release their spears at us at the same time, won't we be dead? Yes, big brother, if you have any solution, please tell us quickly. I feel that I am under a lot of pressure now. If I can't solve the mechanism here, I think my mentality will completely collapse. Although several people in the team are feeling a little uncomfortable now, Chinemo has no soft thoughts. Because he knows clearly that if he softens his heart now, then his original plan will no longer be realized. As the saying goes, a friend dies, but the poor one lives. As for other people, he still wants to complete his own plan. Don't worry, I do know the solution to the mechanism here, but the problem is that if I tell you the solution every time, then you don't know how to deal with these mechanisms? This will lead to a decline in your strength. What do you think? Seeing this, Shinemo was not ready to tell the method here. Although everyone felt helpless, they also knew that what Shinemo said was right. If they relied too much on Shinemo, then they would definitely not grow. If that's the case, can we assume that the senior brother has handed over the mechanism here to us, and wants us to crack the mechanism here? Why do I feel that the senior brother thinks too highly of us? I can't see any possible solution to this mechanism at all. That's right. I've been looking at it for a long time, and I can't see any flaws at all. In this case, how can we solve the mechanism here? I think the senior brother is really putting pressure on us. Is this to make us recognize our own strength? Although it's a bit of a headache, in the end, the senior brother is doing this for our own good. He is right. If we rely on him every time, then when can we grow up? We can't rely on the senior brother for a lifetime, right? There is no time to explain. Since the senior brother has given us the pressure, let's face it well. We can't hide from it. I don't believe that the mechanism here can be so powerful that there is no solution at all. Since even the live broadcast audience can think of these things, let alone Susu Bao Bao and others who are big anchors. After understanding Shinmo's thoughts, Bao Bao and others are a little helpless. But they also know that Shinemo is doing this for their own good. Since it is for their own good, they will naturally not have any resistance, and they immediately thank Shinemo one by one. Thank you, senior brother. I didn't expect you to think so much. We thought too simply. We only thought about solving the problem as quickly as possible, and didn't consider what would happen if we couldn't solve the problem. We should really consider this situation now. That's right. I believe that there must be a solution based on our strength. I don't believe it. Isn't it just a fusion demon? How powerful and invincible can he be? We can't solve his mechanism with so many people. Senior brother, don't say anything next, just watch our performance. Since everyone's emotions have been aroused, Shinemo will naturally stop talking nonsense. He nodded slightly and stepped aside. At the same time, the other two fusion demons in the room released spear attacks on several people one after another. Long hair flew to everyone's side one after another. Although these two attacks were very scary, everyone had dodged several times before. So when facing this attack, everyone did not appear to be too panicked, and they just followed the previous operations, step by step, and easily avoided the two waves of attacks from the fusion demon. After dodging these two attacks, the only thing left for everyone was the last round of attacks. Everyone knew clearly that the next thing would be the 4 spears of the fusion demon attacking the 4 long hairs. It was not just an increase in number. More importantly, these 4 spears were likely to attack them from all directions at the same time. If they couldn't dodge, they would be doomed. Since Susu Baby had thought of all this, let alone the audience in the live broadcast room, who were spectators. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room immediately began to refresh. It's about to start. We are about to enter the most dangerous moment of this round of attacks. I don't know if Susu Baby can solve this round of attacks. If Susu Baby and his team can solve it, then we can still see the rooster below. If they can't solve it, then it's over. This is really frustrating. Who would have thought that this round of battle would develop to this point? I was thinking that the fusion demons would be solved by us in the front, and there would be no threat. I didn't expect it to become more and more outrageous. The key to the problem now lies in the mechanism here. Can we solve it successfully? If we can solve it successfully, then there won't be too many problems. If we can't solve it successfully, then what awaits us is the most terrible result. I think we shouldn't think about anything now. There is only one thing we have to do now, which is to cheer for Susu Baby and his team. I hope they can solve all the mechanisms here, otherwise we have no hope of seeing what's next. While the audience in the live broadcast room were discussing, the fusion demon had begun a new round of changes. The 4 fusion demons in the room raised their weapons and took attacking postures. It was obvious that they were going to attack several people next. Seeing this scene, Susu Baby and others suddenly became nervous, and they immediately started. Crazy discussion. How do you think the difficulty of this monster's attack is? How should we solve it? We must interrupt the attack of this monster now, otherwise once it is released, we will be completely finished. I think we should start with the main body, because these clones are split from the main body. As long as we can solve the main body, these clones will naturally disappear, and there will be no other problems. After a discussion, Susu Baby did not waste any more time. He immediately rushed towards the main body of the fusion demon in the middle of the room, according to the result they discussed. After coming to the side of the fusion demon's main body, he used a wave slash to the main body of the fusion demon. The reason why this skill was used was because he always liked to use this skill when solving monster mechanisms. Since the previous mechanisms were solved with this skill, It stands to reason that they can also use this skill to solve them. As the high-speed rotating chakra of the Hunter Wave Slash hit the Fusion Demon, who was standing still, was directly lifted up into the air. When he was lifted up into the air, the several clones around the room disappeared instantly. Since the 4 clones have all disappeared, everyone naturally knows that the mechanism here has been solved by Suzu Baby and his friends. After thinking that such a terrifying mechanism was actually solved by Suzu Baby and his friends, the emotions of the people present could no longer be controlled, and the barrage in the live broadcast room seemed to explode. No way, the mechanism here is real. It was solved so easily, logically speaking. Shouldn't the mechanism here be very difficult to solve? How could it be possible? It was solved so easily by Suzu Baby and his friends. Am I hallucinating? It is indeed a bit unexpected. I thought the mechanism here was completely unsolvable, and was about to become a nightmare for all of us, but I never thought it was solved so easily. Is this the gap between us and the Masters? Brother Booty was not nervous at all from beginning to end. It turned out that he knew that the mechanism here was not enough to threaten him, and believed that his teammates' strength could solve the mechanism here. If it were us, he would have attacked these monsters long ago. Since the mechanism here has been solved, do we not need to worry about anything anymore? Next, the eldest brother and his friends will definitely be able to grasp everything, and we just need to wait quietly. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room guessed, at the beginning, Shinemo actually guessed that his teammates could solve the mechanism here, because the solution to this mechanism can be said to be the simplest, basically without any difficulty. Of course, although he had already guessed everything, he still needed to say something. After all, this mechanism was the first one that everyone had solved by themselves in this period of time. If he didn't praise it, he would be too cautious. Yes, brothers, this mechanism was really solved by you. How did you find the solution? I was ready to help you, but who would have thought that you solved it so quickly? You are really amazing. If ordinary people praised themselves like this, Suzu Baby and the others would definitely not have any big fluctuations in their hearts. But since the person speaking now is Shinemo, the strongest existence in this game, after hearing this, their emotions suddenly changed. Ha ha ha, it's not as amazing as you said, senior brother. It's mainly because you gave me a lot of reminders before. We have witnessed your way of cracking the mechanism. Since we have witnessed it before, we just need to do it step by step, and there won't be any big problems. It really depends on senior brother. If there is no guidance from senior brother, I dare not imagine what we will become when we face the wits here. The mechanism here is indeed a bit difficult, and it also makes us a little suffocated. Just when several people in the team were low-key and humble to each other, the battle situation in the game changed again. The fusion demon that had just stopped attacking had moved to the right side of the room at the fastest speed. After moving to the right side of the room, the body of the fusion demon changed instantly. At this time, the body of the fusion demon had changed from green to dark green. After it turned into this color, his whole aura became different. Seeing the changes of the fusion demon, everyone immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. They knew that the fusion demon would definitely release the most terrifying attack next. If they could not solve it, then the most terrible result would be waiting for them. Oh my god, why has the mechanism here changed again? Didn't the mechanism here reach this level before? Why has it changed again? This doesn't leave us any chance to survive. It's too difficult, it's really too difficult. How can the mechanism keep changing and keep suffocating? I really can't imagine a battle that is so outrageous. If it continues like this, what else can we do? I can only say that we are still quite lucky, because we have the senior brother in front of us to protect us from the wind and rain. If there is no senior brother, I really can't imagine what the result will be if we face the mechanism here directly. The key is that this fusion demon is too powerful. There are always some new and terrible mechanisms. I am really worried about what problems the senior brother will encounter in the future. Once he can't solve one, the final result will be completely ruined. Chapter 574. Because they knew that the mechanism of the fusion demon would only become more and more powerful. When they saw the changes of the fusion demon at this time, several people in the team suddenly became nervous and asked, "Big brother, what mechanism will this monster release next?" Let's see. The mechanism he is going to release should be quite scary, right? Should we do something in advance to avoid being killed by him directly? Yes, big brother, please give us a hint. I feel that the mechanism that this monster is going to release next must be very powerful. If we can't avoid it, what awaits us must be the most terrible. As a result, we will be finished when that time comes. Facing the questions of his teammates, Shinmo's expression did not change at all. Although his teammates were very curious and anxious at this time, He could not tell everything here, because in his opinion, if he revealed everything in advance, when the fusion demon releases the mechanism, people will not have too much pressure. If everyone does not have too much pressure, then the result he wants will inevitably not be achieved. Why are you in such a hurry? If I tell you everything now, what do you still have to look forward to? What other surprises are there? You will have to face all these monsters by yourselves. What do you think? Although Chinemo refused to answer, everyone was not too disappointed after hearing it, because in their opinion, what Chinemo said was indeed reasonable. If they rely on Chinemo for everything, then, when they don't team up with Chinemo later, then all of this will be a little unacceptable to them. Big Brother is right. We really can't rely on him for everything. After all, we need to face the mechanism here head-on in the future. If we rely on him for everything, we will be completely dumbfounded when we face it ourselves in the future. Not only did the other people in the team think that what Chinemo said made sense, but even the audience in the live broadcast room nodded repeatedly after hearing it, and they couldn't help but start sending barrages to express their inner thoughts. It has to be the senior brother. He has considered everything for us so comprehensively. If it were someone else, he would definitely put pressure on us and show off at the first time. He would definitely not consider these things for us. I am really touched. It really did not occur to me. I guess only the senior brother in this game would care about us so much. If it were someone else, they would definitely not imagine such a situation. They would definitely use the mechanism here to attract a wave of traffic and encourage us to give gifts. I really can't imagine that there is such a perfect existence as the senior brother in this world. I feel that he has extremely powerful talents in all aspects. I really can't believe that he is about the same age as us, or even younger than us, but his mentality is so stable. I just don't know what kind of mechanism this fusion demon will release next. If the mechanism released is within our scope of response, then the problem is not big. If it exceeds our cognition, then we will have a headache. Accompanied by the discussions of the audience in the live broadcast room, the fusion demon in the game has already appeared. After he moved to the right side of the room in this round of changes, he raised his hands directly. As he raised his hands, a yellow circle appeared in the middle of the room. With the experience accumulated in the past, after seeing the circle, everyone immediately realized that this was the magic prompt circle of the fusion demon to release the attack, and the next position must be the place where the fusion demon will release the attack. Looking at the yellow prompt magic circle on the ground that did not cover a large area and was completely threatening, everyone was confused. What's going on? What's going on? Logically speaking, shouldn't the attacks of the fusion demon be more and more terrifying? Why is the mechanism prompt he released this time not as good as before? Is this sure there is no problem? Yes, I was a little confused when I saw it. I thought that the mechanism he released this time would directly force us into a dead end. I was ready to face the storm, but I never thought that he would release a non-threatening mechanism in the opposite hand. Isn't this a game error? Listening to the puzzled discussion of everyone, Chinemo couldn't help but reveal a strange smile on his face. On the surface, it seems that the mechanism released by the fusion demon at this time does not pose any threat and seems to be very rubbish, but in fact, the mechanism released by the fusion demon at this time is just the beginning. This mechanism will become more and more terrifying as time goes on, and it will also be mixed with attachment attacks, which will cause additional damage to the surroundings. If you don't dodge it, the final result will definitely make your scalp numb. Brothers, I know everyone is confused and agitated now, but I advise you to stay calm, because this mechanism is definitely not as simple as you think. The extreme power that this monster will release next is a very terrifying existence. If you relax your vigilance now, you will definitely be in a very embarrassing situation in a while. Hearing Chinmo's reminder, everyone was shocked. They really didn't expect that this fusion demon would release such a clever trick that was beyond their imagination. No, the elder brother is not deliberately putting pressure on us, right? As for the attack prompts displayed by this fusion demon, I can't see any threat at all. How can it be impossible? It's impossible. Yes, I can't see any threat from this mechanism. It feels like a simple single attack. You just need to hide in a safe place, and you won't be affected. Could it be that the elder brother saw that we were too relaxed, so he wanted to put pressure on us? I don't know, I can't figure it out. Anyway, the current situation makes me a little confused. I don't understand why this fusion demon is so powerful. How powerful is it? If I were to say, I would be more inclined to believe that this monster poses no threat and will be easily dealt with. To be honest, if anyone else said this, I would definitely not believe it, and I would definitely think it was fake, but since the person who said this is the eldest brother, the most powerful person in this game, I believe he must have a reason for saying this. Just when the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't figure out what was going on, the fusion demon in the game finally released its mechanism, and a green whirlwind suddenly appeared on the yellow prompt magic circle in the middle of the room. At the beginning, the green whirlwind was only a little thin and just rotated in place, but before everyone was happy, it began to rotate. As it rotated, its size began to gradually increase, and in a short while, it had become a tornado covering 2 or 3 bodies. Not only that, as it grew bigger, it also turned madly towards Chinemo and his companions. In the blink of an eye, he had come to Chinemo and his companions. Faced with this situation, they originally thought that Chinemo was deliberately putting pressure on them, but they immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Good fellow, I'm just good fellow. This fusion demon won't have a mechanism to become stronger. As time goes by, it will continue to become stronger as it rotates. If so, the threat it poses is a bit too great. Don't scare me. If it's really as you said, then this battle will be a bit too difficult for us. I thought at first that his attack was a single one-time attack. As long as we dodge it, there will be no problem. If it's really as you said, it's too difficult. At the same time, a yellow prompt magic circle appeared on the ground in the room. When the new yellow prompt magic circle appeared, the green tornado that had been attacking Chinemo and his companions did not disappear. In this case, as long as everyone is not a fool, they can understand that the fusion demon at this time will release a mechanism that they cannot accept. We are really finished now. After this fusion demon released its new mechanism, its previous mechanism did not disappear. This clearly means that its extremes exist at the same time. If we cannot interrupt it, we will inevitably encounter more outrageous tornado attacks next. By then, we will be completely finished. With the pressure from Susu Baby and others, Chinemo didn't need to say much nonsense. The pressure on the audience in the live broadcast room was completely full, and their emotions were like exploding. Are what Susu Baby and the others said true? If the mechanism really develops to that point, why do I feel that we are somewhat unable to cope with it? That's too scary. I just look at this one now, and I feel that I can't deal with the tornado. If there are more, won't it be a dead end? That's right, I think so too. This is really going to force us to death. It seems that the senior brother did not lie to us. The mechanism here is indeed the same as he said. It is outrageous to the extreme. Now I don't know if Susu Baby and the others can solve the problem here. I feel a little difficult, mainly because the mechanism released by this fusion demon is too outrageous. I feel very unbelievable as a bystander, not to mention the existence of Susu Baby and the others who are involved. If you ask me, we should give up as soon as possible. What's the point of continuing to watch under the current situation? Now the situation will only get worse and worse, and it will become more and more difficult for us to accept. It's also torturing ourselves to watch it. It's better to run away. The fusion demon in the discussion room has summoned the second tornado, and the second tornado is the same as the first one. When he first appeared, he looked very ordinary and posed no great threat, but as time went by, he grew rapidly. At the beginning, the first tornado that was summoned did not disappear at this time, and was still chasing Chinemo and his companions. Now a second tornado appeared. If everyone was not under too much pressure when facing one tornado, then now with the appearance of the second tornado, everyone's pressure was maxed out. They knew clearly that once the two tornadoes started to attack at the same time, they would be greatly restrained whether they were dodging or moving, and what was even more troublesome for them was that these two tornadoes were probably not the final number. In the following battle, the fusion demon was likely to release more tornadoes. Once the room was full of tornadoes at that time, no matter how good their operation and positioning were, they would definitely be dead in the end. What should we do, brothers? We can't continue to sit and wait for death. If we don't find a solution to the governance mechanism as quickly as possible, then once the number of tornadoes reaches a point that we can't accept, we will be dead. I don't know. I can't see any solution now. As far as the current situation is concerned, I can only move and dodge, and there is no other expansion at all. If you have a way, please tell me quickly. I really can't see anything. The audience in the live broadcast room felt a little scalp numb because of the current mechanism, and some didn't know what to do. Now I heard that even Susu Baby and several other anchors were so troubled. It was only a moment, and their pressure was completely maxed out. I am numb, completely numb, and now I really don't know what to do, given the current situation. What can we do? Can we just watch quietly and wait for the final result to appear? There is no way. The current mechanism is too scary. If it were me, let alone finding a way to crack the mechanism, I might be under a lot of pressure just facing these tornado attacks. Now I really don't know what to do, and I even want to quit the live broadcast room. I know everyone is having a headache now, but in my opinion, everyone should be calm, because if we give up all hope at this time, then what can we do next? It's better to watch quietly. If it were someone else, then we really have no way, but don't forget that there is still the existence of the senior brother in front of us. He will definitely be able to cover the bottom for us. As long as he is not solved and the mechanism here is not abandoned, then I think we have to continue to wait. Chapter 575. Because they knew that if the number of tornadoes continued to increase, it would inevitably pose a great threat to everyone. So after seeing that the battle situation had changed, Susu Baby and the others did not remain calm, but immediately rushed towards the fusion demon not far away. In a blink of an eye, they all came to the side of the fusion demon. According to their ideas, the mechanism interruption method of the fusion demon monster should be the same. Chinemo used attack interruption before, so it should be the same this time. After coming to the side of the fusion demon, they all used breaking moves to attack the fusion demon. As their attacks hit the fusion demon, a scene that no one expected appeared on the screen. Originally, according to everyone's ideas, since Chinemo used breaking moves to stop the fusion demon before, it should be similar this time, but what they didn't expect was that when their attacks hit the fusion demon, the state of the fusion demon was not affected at all. Seeing the fusion demon without any changes, everyone was a little confused. Everyone couldn't help but start discussing. What's going on? What's going on? Why didn't our attacks have any effect on the fusion demon? Logically speaking, shouldn't its mechanism interruption method be to break the move? Why is it not affected at all now? I don't know. I was a little dumbfounded. I thought that as long as our attack could reach the fusion demon would be killed directly. But now it seems that we still think things are too simple. The cracking mechanism of this monster must not be here. It can be imagined that even Susu Baby and his friends, who are big anchors, were shocked by the situation at this time, let alone the audience in the live broadcast room as ordinary players. After seeing Susu Baby and his friends' attack failed, everyone's emotions were unstoppable at that time. What the hell? What the hell is this? Why didn't this thing develop in the direction we imagined? The mechanism of this fusion demon, let alone ending, was not even interrupted. Did we think the mechanism here was too easy? I don't know. I didn't expect this battle to develop to this point. I thought the mechanism of the fusion demon was not a big threat and could be easily cracked. I didn't expect Susu Baby and his interruption to fail. This is completely over. I feel that we are going to be under pressure again. I thought we didn't need to do anything next. We just needed to quietly watch Susu Baby and his performance, and the mechanism here would be solved. I never thought that the final result would develop to this point. The question is, given the current situation, do we still have hope to see the follow-up results? Is it possible that the mechanism of this fusion demon can be interrupted? If it can be interrupted, then we will not be too threatening. If it can't be interrupted, then it will be troublesome. Along with everyone's surprised discussion, the fusion demon in the game has changed again. Just now, the fusion demon only summoned 2 tornadoes, but after the attack of Susu Baby and others, the fusion demon seemed to be stimulated. This time, he did not summon 1 tornado at a time, but summoned 2 tornadoes at once. Together with the 2 tornadoes that already existed in the room, the number of tornadoes in the room has reached 4. Although these 4 tornadoes cannot cover the entire room and leave room for everyone to evade, facing the current situation, everyone still feels great pressure. They clearly know that there is not much time left for them. If they can interrupt the attack of the fusion demon and stop the attack of the fusion demon in the next battle, there will not be too much problem. Correspondingly, if they cannot interrupt the attack of the fusion demon, the number of tornadoes of the fusion demon will inevitably continue to increase. When the number of tornadoes in the room reaches a point where they cannot cope with it, then this battle will enter a period where they cannot fight back. At that time, no matter how hard they try, they cannot solve the problem. What should we do? Brothers, in addition to the method of breaking the trick, do you have any other methods? We must quickly find a solution to the governance mechanism, otherwise, as time goes by, the number of tornadoes in the room will reach a point where we cannot match it. I can't believe it. I feel like this fusion demon has absolutely no flaws. I've been thinking about it, but I can't find any other methods. I feel like we're probably going to be in big trouble this time. The tornado attack of this fusion demon is probably unbreakable. The audience in the live broadcast room already felt a lot of pressure, and now they heard the discussion of Susu Baby and the others. In just a moment, their mentality exploded to the extreme. I'm numb. I'm completely numb now. Is this monster really unsolvable? If so, what can we do? We can't just watch quietly. Once Susu Baby and the others fail to solve the problem, we won't have any other options. I would like to help them, but the key to the problem is that I can't see where there is expansion or loopholes. I feel that the mechanism of this fusion demon has entered an unsolvable stage. It is very likely that we will really have to see the end. No, I still want to see the outpost monsters and barracks monsters behind. If it ends here, doesn't it mean that I have no hope of seeing those monsters? This is really unacceptable to us. How can I pretend to be cool? Although the current situation is a bit serious, it is obviously not to the point where it cannot be solved. Have you forgotten from beginning to end? The eldest brother has not made any remarks yet. He is not talking now. I guess he must have a solution. Let's wait and see. After seeing the discussion of the audience in the live broadcast room, Susu Baby and the others, who were originally a little numb, suddenly had it. They did not waste any more time and immediately fixed their sights on Shinemo. Big brother, what should we do? We can't seem to find a solution to this fusion demon. Do you have any good solution? If you do, please tell us quickly, otherwise, I don't know what to do. Yes, big brother, now our hopes are on you. If you can solve the mechanism of this monster, then we won't have too much pressure. If you can't solve it, then I feel that we really can't deal with it. Although the tone of several people in the team was full of pleading at this time, Shinmo's heart did not produce any waves, because he had already determined the plan at the beginning. His plan was very simple, that is, everyone must be stressed to the maximum. Only when everyone's pressure is fully stressed, he will take action to solve it, otherwise, no matter how exaggerated these people say, he can't say the solution to the problem. I know everyone is anxious and worried, but have you forgotten the original intention? Everyone secretly made up their minds at the beginning. They must use their own strength to solve the mechanism here. Now if I tell everyone the solution, won't everyone go against their original intention? It must be said that Shinemo is really talented in putting pressure on everyone. Originally, everyone present wanted to give up, and were not ready to continue to face the fusion demon. Now after he said this, everyone immediately changed their minds. Susu Baby and others clearly knew that the problem they were facing now was indeed as Shinemo said. If they gave up here with this monster, then when they faced other monsters later, would they continue to give up? If they kept giving up like this, what achievements could they make? It has to be the senior brother. He really sees the problem too clearly. He makes people feel like they have just woken up from a dream. If he hadn't said that, I guess Susu Baby and the others would have completely given up and would definitely not do anything. That's right. I guess this is the result. Fortunately, the senior brother stopped them and gave them new hope. Although they haven't found a solution to the problem yet, as long as they concentrate on looking for it, they will definitely find something. I really envy Susu Baby. They have teammates like the senior brother. The senior brother really considers them. Unlike my teammates who only take advantage of my situation and only get benefits from me, they never give me any feedback. It really makes me feel cold. As long as the senior brother is in charge, I don't think our pressure is too great, because in the end the senior brother will definitely cover for us. At that time, even if we can't solve the problem, the senior brother will take action and solve all the problems we face. With Shinmo's support, the emotions of continuing to squeeze the baby are obviously more stable. At this time, they are no longer anxious or nervous. Instead, they began to concentrate on observing the attack release of the fusion demon. Under their observation, the fusion demon summoned several tornadoes in succession. The appearance of these tornadoes made the already compact room even more dangerous. In just a moment, tornadoes began to rotate around the room. These tornadoes did not follow any rules when rotating, but rotated randomly in the room. Such rotation was definitely difficult for everyone to resist. They could only move back and forth quickly to avoid the tornadoes. After dodging the tornadoes' attacks several times, everyone had a new idea in their hearts. This time, they did not approach the fusion demon, but locked their eyes on the tornado's body. They approached the tornado's body directly. After arriving next to the tornado's body, all the skills in their hands were used to attack the tornado's body. One skill after another quickly hit the tornado's body. According to everyone's idea, since attacking the fusion demon has no effect, then they attack. The tornado summoned by the fusion demon is likely to have some effect, but what they didn't expect was that after their skills hit the tornado still did not change at all. What's going on? Why didn't our attacks work? We attacked the fusion demon, but it didn't work. Now we attack the tornado summoned by the fusion demon, but it still didn't work. How should the mechanism here be cracked? Who should we attack? As for the current mechanism, I can only say that I really admire the senior brother. The three of us couldn't find a solution to the mechanism here, but the senior brother was able to easily grasp the mechanism here. His strength is really invincible. Seeing that the new round of cracking by Susu Baby and others failed again. This made the audience in the live broadcast room, which had just ignited hope, sink to the bottom of the valley in an instant. They were like exploding, and began to send barrages frantically. It's too difficult. It's really too difficult. How powerful is this fusion demon? How can it be so difficult? We have tried so many methods, but there is still no sign of its mechanism stopping. Is there any way for us to survive? It is indeed a bit hard to accept. It is just an elite monster. How can it be so difficult? Its difficulty is so outrageous. I really can't imagine how difficult the subsequent outpost monsters and barracks monsters will be. Just as Susu Baby said, this incident shows how powerful the senior brother is. The mechanism here is unacceptable to us even as bystanders, but the senior brother can grasp it. He is really powerful. The problem now is what is the way to crack the governance mechanism. I thought about it, and took all the ideas into consideration, but I couldn't find any other possibilities. There can't be any solution to misunderstanding, right? Chapter 576. Seeing the number of tornadoes in the room begin to increase, everyone present could not help but feel a panic. Because they clearly knew that in the current situation, if they could not find a way to solve the problem, then the most terrible result would be waiting for them. After a while, the room was full of tornadoes, and when the tornadoes turned everywhere and attacked them, they had only one way to go. After realizing the seriousness of the problem, they could only start to discuss with each other again. Brothers, do you have any methods now? The methods we just tried did not work. We must find some new solutions. If we can't get it done, then the most terrible result will be waiting for us. I don't know. I can't see any flaws. I have tried all the methods I can think of, and none of them worked. Now I feel a little confused. If I can't find a new method, then we will be finished. Listening to the discussion of several people in the team, Chinemo showed a thoughtful expression on his face. Originally, according to his idea, he wanted to wait a little longer before telling the solution here, but now looking at the current situation, several teammates in his team are obviously a little bit excited. If he doesn't tell the solution here, then the people in his team will definitely enter the stage where their scalps are tingling, and at that time it will be too difficult to solve the problem. After some thought, Chinemo knew that he had to change his plan, otherwise the most terrible result would be waiting for him. Don't get excited about the mechanism here. On the surface, it seems unsolvable and difficult to solve, but in fact, if we want to solve the mechanism here, it is quite simple. You just need to do one operation. What is shocking? Chinmo's words at this time are like this. After hearing that Chinemo could easily solve the mechanism that was like a nightmare to them, the emotions of the people present exploded at that time. No, I didn't hear you wrong. As for the mechanism here, can it be solved easily? I am just a bystander. I can't see any flaws. How can the senior brother solve the mechanism here? I don't know. I am a little confused now. As for the current situation, if it were someone else, I would definitely think that he was joking and deceiving us, but the person who is speaking now is the senior brother, and I have to believe that I am very entangled now. That's right. If I remember correctly, the senior brother has never deceived us in all these years. He has always kept his word. Since he was able to do it before, I believe he can do it this time. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. No time to explain, senior brother. Start your performance quickly. I can't wait to see how you solve these monsters. I really can't think of any other solutions to the mechanism here. Show us now. Since everyone was present and their emotions were already aroused, Chenemo would naturally not waste any more time. He took a deep breath and said to everyone present, "Don't worry. Since everyone wants to see it, I will definitely satisfy everyone. Next, let me show you in detail how to solve the mechanism here." While speaking, Chinemo rushed to the right side of the room at the fastest speed. Originally, according to the thoughts of everyone present, the reason why Chinemo moved to that side should be that he was going to Gongji's side, the fusion demon. But what they didn't expect was that Chinemo, after moving to the right side of the room, did not go to the side of the fusion demon, but quickly came to the side of a tornado. When he approached the side of the tornado, the hatred of the tornado was immediately attracted by him. The tornado, which was still standing still, immediately turned and attacked Chinemo. When being chased by the tornado, Chinemo did not escape to a safe place, but moved to another tornado. After he came to the tornado, the hatred of the tornado was also pulled up by him. In just a blink of an eye, 2 tornadoes appeared behind him and chased him. The people who were already a little bit unbelievable about Chinmo's operation were even more confused. In their opinion, If they want to solve the mechanism, shouldn't they attack the fusion demon? How could it be? The target of the attack is locked on the tornado. And now Shinemo did not attack the tornado, but attracted the hatred of the tornado, and was chased by the tornado. In this case, how should he solve the problem? Big brother, are you sure you are solving the attack mechanism of the fusion demon now? Since you want to solve the mechanism of the fusion demon, why don't you attack the fusion demon instead of fighting with some insignificant tornadoes here? Hearing Suzu Baby's doubts, the audience in the live broadcast room, who were also very confused, immediately became agitated. The barrage was like a book that exploded and began to refresh. I have the same idea as Suzu Baby. What is the reason? I don't understand it at all. The idea of the senior brother to do this seems to be a meaningless operation. Is he deliberately delaying time? Doesn't he know the real solution to the problem? No way, the senior brother has never deceived us in all these years. Since he didn't deceive us before, he wouldn't do it now. In this situation, I really can't see any reason. What does the senior brother want to do? I know everyone is anxious, but don't worry. The senior brother's operation has just begun. We will know what he is going to do in a while. Now we have only one thing to do, that is, wait quietly. Aren't we worried? We are worried that if the senior brother can't solve the problem, then the mechanism here will be unstoppable. Who can solve the problem here at that time? Wouldn't it force us all into a dead end? Shinemo didn't feel uncomfortable at all for the doubts of the crowd, because in his opinion, the more people think it is impossible, the more unbelievable it is. Then wait a while, until he solves the problem, the more shocked and admired they will be. While thinking, Shinemo started his final operation. At this time, there were two tornadoes chasing behind him. There was a certain gap between the two tornadoes. Shinemo moved to the middle of the gap between the two tornadoes at the fastest speed. When he moved to the middle of the gap between the two tornadoes, the tornadoes on both sides immediately turned towards him at the same time. The two tornadoes turned very fast. In the blink of an eye, they turned to Shinmo's side, and were about to attack Shinemo. After seeing Shinmo's situation at this time, several people in the team became more panicked. Because they knew clearly that if Shinemo was attacked by this tornado next, then the tornado would inevitably cause fatal damage to Shinemo, and once Shinemo was killed, it would definitely be a fatal blow to them. Big brother, why are you standing there? These two tornadoes are about to come to you. Shouldn't you hide away as quickly as possible? Now you are standing there, waiting for the two tornadoes to attack you. Yes, big brother, now you should hide quickly. You can't be attacked by the tornadoes here. You are our last hope. If you are hit by the tornadoes here, then we really don't have any hope anymore. Just when everyone present was puzzled and didn't understand what Shinemo wanted to do, Shinemo, who had not moved all the time, suddenly moved to the side at the fastest speed. When Shinemo walked away, the two tornadoes did not launch a tracking attack on him immediately under the delayed urging, but still maintained the original attack posture. In this case, the two tornadoes directly collided fiercely. As the two tornadoes collided, a scene that shocked everyone appeared on the screen. The two tornadoes disappeared at the same time. The sudden scene directly made the bullet screen of the live broadcast room of everyone present explode at the same time and began to refresh. What's going on? What's going on? Why did the tornado disappear inexplicably? The eldest brother didn't attack them. How could they become like this? What did we miss? Did I miss something? If I'm not mistaken, the mechanism here should be that the two tornadoes disappeared at the same time after colliding with each other. If so, can we think that the mechanism here is to guide the tornado to collide? It is likely to be like this, otherwise the eldest brother would not have pulled each other in the two tornadoes before. Strange. It's too strong, it's really too strong, this really refreshed my cognition. I really can't imagine that the mechanism here can be solved so easily by the senior brother, and he found such a simple solution. He is really amazing. Shinemo didn't pay much attention to the discussion of the people present at this time. After he solved the two tornadoes, he immediately approached the other tornadoes. When he approached the other tornadoes, he still used the same operation. Using the same operation, the 6 tornadoes in the room were all cleared in a short while. As these tornadoes disappeared, the fusion demon, who had been standing still, suddenly knelt on the ground. Obviously, he had entered a weak state at this time. 6666, goodness, I'm just so goodness. Big brother, you are too invincible. The mechanism here was really cracked by you casually. I haven't figured out what's going on yet. You really refreshed my cognition. More than invincible, it's simply cruel. I never dreamed that there is such a way to crack the mechanism. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never dare to believe it is true. Fortunately, we have the company of Big Brother. Otherwise we will definitely not be able to solve all this. Listening to the flattery of the crowd, Chen Mo's mentality is still very stable, because he clearly knows that this is just the beginning, and in the next process, the fusion demon will release more and more outrageous mechanisms. If he celebrates now, then when the subsequent fusion demon releases those mechanisms, he will be a little unprepared. Brothers, calm down. I have already told you before that this fusion demon has many mechanisms, which are very scary. We must not relax in a hurry, otherwise once he launches some sudden attacks, we will be finished if we can't dodge. As for the timing of Chen Mo's words, there must be a reason. As soon as he finished speaking, the fusion demon, who had been passively beaten in the game, stood up. The fusion demon who stood up moved to the middle of the room in an instant, and his body began to change color. Looking at the new changes of the fusion demon, everyone naturally knew that this was the new mechanism that Chen Mo said the fusion demon was going to release. After realizing that the fusion demon could really release a new mechanism, everyone's emotions were a little unbearable at the time. I'm really impressed. How many mechanisms does this fusion demon have? Why does it keep releasing them? I feel dizzy watching it. I thought we could easily deal with it, but it turned out to be like this. It's really too difficult. It's more than difficult, it's simply terrifying. The mechanism of this fusion demon is the most numerous and outrageous I've ever seen. Its mechanism is even more cumbersome than the boss of Luke's group, Luke the Creator. I can only say that we are lucky. In our game, we have the existence of the senior brother. If there is no senior brother, I really can't imagine how we would face this mechanism. We would definitely be dead. I just don't know if the senior brother can handle the mechanism of the next fusion demon release. If he can, then our pressure is not that great. If he can't, then we will have a headache. Chapter 577. Seeing that the attack of the fusion demon was a little different, everyone present suddenly became nervous. They knew that the next attack that the fusion demon would release must be a very terrible attack. If they could avoid this attack, then this battle would not be too despairing. If they could not avoid it, then they would definitely be finished. After realizing what mechanism the fusion demon would release next, everyone could not care about anything else and immediately looked at Chen Mo. They knew clearly that all their hopes were on Chen Mo. If Chen Mo could help them find a solution, then the mechanism here would not be too despairing. Correspondingly, if even Chen Mo could not explain the mechanism here, then the most terrible result would be waiting for them. Big brother, why do I feel that the situation of the fusion demon is a little bit wrong? Will he release some terrifying mechanism next? Judging from his current formation, why do I feel that the mechanism he is going to release is a more terrifying mechanism than the previous one? Yes, I feel so too. Judging from his current momentum, I have to doubt that the mechanism he is going to release is more terrifying than all the previous mechanisms combined. If we can't dodge, then what awaits us will be the most terrifying result. Faced with the questions from his teammates, Chen Mo did not keep a low profile like before. He knew clearly that even if he didn't say it, everyone present would see it in a while. In this case, he might as well put pressure on everyone present. Congratulations, everyone, you have learned how to answer questions quickly. As you guessed, the next mechanism that the fusion demon will release is indeed more terrifying than the previous mechanism. This time, he releases the ultimate mechanism of Wood attribute. If we can't avoid it, then we will definitely die. I have to say that Chen Mo is really talented in putting pressure on the audience in the live broadcast room. The emotions of the people present were relatively stable. Now, after hearing his words, they all exploded. No way. No way. Did I hear it wrong? What the senior brother said is that the mechanism of the fusion demon will become stronger next time. Isn't this a bit too scary? I was thinking that the previous fusion demon released all the powerful mechanisms. There shouldn't be any powerful mechanisms next time. Yes, I think so too. If a new terrifying mechanism really appears next, then this battle will be too difficult for us. I can't find a way to deal with the previous few mechanisms. Not to mention the more terrifying mechanism now. Stop talking, big brother. Don't say any more. I feel like my mentality is going to be in trouble after hearing what you said. Logically speaking, isn't this fusion demon an elite monster? How can he release so many mechanisms? Brother, come on, you are the hope of all of us. If you can solve the next mechanism, we won't have too much pressure. If you can't solve it, then we will be completely finished. Just when everyone was talking and sweating, the fusion demon in the game finally released his mind. The fusion demon in the middle of the room moved instantly, and came directly to the middle of the room. After coming here, he pressed his hands hard on the ground. Along with the action of the fusion demon, a small tornado suddenly appeared on the ground. After the tornado appeared, it did not attack the people around it, but began to grow slowly. In a short while, the size of the tornado increased several times. Looking at the tornado that was still changing, Susu Baby and the others couldn't help it at that time. They hurriedly asked, "What should we do now, senior brother? Are we just going to watch this tornado continue to grow? If it continues to grow like this, then we will wait for a while. It is very likely that we will not be able to dodge and resist." Yes, senior brother, should we do something? I feel that this tornado is definitely a fatal attack of the fusion demon. If we do nothing, then wait a while. When the fusion demon attacks us, we will be finished. Although the emotions of several teammates have entered a very tense state, Chinimo is not ready to tell the mechanism of the fusion demon. Because he knows clearly. If he were to directly explain the mechanism of the fusion demon, everyone present would be surprised and amazed. But he could not achieve the effect he really wanted. He wanted everyone present to be convinced by him. After hearing his words, everyone was amazed. Originally, according to everyone's thoughts, Chinimo would definitely say something when faced with inquiries. Even if he didn't say the solution, he would say something. But what everyone didn't expect was that Chinimo didn't say anything for a long time after hearing the inquiry. Seeing that Chinimo had no reaction at all, everyone present suddenly became a little desperate. They couldn't help but start sending barrages to express their emotions. It's over, it's completely over now. Even the senior brother didn't say anything about the wit here. If that's the case, the mechanism here is probably much more terrifying than we imagined, and there may even be no solution. Don't scare me, I'm still thinking about solving the mechanism here as quickly as possible. If even the senior brother doesn't have a solution, then what can we do? Aren't we just waiting for death? Alas, there's nothing we can do. Who made the mechanism of this fusion demon so outrageous? Now the fusion demon shows these mechanisms. Each one is beyond my cognition. I really can't imagine how to solve this mechanism. To be honest, if it was anyone else, I would definitely no longer have any hope and would have been desperate. But since it's the senior brother, the strongest existence in this game, then I believe he can definitely solve the problem for us. Because he knew that it was not the perfect time to show off, Chinmo's expression did not change when facing the flattery of the audience in the live broadcast room. He just quietly watched the changes of the fusion demon in the game. Under his gaze, the tornado summoned by the fusion demon almost covered the entire room. Such a terrifying tornado connected the upper and lower parts of the room, and just looking at it made people feel numb. Faced with this situation, even Susu Baby and his friends, who were the big guys in this game, were frightened and at a loss. This is really frustrating. Is this fusion demon crazy? How can he release such a terrifying mechanism? The coverage of the mechanism he is releasing now does not leave us any chance to survive. That's right. I can only say that I am completely desperate now. I can't see any solution at all. Can the mechanism here be solved at will? Are there any problems? Just when everyone's scalp was numb, and they didn't know what to do, the mechanism released by the fusion demon changed again. The giant tornado that had just been summoned in the room actually spread to the four sides of the room. 8 small tornadoes split from his body, and moved to several corners around the room at the fastest speed. After these tornadoes moved out, there was not only 1 tornado in the room, but it began to increase to 9 tornadoes. Such a large-scale tornado made the desperate people even more desperate. They looked at the tornado in the room in disbelief. They didn't even have the strength to speak. They knew they were doomed, and they would definitely not have any way to deal with it. The only way waiting for them was death. Since even Susu Baby, a big anchor, was shocked by the mechanism in front of them, let alone the ordinary players in the live broadcast room. After seeing the changes of the fusion demon, their emotions were like exploding. Numb, completely numb. Why? This fusion demon is so scary? It can release so many outrageous mechanisms. The operations he is doing now feel even more outrageous than Luke, the boss maker of the Luke copy. That's right. I was a little confused. I really couldn't believe it. As an elite monster, this fusion demon can release so many scary mechanisms. Take these mechanisms alone. Any one of them can be regarded as the ultimate mechanism of many monsters. The key to the problem now is that when the eldest brother was asked, he seemed to be unable to say any solution. In this situation, what else can we do? We have no any response method. We can't solve the problem at all. Next, it should be the time for this fusion demon to attack the eldest brother and others. Whether the eldest brother can solve this problem, we will see next. At the same time, the several tornadoes in the room changed again. The tornado originally located in the upper left corner of the room suddenly turned towards the few people at a very fast speed. Wherever it went, the surroundings were directly rolled up. Seeing the sudden attack of the tornado, everyone was shocked. They knew that the fusion demon would deal a fatal blow to them. If they could dodge it, it would not be a big problem, and everything would be under control. If they could not dodge it, then they would be dead. Don't be stunned, move quickly, we must not be attacked by this tornado. If we are attacked by this tornado, we will definitely be controlled to death on the spot. In fact, without Susu Baby's reminder, several people in the team had already made preparations. When they saw the tornado turning towards them, they immediately moved to the safe position around them at the fastest speed. Because there was only one tornado attacking this time, everyone still easily avoided this wave of attacks. After successfully avoiding the attack, everyone's emotions did not change much. On the contrary, they became more nervous. They knew that this avoidance was just the beginning, and they had to find a way to avoid the remaining tornado attacks. If there was a problem, they would all be completely killed. If I'm not mistaken, the remaining tornadoes will attack us one after another, or even at the same time. We must find a way to stop these attacks. Otherwise, even if we can dodge, problems are likely to occur. Find a solution? You're making it sound too simple. Given the current situation, I feel that it will be very difficult for us to dodge, let alone find a solution. I feel that we are doomed in this battle. As Susu Baby and his group spoke in dejection, the mentality of the audience in the live broadcast room was completely blown up. What's going on? What's going on? Is the mechanism of this fusion demon really that difficult? Even Susu Baby and the others can't find a solution. If they can't find it, who else can solve the problem here? We can't just find it. We don't have the ability to do it. We really don't have the ability. The key is that now not only us, but also the senior brother seems to have no solution. In this case, our struggle will be meaningless. If you ask me, we'd better just run away. At least we don't have to see the final result. I know everyone is anxious, but don't worry, don't you find out. From the beginning to the end, didn't the senior brother say that the mechanism here can't be solved? Since he didn't say it, I believe that the mechanism here must have a solution. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. What other solutions can there be? Now everything that this fusion demon has shown, I see. People are a little confused, and we as bystanders are at a loss. Not to mention the senior brother and the parties involved. What can they do? Chapter 578. Chinemo almost laughed out loud at the audience's depressed discussion in the live broadcast room. On the surface, it seems that the mechanism released by the fusion demon is very difficult. But in fact, the difficulty of this mechanism is not even as difficult as the previous ones. What players need to do with this mechanism is very simple, that is, to dodge. As long as they dodge all the attacks of the fusion demon, the mechanism here will end, and there will be no subsequent mechanisms. For such an attack method, Chinemo would definitely not rush to say it, because if he said it directly now, the fear of the people present would definitely decrease a lot. If everyone could not put pressure on him, he would lose a lot of things. Brothers, don't rush to make a conclusion. We will know what the mechanism here is after we try it next. Now we should concentrate on dealing with this mechanism. Silently defending himself, Chinemo continued to face the attack of the fusion demon. Just when everyone was ready, a new round of attacks from the fusion demon was released again, the second one. The tornado turned towards the people from the right side of the room. Compared with the first tornado just now, the attack speed of the second tornado this time was obviously faster. The people present were already a little afraid and worried about the current mechanism. Now that they saw the mechanism released by the fusion demon, and it became stronger, their mentality was even more affected. Numb, completely numb, how come the second wave of attack has changed? If so, then the next thing is that the tornado's attack will only get stronger and stronger. If so, how can we deal with it next? Aren't we doomed? Yes, who said it wasn't? I don't know what to do in this situation. If we can't do anything to deal with it, the most terrible result will definitely be waiting for us. While speaking foul language, several people still began to concentrate on dealing with and avoiding it. If ordinary people were to face the mechanism here, they would definitely not be able to deal with it, and would not know what to do. It's good, but for several anchor bosses, this is nothing. Several people easily avoided the second wave of tornado attacks. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but start a discussion. It seems that we really thought things were too simple at the beginning. As for the mechanism displayed by the current fusion demon, it is completely beyond our ability to deal with it. I can't find any flaws just by looking at it, let alone deal with it. That's right. The current situation is indeed putting us under a lot of pressure. Fortunately, Susu Baby and the others are not affected too much at this time. They are still alive. As long as they are alive, we still have hope. I can only say that we are still lucky. In our game, there is the existence of the senior brother. If there is no senior brother, I really can't imagine what will happen when we face these invincible mechanisms. Stop talking, don't continue talking. If you continue talking like this, I feel that my mentality will completely explode. Along with the discussion of the people present, the fusion demon has released the third wave of attacks at this time. Like the second wave of attacks, the third wave of attacks of the fusion demon has become stronger again. Such a situation undoubtedly puts great pressure on everyone present. At this time, they are all under full pressure. Brothers, hurry up and think of a solution. We can't just sit there and wait for death. This is only the third wave of the fusion demon's tornado attack. It's already so scary. If it continues like this, I believe it will become more and more terrifying. How should we deal with it then? If you ask me, we can only try all kinds of methods now. Otherwise, it will definitely not be able to solve the problem if it's just on paper. I have an idea in my heart. Let me go up and try it first. While speaking, Susu Baby quickly approached the fusion demon. Susu Baby's idea was very simple. Since Chinemo interrupted his attack mechanism by attacking the fusion demon before, could it also use the same method to deal with the fusion demon? After arriving next to the fusion demon, Susu Baby immediately began to attack the fusion demon, and one skill after another hit the fusion demon crazily. But unfortunately, even though Susu Baby had already released all kinds of skills on the fusion demon, in the end, after fighting for a long time, the fusion demon was not affected at all, and the fourth tornado was still spinning towards everyone quickly. Baby, what's wrong with you? The method you used didn't work. This fusion demon was not affected at all. Are you sure that the method you found is the real method? Otherwise, you should think of other ways. The people present were already under a lot of pressure because of the mechanism of the fusion demon. Now after hearing what the other people said, their mentality was even more affected. One by one, they couldn't help but send barrages to express their inner thoughts. No way, no way. How come Susu Baby has used so many methods? Can't he solve the mechanism here? Isn't this a bit too scary? How scary is this fusion demon? How can we solve it? I don't know. I'm completely confused now. I really didn't expect that the fusion demon, as an elite monster, would have so many terrible mechanisms. As for the mechanisms he has released now, I feel that it is scarier than many lord monsters. This is the fourth wave of tornadoes. There are still 4 tornadoes left in the room. If we can't get rid of these tornadoes, if the solution mechanism of the wind is found, then when these 4 tornadoes are released, we will definitely be completely finished, and we will have no way out at that time. Although the current situation is indeed desperate, I feel that our mentality should be calmer. After all, the senior brother has not made a final comment from the beginning to the end. As long as the senior brother has not spoken, I believe there are other possibilities. Just when the audience in the live broadcast room was scalp numb and talking about it, the fusion demon has released 2 tornadoes in succession. The attack speed of these 2 tornadoes is faster and faster, and the pressure is full. Although Susu Baby and his friends' operations are already extremely strong, after dodging 2 waves of attacks in a row, they still have no solution. One by one, their scalps are numb to the extreme. There is no way. Brothers, I don't know what to do anyway. I have used so many methods before, and didn't solve the problem. What else can we do in this situation? The mechanism here can't be stopped at all. Big brother, please save the child. We really can't find any way now. If you don't save us, we really don't know what to do. Even if you don't tell us how to end the mechanism, at least tell us what to do next. Faced with his teammates pleading, Chinemo thought for a while, and finally chose not to speak. Now there are still 2 tornadoes before the attack of the fusion demon ends. If he tells in advance, it will definitely be a little short of his perfect goal. Since Chinemo didn't speak, Susu Baby and the others naturally had a headache. They were. After being speechless for a long time, they could only approach the fusion demon to the right. While approaching the fusion demon, they began to dodge one by one. It must be said that Susu Baby and the others are indeed brave. Even in the current situation, they can still make various reactions when facing the mechanism. With such reactions, they really successfully avoided the attack of the mechanism here. After everyone escaped this wave of attacks, there was only 1 tornado left in the room, because everyone thought that after all the tornadoes disappeared, the fusion demon would release the most terrifying attack. So after seeing the number of tornadoes, they were all extremely nervous. At the same time, the audience in the live broadcast room was also full of pressure, and they couldn't help but start to send barrages frantically to express their inner thoughts. What should we do? What should we do now? There is really no solution. In this situation, the fusion demon will definitely release the strongest attack next. If there is no solution, then we are dead. What else can we do? The strength of this fusion demon is simply rare. We have no possibility of solving this situation. All we can do now is to pray silently for all this. To be honest, if it were anyone else, I would definitely have given up hope and stopped thinking about it. But since it is the eldest brother, the strongest existence in this game, I believe there must be other explanations for this battle. Are we thinking too much? The eldest brother is a human, not a god. As bystanders, we have no way to deal with the mechanisms released by the current fusion demon. What can he do as a party involved? In this situation, I think we should not think too much. Looking at the crazy discussion of the audience in the live broadcast room, Chinemo thought about it for a while, and finally decided to speak up and explain everything here in full. Brothers, don't worry. The reason why I didn't say anything before was not because I didn't know the solution to the mechanism here, but because I wanted everyone to have a chance to solve it by themselves. Since everyone can't find a solution, I will tell you everything now. In fact, we don't need to solve the attack mechanism of this tornado. There is only one thing we need to do, that is to dodge all these tornado attacks. As long as we can dodge all the tornado attacks, the mechanism here will end completely. There was no surprise. After hearing Chinmo's explanation, Susu Baby and others were stunned at the time. They thought that the mechanism of the fusion demon would become more and more terrible towards the end, but the result was the opposite. The situation, when the fusion demon mechanism ends by itself later. Big brother, you are not kidding us. Are you sure that the mechanism here will end by itself? Then can we assume that as long as we dodge the next tornado attack, the attack mechanism will stop completely? Big brother, I know you are doing this for our own good, but the key point is that now, you make us happy, and when the new mechanism appears later, we will really be a little numb, so it's better not to have this kind of happiness. Facing the doubts of his teammates, Chinemo did not feel uncomfortable in his heart, because he knew clearly that the more these people thought it was impossible, the more unbelievable it was. So wait. When the fusion demon showed everything, he would gain more honors. Just when Chinemo was thinking, the fusion demon had released the last tornado to everyone. Although everyone did not believe it in their hearts, they still concentrated on dodging this tornado attack. After dodging this tornado attack, a scene that no one expected appeared on the screen. The fusion demon actually collapsed on the ground. Obviously it had entered a weak state. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room all took a breath of cold air, and then one by one, as if they were exploding, they began to discuss frantically. Invincible is really invincible. This has completely refreshed my cognition. Who could have thought that the mechanism here is actually the same as what the senior brother said? I thought he was joking and teasing us on purpose. It is indeed a bit incredible. Now there are other possibilities in this situation. I feel a little confused now. How did the senior brother find it? How do these solutions handle all these problems? What is the gap? This is the gap between us and the senior brother. It is obviously the same monster and the same attack. For the senior brother, it is nothing and can be solved casually, but for us, it is an unsolvable existence. If this mechanism is solved, then I feel that we don't seem to have anything to worry about. This fusion demon is estimated to be solved by the senior brother and others soon. Chapter 579. Because it is not the best time to show off until now, Chinemo just glanced at the discussion of the audience in the live broadcast room, and then immediately rushed towards the fusion demon, using big skills one after another. On the body of the fusion demon. The fusion demon in the broken defense state could not withstand Chinmo's attack at all, and his blood volume was reduced in a short time. As the blood volume decreased, the body color of the fusion demon began to change again. In the past, the fusion demon went through the fire attribute, ice attribute, and wind attribute. This time his body turned dark black. Although he has not yet shown his attributes, based on his body color. Everyone has guessed what attribute attack he will release next. Big brother, judging from the changes in the physical signs of this fusion demon, he should release an attribute attack on us next. I wonder what the mechanism of the dark attribute attack he releases is. Will it be as outrageous as the previous attributes? Yes, Big brother, please give us a hint first. I am a little confused by this situation. I feel that this fusion demon will definitely give us a big wave later. If we can't avoid it, we will definitely die. Faced with the inquiry of his teammates, Chinemo showed a thoughtful expression on his face. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not reveal the subsequent mechanism, because that is all his capital for pretending to be cool. If he reveals it too early, it will definitely affect his income. But now his teammates are only asking about the situation that will happen later. Even if he doesn't explain this problem now, his teammates will see it later. In this case, he might as well say it now to win people's hearts. Everyone is right. Next, this fusion demon will release dark attribute attacks. As for what kind of dark attribute attacks he releases, there are at least 5 or 6 mechanisms, and the difficulty of the mechanisms is about the same as the previous ones. There was no surprise. After hearing that the fusion demon was really going to release a new terrifying mechanism, the audience in the live broadcast room became restless. One by one, they started to send barrages like a blast. No, I didn't hear it wrong. This fusion demon really has so many mechanisms. This fusion demon has released more than a dozen mechanisms before releasing new matrices, so its number of mechanisms is too many, right? To be honest, if someone else said this, I would definitely not believe it, and I would definitely think that he was deceiving us, but since the person who said it is the eldest brother, who has helped us solve countless troubles, then I believe what he said must be true. If what the eldest brother said is true, then I can only say that we will be under great pressure to pull the full pressure of the mechanisms released by this fusion demon in the past. It is simply horrifying, one more terrifying than the other. The same mechanism, I really don't know how to deal with it. The key to the problem now is still with the eldest brother. It depends on whether he can solve these mechanisms. If he can solve them, then we won't have too much pressure, and everything will be under our control. Accompanied by the restless discussion of the audience in the live broadcast room, the fusion demon, who had been lying on the ground, stood up. The moment he stood up, his body color had completely turned into ink black. The next second, he came to the middle of the room at the speed of teleportation, and when he came to the middle of the room, he raised his hands directly. Looking at the actions of the fusion demon, everyone suddenly became nervous, because they knew clearly that the next step would definitely be the release mechanism of the fusion excitement. If they could not avoid it, they would definitely be killed by the fusion demon. Just when Susu Baby and others were under full pressure, yellow prompt magic circles appeared one after another on the ground, densely covering most of the room. Good fellow, this fusion demon is going to increase our strength right from the start. With this attack prompt, the mechanism he is going to release next must be another large-scale offensive skill. We must concentrate on avoiding it. It's really too difficult. How can this fusion demon be so difficult? The mechanisms he has set up don't leave us any chance to survive. Other monsters release mechanisms step by step, but he is full of pressure right from the start. Can we avoid it? Listening to the discussion of the crowd, Chinemo still didn't say anything because he had clear instructions. Next, the fusion demon will tell him everything, and the mechanism released by the fusion demon next. That is more terrifying than the previous 3 mechanisms. In an instant, black tombstones appeared one after another in the sky. As soon as these tombstones appeared, they immediately smashed down towards the yellow prompt magic circle on the ground. One tombstone corresponds to one yellow prompt magic circle, directly occupying most of the space in the room. Seeing that this wave of attacks by the fusion demon was so outrageous, the emotions of the audience in the live broadcast room could no longer be restrained. They were like exploding, and began to send barrages frantically. I'm completely numb. How can this fusion demon be so crazy? The mechanism he released must be solved by us. The time has come. Why do I feel that I am already trembling all over just looking at it, let alone asking me to solve it? If I'm not mistaken, this mechanism should be the same as the death tombstone of Devil May Cry. This attack method will deduct at least half of the life if you are hit by a tombstone. If you are hit by more tombstones, it is basically a dead end. Stop talking, everyone, don't continue talking. I feel a little numb on my scalp, and don't know what to do. If everyone continues to talk like this, I feel that I have no idea how to face it. I just don't know if the senior brother has a solution to this mechanism. This mechanism is so terrifying that we definitely have no hope. If the senior brother can't solve it, then this mechanism will inevitably enter the unsolvable stage, and at that time everything will be over. The audience in the live broadcast room was shocked, and didn't know what to say. At that time, Chinemo had already led several of his teammates to focus on avoiding the attacks of the death tombstones. Although this wave of tombstone attacks covered a large area. But in fact, there is a gap between each tombstone, and they only need to hide in the gap to successfully avoid the attack of the tombstone. With Chinmo's reminder, and his many years of game experience, the few people finally escaped danger. All the tombstone attacks were avoided. After successfully avoiding the attack, the mood of the crowd was not only not happy, but also more serious, because they clearly knew that the attack of the fusion demon monster was continuous, and it would only get stronger, not weaker. In other words, if they can't find a clever way to interrupt here, they will inevitably be hit by the enhanced attack of the fusion demon. Once they are hit by these tombstones, the final result will inevitably be a dead end. What should we do? You guys should think of a solution quickly. The mechanism displayed by this fusion demon is beyond our response range. If we don't interrupt his attack, then his attack will become more and more terrifying. I don't know. I can't see any solution at all. I just feel that my scalp is a little numb now. The mechanism here is linked one after another. There is no flaw at all. It's amazing that we can dodge it. How can we find a way to crack it? Because this wave of attacks by the fusion demon is so outrageous and scary, even Susu Baby, who is a big anchor, has been a little upset by the current situation. Faced with this situation, Chen Mo will naturally not miss the opportunity to increase pressure. Don't worry, this mechanism is just the beginning. The next mechanism will be even more terrifying. Now we have almost 2 more waves of opportunities. If we can't find a solution within 2 waves, then we are dead. Everyone present was frightened by the mechanism displayed by the fusion demon, and now they heard Chen Mo's high evaluation of the fusion demon. For a moment, everyone's mentality reached the edge of explosion. Now it seems that we are really too young. We thought that the mechanism of this fusion demon was very simple, and there would not be much pressure. As a result, we never thought that this fusion demon came directly to us, and the pressure was full. We have no solution at all. This is not just us. Even Susu Baby is now extremely scalp numbing. What can we do in this situation? I think we should not have any more illusions. It is best to give up this copy. I think so too. This copy is indeed a bit beyond our imagination. I can't see any problems with every mechanism released by this fusion demon. How can we solve it? I know everyone is anxious, but don't worry. Now the senior brother has not told us the final result. As long as the senior brother does not give up, I think we can continue to wait. After all, the senior brother has never let us down. At the same time, the fusion demon in the game has raised his hands again. When he raised his hands, there were obviously more prompt magic circles on the ground in the room, which were densely packed and almost covered the entire room. Because they knew that now was not the time to consider other things. After seeing the yellow prompt magic circle appear, Susu Baby and the others did not continue to ask anything, but began to move and dodge at the fastest speed. It was similar to the previous time. Although the attack released by the fusion demon this time was more frightening, because several people were serious masters. So in the end, they still successfully avoided this round of attacks from the fusion demon. After dodging the second round of attacks from the fusion demon. In the future, Susu Baby's emotions of crowding people became more suppressed. They knew that there was nothing wrong with Chen Mo's previous reminder. This would be their last chance. If they could dodge it, they would be able to see the next mechanism of the fusion demon. If they couldn't dodge it, then what awaited them was the final death. Brothers, wait a moment, I have an idea in my heart. I'm going to go up and try to get rid of this monster. Susu Baby said, as he approached the fusion demon directly. With the blessing of displacement skills, he came to the fusion at the fastest speed. After coming to the side of the fusion demon, he immediately used a skill to attack the fusion demon. The skill he released was none other than the Ghost Swordsman's Forced Expansion Skill Hunter Wave. According to Susu Baby's idea, Chen Mo used this skill to interrupt the fusion demon's attack. Since Chen Mo can do that, he can do that too. But what Susu Baby never dreamed of was that just when he thought everything was under his control, his skill did not produce any effect after hitting the fusion demon. The fusion demon has raised his hands again. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room, who had just ignited hope, instantly became extremely desperate. They knew that they were going to be finished, and this battle was going to be completely over. I just want to ask if the planner is crazy. How can he come up with so many outrageous mechanisms, and now the mechanism of this fusion action mode? It feels like each one is stronger than the strongest monster Luke we faced before. Does he really not want us to pass this dungeon? I feel that it is indeed the case. The planner must think that we passed the dungeon too easily before, without any pressure, so he wants to give us a dungeon full of pressure and make us sweat. He is trying to force us to death. It's really too difficult. How can it be so difficult? This is just an elite monster. Behind him are outpost monsters, barracks monsters, and him. Now it's so difficult. How can we face other monsters later? Forget it, I think we should just give up. The mechanism here has completely exceeded our imagination. There is no point in tangling it. It's better to give up. At least we don't need to be completely desperate. Chapter 580. Seeing that their first wave of attempts had failed, Susu Baby and his companions did not give up, but immediately approached the fusion demon and released the second wave. The second wave of attacks they released was a completely new attack method. In the previous time, Susu Baby used the forced interruption method of Lai Bo Zhan, but failed. This time they directly released a high-damage attack interruption method. Each of them released their highest damage skills at the Fusion Demon. According to their thinking, when all their high-damage skills are added together to attack the Fusion Demon will inevitably have some reactions, and the mechanism will most likely be directly interrupted. But what they did not expect was that as their skills hit the Fusion Demon did not react at all, and it looked as if it had not suffered any damage. Seeing this scene, Susu Baby and his companions were a little numb at the time, and they could not help but start to ask Chinemo about his opinion on this mechanism at the same time. Brother, what should we do? Should we do something now? This Fusion Demon is making me feel a little numb. We have tried so many methods, but none of them worked. Isn't this too difficult? Brother, please give me a reminder. I can't find any way to crack it now. I feel a little frustrated. If I can't find any corresponding solution, then I feel that I will be completely disappointed with the mechanism here. Although the team members were more upset than each other, Chinemo had no intention of changing the plan. In his opinion, the emotions of the crowd had not been fully mobilized yet. If he spoke out the clever solution here now, it would be impossible to achieve the result he wanted. Seeing that Chinemo did not say a word in the face of Susu Baby's question, the audience in the live broadcast room, who were originally full of hope, instantly fell into despair. I think it's all over. I thought that even if Susu Baby and the others couldn't find a solution to the mechanism here, there was still the senior brother to protect us from the wind and rain. Unexpectedly, the senior brother didn't say anything. Doesn't this mean that he probably doesn't know either? It's really confusing. The situation here has completely exceeded my cognition. I really can't imagine what stage the mechanism here will develop to next. If even the senior brother doesn't have a solution, then I really can't imagine. Who else among us can solve the mechanism here? I don't think we need to be too desperate for the time being, because according to my understanding of the senior brother, he just didn't speak and didn't express his own opinions now, which doesn't mean that he can't solve the problem here. I believe he must have studied the mechanism here. What is the situation? We will know in a while. Now I think we shouldn't rush to express our opinions. Wait until the mechanism here is really over, and then we can think about these things. Along with the discussion of the audience in the live broadcast room, the Fusion Demon in the game has developed a new round of changes. Under his summons, more and denser yellow prompt magic circles appeared on the ground, which looked like covering the ground of the entire room. After seeing this scene, even though Susu Baby and his friends had made preparations in advance, they felt great pressure at this time. They no longer had the calmness they had before, and they all began to ask each other if there was any way to solve the problem. Brothers, don't be silent. The mechanism has appeared. If we can't solve the mechanism here, the most terrible result will be waiting for us. Everyone, think about the mechanism here and see if there is any solution. I can't think of it. I feel that my mind is in a mess now. I really didn't expect that this Fusion Demon would release such a terrifying mechanism. As for the current situation, this has completely exceeded my cognition. I really don't know anything now. Just as everyone was talking and expressing their inner opinions, and complaining about the wit in front of them, the Fusion Demon had summoned the mechanism of the Death Tombstone again. One after another, the black tombstones smashed down to the ground. That's the situation. It made everyone a little overwhelmed. They could only force themselves to calm down. Then they devoted themselves to hiding. Although this wave of attacks put a lot of pressure on everyone, and made them not know what to do, fortunately, there was no problem with their reaction and endurance. With their full concentration on dodging, they successfully avoided this wave of attacks with more than 10 years of gaming experience and operation skills. After dodging this wave of attacks, everyone's expressions were not too happy. On the contrary, Han Doin was extremely depressed, because they knew clearly that this wave of attacks was just the beginning. If they couldn't solve the next one, they would really die. Since Su Shubao and others could think of all this, let alone the audience in the live broadcast room who were bystanders. The emotions of the audience in the live broadcast room exploded, and they began to refresh the barrage crazily. It's over. It's completely over this time. In the current situation, I can't see any solution. How can the mechanism here be so difficult? I really can't imagine what the result would be if I were facing these mechanisms now. This mechanism is indeed beyond our imagination. At first, I thought that after releasing all the previous mechanisms, the Fusion Demon should not have anything. What's more powerful, the mechanism is released, but he gave us a more terrifying wave. It's too difficult, really too difficult. I just want to see the monsters behind, and see what other mechanisms are behind. Why is it so difficult? Why does this fusion demon have so many mechanisms, and each one is more difficult than the other? I can only say that we'd better make plans early. As far as the current situation is concerned, I seriously doubt whether the eldest brother can solve the mechanism here. If he can't solve it, then what awaits us is the most terrible result. Along with a crazy discussion of the audience in the live broadcast room, the fusion demon in the room raised his hands again. After raising both hands, more outrageous yellow warning magic circles appeared on the ground. Seeing this, everyone knew that this was the final battle. If they can't break the attack mechanism here this time, then once these black tombstones fall down, they will be doomed. Big brother, please, hurry up and take action. We really can't find any solution to the mechanism here. Each one is beyond our imagination. I feel that my mentality is a little exploded now. Can you save us? Yes, big brother, all our hopes are on you now. Now this mechanism depends on you. If you can help us solve it, then we still have hope, and will not be too desperate. On the contrary, our mentality will explode directly. Listening to the pleading of his teammates, Chin Mo's face showed a thoughtful expression. Originally, according to his idea, he was going to put pressure on the audience in the live broadcast room again to make everyone more desperate. Then tell the solution to the mechanism here. But now that everyone has said so much, if he still doesn't take action, it would be a bit too ruthless. Brothers, don't get excited. Although the mechanism here is invincible, it is not without a solution. As long as we can find the corresponding solution, we can successfully solve the mechanism here. As for how to solve the mechanism here, I will show you in detail next. Everyone, please watch carefully. After mobilizing everyone's emotions, Chin Mo no longer wasted time. He immediately rushed to the fusion demon not far away at the fastest speed. Using the advantage of positioning, Chin Mo quickly came to the side of the fusion demon. But what no one expected was that when Chin Mo came here, he did not attack the fusion demon. Seeing this scene, everyone was a little numb, and their emotions exploded. What's going on? What's going on? Since the eldest brother has already approached the fusion demon, why doesn't he attack? If he doesn't attack, the fusion demon will release skills on him first, and then he will be completely finished. I don't know, I'm a little confused now. I really can't believe it in this situation. If the eldest brother is solved by the mechanism here, what can we do in the future? Who can we rely on? The eldest brother is our last hope. Don't tease us, we are all nervous now. If we can solve the mechanism here, we will be completely desperate and lose all confidence in this game. Without further ado, as long as you can solve the mechanism here as quickly as possible, I will send you a wave of gifts in a while. I will do what I say. If you don't believe me, you can remember my name and watch my performance in a while. Chin Mo didn't pay much attention to the fancy words of the audience in the live broadcast room. All his thoughts were on the fusion demon. Under his gaze, the attack of the fusion demon had already hit him hard. Seeing this scene, Chin Mo naturally knew that his chance had come, and he hurriedly spoke to everyone. Brothers, this is the key to interrupting the attack here. What we have to do is very simple, that is, let the fusion demon attack us, and when he attacks us, we will interrupt his attack. As long as we can achieve the effect of breaking the move, the mechanism here will stop. While speaking and explaining, Chin Mohan released the attack. As his skills hit the fusion demon, a hint of breaking the move immediately appeared above the head of the fusion demon. When this hint appeared, the yellow night magic arrays that the fusion demon had just summoned disappeared. At the same time, the fusion demon himself also collapsed on the ground, without the arrogance just now. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned at first, and then they were shocked to the extreme. Originally, they thought Chin Mo was joking and comforting them, but they never thought that Chin Mo's move really successfully solved the mechanism here. This situation completely refreshed their cognition. Too strong, really too strong. How can you be so strong? You have simply changed my perception of players. In my opinion, these new mechanisms are difficult to solve even if the players are strong. And you just casually grasped the mechanism. You are so fierce that I feel a little incredible. That's right, I was originally desperate about the mechanism here, and I didn't think about it anymore. But now, after watching the performance of the senior brother, I know that these mechanisms are nothing to the senior brother. The senior brother can solve everything at will. The senior brother is really powerful. It can be imagined that even the anchor bosses such as Susu Baby were shocked by Chin Mo's operation. Not to mention the audience in the live broadcast room as ordinary players. After seeing how outrageous Chin Mo's operation was, their mentality directly boiled up. 6666666, really amazing. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I probably wouldn't believe it even if I was beaten to death. This is a new mechanism of the fusion demon, And it's such a terrible mechanism that it gives me a headache, but the eldest brother solved it easily. No wonder the eldest brother has achieved what he is now, and has his current status. As for the strength he has shown now, I can only say that it is completely beyond my imagination. If it were me, I would have a problem even dodging it, not to mention cracking it. I told you all before that we can always trust the eldest brother, and the eldest brother will definitely help us solve everything. Is the mechanism here the same as what I said? The eldest brother easily took it over? If that's the case, then I feel that we have nothing to worry about. With such an invincible boss, like the eldest brother around, I don't believe that any mechanism can stop us. Chapter 581. Faced with the crazy flattery from the live broadcast audience, Shinmo's expression did not change at all, because he knew clearly that in the current situation, it was not the time for him to show off. In the current situation, the fusion demon seemed to be suppressed by him, but in fact, the mechanism of the fusion demon had just begun. According to previous memories, the fusion demon had as many as 5 dark attribute mechanisms. Now he had only released the first one, and there were 4 more to be released later, and each one was more terrifying than the last. In this case, if he was in a hurry to show off, it would be easy to have embarrassing problems. While thinking, Shinmo was not idle. He immediately seized the opportunity to put pressure on the live broadcast audience. Brothers, I know everyone is excited, but don't get excited first. In the current situation, everything is still ahead of us. In the next process, the fusion demon will still release some new mechanisms. If we are in a hurry to celebrate now, then when the fusion demon releases the new mechanism, we will not be able to react. There was no surprise. Everyone present had already started celebrating, and felt that everything was under control. But after hearing Shinmo's words, their mentality instantly exploded to the extreme. Su Shubao and others immediately spoke out their inner thoughts. No, don't scare me. How could it develop into this? As far as the current situation is concerned, this fusion demon has released more than a dozen wits. After releasing so many mechanisms, shouldn't everything be in place? It's in our plan. Why does it feel that his mechanism is beyond our imagination? It's really too difficult. The current situation is beyond my understanding. I really can't accept that an elite monster is so difficult. If it weren't for the existence of the senior brother, I estimate that we would have died countless times by now. It can be imagined that even Susu Baby, the anchor boss, was a little overwhelmed by the current situation. Let alone the ordinary players in the live broadcast room. It's over. It's completely over. I've never been so desperate as I am now. I really can't imagine that an elite monster would have so many mechanisms, and so many disgusting operations. He has made me a little upset. Yes, who said it wasn't? When I first saw that the senior brother solved the other mechanisms of the fusion demon, I thought everything was stable. We don't need to consider any problems next. We just need to wait quietly. I didn't expect it to become like this now. It's really too difficult. Why is the difficulty of this copy so outrageous? I really can't imagine what the mechanism here would be like if the senior brother didn't protect us from the wind and rain. We might have died countless times. The key to the problem now is whether the senior brother can solve the mechanism here. If he can solve it, then we don't need to bear too much pressure. Everything is still under our control. If he can't solve it, then we are finished. The audience in the live broadcast room was a little scalp-numbing by what Shinmo said. At this time, the fusion demon in the game had undergone a new round of changes. At this time, the fusion demon was filled with black gas all over his body. With the appearance of this gas, he, who had been passively beaten, moved to the right side of the room in an instant. After moving to the right side of the room, he inexplicably had a black long sword in his hand. With the appearance of this weapon, the fusion demon's whole momentum began to change. He waved the weapon in his hand casually, and a straight line connecting the left side of the room to the right side of the room appeared under everyone's feet. With the appearance of this straight line, everyone's emotions suddenly became tense, because they knew clearly that this wave of attacks must be the heart attack released by the fusion demon. If they can't dodge it, they will definitely suffer a fatal blow. Thinking about what the attack that the fusion demon might release next will look like, even if Suzu Baby squeezes people, the pressure is instantly full. At this time, they no longer have the calmness of the past, and everyone's face is full of nervous expressions. They can't help but look at Shinmo started to ask everything. Big brother, what's going on? Why does this fusion demon seem to be releasing a terrifying mechanism now? And this mechanism is obviously much more powerful. Should we do something? I feel that this mechanism seems to be quite scary. Yes, big brother, please give us a hint quickly. This fusion demon is making me feel a little numb. If we can't find a way to deal with it, and face its attack directly, we may suffer a fatal blow. Faced with the questions from his teammates, Chinmo's expression did not change at all. As far as the current situation is concerned, it is impossible for him to tell the development of the mechanism, because he still has to rely on the subsequent mechanism to put a lot of pressure on everyone. Seeing Chinmo didn't say a word, the people who were having a headache suddenly became agitated again, and they began to send barrages frantically. What's going on? Why didn't the senior brother say anything when he was asked? Does he not know the solution to the mechanism here? If that's the case, then I can only say that our pressure will be full. Who can we rely on in this situation? It's really too difficult. Why did the battle situation end up like this? I thought everything was under control. Even if this new mechanism is powerful, the senior brother can successfully solve it, but now it seems that my idea is still a little too young. The question is, if even the senior brother can't solve it, who can we rely on? He is our the last hope. Without him, I don't think we can find a way to crack the governance mechanism, which means we may be dead. Stop talking, don't keep talking, like everyone is saying this now. I feel like my mentality is going to explode. I don't even want to continue watching, because even if I continue watching, it won't solve the problem. Accompanied by the scalp-numbing discussions of the audience in the live broadcast room, at this time, the fusion demon in the game has released its mechanism, and a long string of black weapons suddenly appeared above the red line on the ground, and directly covered the red line completely. The sudden attack, if it were an ordinary player, then it is estimated that not to mention dodging, just watching would make the scalp numb and feel that there is no solution. But fortunately Chinmo and his friends are not ordinary players. They are all big players with invincible operations. Although the attack of the fusion demon was a little sudden and unexpected, everyone still reacted immediately, and everyone pulled to the side at the fastest speed. As everyone walked to a safe place, this wave of attacks was successfully avoided. Although this wave of attacks was successfully avoided, the mood of the people present was not too happy, because they clearly knew that this wave of attacks must be just the beginning. In the next battle, the fusion demon will definitely release more outrageous mechanisms. If they can't interrupt it quickly, then there will be a lot of trouble later. Big brother, if you don't want to tell us the solution to the mechanism here, can you tell us the mechanism here first? Is it single or continuous? After the fusion demon releases this wave of attacks, will it release new attacks in the future? Yes, big brother, give me some tips. I feel that I am already under a lot of pressure. If this situation cannot be solved, then I really don't know how to face the next mechanism. Compared to the previous time when facing teammates, Chinmo did not remain silent this time, because he knew clearly that even if he didn't say it, everyone would see it next, so it would be better for him to say it first to put pressure on everyone. I can tell you accurately that the fusion demon will release more black line attacks next, and the coverage will increase each time. If we are attacked, we will be directly fatally injured. There was nothing surprising. After hearing Chinmo say this, the audience in the live broadcast room were immediately shocked. What the hell, senior brother, are you sure you are not kidding? This fusion demon is really that scary. If it is really that scary, how should we deal with it? Doesn't it mean that we have no way to deal with it, and the most terrible result is waiting for us? Although it feels a little incredible, according to my previous understanding of senior brother, since he said it, it is very likely that it will really happen. The problem we are considering now is no longer whether we can see the monster behind, but whether this monster can be solved. To be honest, I still feel like I am dreaming. Why is the difficulty of an elite monster so scary? All of this is completely beyond my cognition. I dare not imagine that the fusion demon can be so fierce. Everyone should calm down. There is no point in being so entangled. Let's stay calm and wait, and see if there will be any new changes. As long as there are new changes, we still have a chance, and don't need to worry too much. At the same time, the fusion demon in the game has changed again. It released a new red line, and appeared on the ground in the room. Just as Chinmo said, although the red lines are the same length, both the coverage and the length are much stronger than the previous red line. At this time, the coverage of the red line on the ground is about 2 body lengths wide, although this width is not fatal. But you have to know that the previous red line has not disappeared, which means that everyone now needs to face the attack of 2 red lines. If you can't avoid it, then you will really die. Although everyone was extremely nervous and worried about the current situation, they also knew that even if they asked Chinmo now, Chinmo would not tell them the solution. What they had to do now was to rely on their own strength to avoid the attacks here, and then ask other things later. After thinking everything through, everyone immediately focused on facing the red line on the ground. With full concentration, although the threat of the red line was great, everyone still managed to avoid it. After dodging the second wave of attacks, everyone's emotions were extremely agitated. They knew that if the current situation continued, it was estimated that there would be 2 or 3 more waves, and the mechanism here would have entered the final stage. At that time, they would only have a dead end. Brothers, don't worry, we can't just sit there and wait for death. We must find a way to solve the mechanism here as soon as possible, otherwise, when the fusion demon releases all his terrible mechanisms, we will just have to wait for death. While speaking, Susu Baby rushed towards the fusion demon not far away at the fastest speed, and when he came to the fusion demon, he used a forced expansion skill to attack it. Originally, according to Susu Baby's idea, even if his attack could not interrupt the fusion demon's mechanism, he could at least prevent the opponent from releasing his skills. However, he never thought that when his skills hit the fusion demon did not change at all. Looking at Susu Baby's situation at this time, even as a live broadcast room for spectators, the audience's mentality was completely blown up. Why is it like this? How can the mechanism here be so horrible? There really is no solution at all. Logically speaking, no matter what the mechanism is, there should be a solution, right? I don't know. I don't understand the current situation at all. It feels beyond my imagination. I just feel my head buzzing. Why did it become like this? Why is the mechanism so outrageous? What kind of monsters are these? As for the current situation, to be honest, I don't have any other ideas. This mechanism has no possibility of being cracked. What awaits us is the final dead end. It is better for us to give up as soon as possible. Chapter 582. Although Susu Baby and his companions were extremely upset after the attack failed, they did not give up. Because they knew clearly that if they did not solve the problem, the most terrible result would be waiting for them. From the previous battle, they could see that Shinimo would never help them. Everything depended on them. That was why they had to react. Brothers, everyone should think about whether there are any other methods. In the current situation, if we can't find a new method, then this fusion attack mechanism will become more and more terrifying. If this battle continues, when the mechanism of the subsequent fusion demon is strengthened again, we will have no other way. What awaits me will be a dead end. After Susu Baby's impassioned explanation, he approached the fusion demon not far away again. Although the previous attempt failed, he didn't just think of that solution in his heart. He also thought of several other solutions. This time, after coming to the fusion demon, he decisively used the second method he thought of. The method he used was none other than the damage-cracking method that Shinimo had shown before. In the space of 3 eyes, Susu Baby released several skills, and one after another, the big skills hit the fusion demon crazily. Originally, according to Susu Baby's idea, since he used the breaking attack before, and did not break the mechanism here, then logically speaking, the damage attack he released this time should be able to produce some effect. But what he never expected was that as his skills hit the fusion demon one after another, the fusion demon did not change at all, and it seemed as if there was no effect at all. Seeing that Susu Baby's second attempt failed again, everyone present couldn't help but feel a wave of scalp tingling, and they couldn't help but start to send barrages to express their inner thoughts. It's over now. I didn't expect that with this mechanism. Susu Baby tried twice in a row and couldn't solve it. This mechanism will no longer have any problems. Everything is under our control. I never thought that the final result would be like this. It's too difficult. It's really too difficult. Why is the difficulty of this fusion demon so terrifying? You know, he is just an elite monster. How can there be so many outrageous mechanisms? With him doing this now, I feel that my mentality is a little broken. The key to the problem now is that Susu Baby has conducted 2 waves of experiments in a row, and these 2 waves of experiments have not been solved. There is no effect. What else can we do in this situation? Is there only a dead end waiting for us? I am still waiting to see how this monster will develop in the end. If it is solved so easily, then I can only say that my faith has completely collapsed, and I don't want to play this game anymore. Susu Baby did not give up the discussion of the audience in the live broadcast room and used several attack methods in succession, but unfortunately, although he had already used all the methods he could use, the final result was that there was no effect. After fighting for a long time, the state of the fusion demon was not affected at all, and it was still constantly summoning a new round of mechanisms. Under the summons of the fusion demon, more and denser black lines appeared on the ground. With the appearance of these black lines, the situation faced by everyone became dangerous again. You should know that just before, the fusion demon had summoned several waves of black lines. Although everyone avoided them by moving, those black lines did not disappear, and were always lurking on the ground. Now he summoned more black lines. The black lines that existed before Plus the black lines that were summoned this time, the entire ground was now densely packed with black lines. In this situation, even though Susu Baby and others had already prepared in advance, they were still shocked by the world in front of them. What should we do? Why is it that the more we crack the mechanism of this fusion demon, the more terrifying it becomes? In this situation, I feel that the mechanism here has made us somewhat helpless. I still haven't thought of any better solution. Does this mean that we are finished? It's too difficult. It's really too difficult. Why did the battle eventually develop to this point? Wasn't everything under our control before? Why has it entered the death countdown? I feel like I don't know what to do now. Everyone did not stop while being depressed. They knew that they could not rely on anyone at this time, but only on themselves. If they can't find a solution to the governance mechanism, then they must be dead. Su Shubao and his friends rushed forward and used several cracking methods against the fusion demon, but unfortunately, these cracking methods still did not produce any effect. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room, who were already desperate, were completely blown away. They started refreshing the barrage as if they were boiling. What should we do? I feel like we have no reason to wait any longer. The current situation is beyond our imagination. If we continue like this, I don't want to play this game anymore, not to mention now. It's really hard to accept. This fusion demon is just an ordinary elite monster. Why is he so powerful? His series of operations made me a little unconfident and doubted my life. Are we sure we can deal with this monster? There's no way. It's obvious that the battle situation is beyond our response range. We can't do anything now. We can only wait quietly. If Susu Baby and others can find a solution, then it's not a big problem. If they can't find a solution, then we're all doomed. Forget it, you guys keep waiting. I don't want to wait any longer. As far as the current situation is concerned, even if we continue to wait, it's a waste of time. It's better to give up everything and go as soon as possible to calm down. Looking at the desperate discussion of the audience in the live broadcast room, Chinimo showed a thoughtful expression on his face. According to his original idea, he wanted to let the mechanism here continue to develop, continue to become more outrageous and more frightening, and put everyone under maximum pressure before he would take action to resolve it. But as far as the current situation is concerned, it seems that all of this can no longer continue to develop, because as far as the current situation is concerned, if he does not speak up to solve it, everyone's mentality will explode. At that time, these problems will be beyond his imagination. Even if he tries to retain them, there will be no results. After all, the mentality of the audience in the live broadcast room has collapsed. How can they consider other issues and stay? After thinking everything through, Chinimo did not say any more nonsense. He took a deep breath and said to the audience in the live broadcast room, "Brothers, I know you are all having a headache and feeling uncomfortable now, but what I want to say is that this battle has not reached the point where it cannot be solved. No matter how powerful and invincible the mechanism of this fusion demon is, there is a corresponding solution. As long as we use the corresponding solution to interrupt the mechanism of the fusion demon, then the mechanism here will no longer pose any threat to us, and we will easily solve it." Hearing Chinmo's comfort, Susu Baby and the others, who were already desperate, suddenly became energetic, and they immediately asked Chinmo expectantly, "Big brother, are you serious? There is really a solution to the mechanism here, right? You are not comforting us, are you? As for the mechanism of releasing this fusion demon, I have studied it for a long time, and can't see any flaws. How can we successfully solve it?" Not only Susu Baby and the others, but also the audience in the live broadcast room felt a little unbelievable, and they all said barrages one after another. Do you think what the senior brother said is true or false? In this situation, can the senior brother really crack the mechanism? Why do I feel a little unreal? The mechanism here can't see any solution at all. How can this situation be cracked? I don't think it's likely that the mechanism here has no expansion at all, and Susu Baby and others have tried various methods before. In this case, what solution can the senior brother have? This is completely unscientific. To be honest, if other people did this, I would definitely not believe it, and would definitely think they were deceiving us. But since he is the senior brother, he has created countless miracles, and helped us solve countless problems. The brain of the number of problems. Then I believe what he said must be true. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. I think so too. As far as the current situation is concerned, what else can we do except trust the eldest brother? The situation here is that only the eldest brother can solve it in the whole game. If the eldest brother can't handle it, then we can't see the key to solving the problem at all. For the doubts of the people present, Chinimo was still the same as before, without any dissatisfaction, because he knew clearly that the more these people thought it was impossible and unbelievable, then wait a while, when he solved all the problems, everyone will be more surprised and crazy. Brothers, nothing is absolute. As far as the current situation is concerned, it seems that everything seems to be unsolvable on the surface, but as I said before, nothing is absolute, and there is a way to crack everything. Next, let me show you well. A bunch of fancy words aroused the emotions of everyone present. Chinemo did not waste any more time. He rushed to the fusion demon not far away at the first time, and saw that Chinemo moved at this time. Susu Baby and others, who were very nervous beside him, could not help but start discussing. Come on, big brother, you are the hope of all of us. We are all waiting for you to crack the mechanism here. If you can't crack the mechanism here, then the mechanism here will become a nightmare for all players in the server. Without saying much, as long as you can successfully crack the mechanism here, I will definitely send you a wave of gifts to support you, and let you see how deep my admiration for you is. Accompanied by the crazy discussion of the crowd, Chinemo has successfully come to the side of the fusion demon. After coming to the side of the fusion demon, he did not attack the fusion demon from the front, but went around the back of the fusion demon and used skills. The skill used was nothing else. It was the hunting wave slash skill that Susu Baby used once before. The solution, he said, was to use the wave slash on the fusion demon, which made Susu Baby and the others speechless. They couldn't help but speak up. Big brother, this method has been used by Baby before, and it has no effect at all. Isn't it a waste of time to use it now? Is this the solution you mentioned? It can be imagined that since even Susu Baby and several other anchors were disappointed to this extent, let alone. As an ordinary player's live broadcast room audience, the barrage in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. I said that the senior brother was joking with us and comforting us. How could there be a solution to the mechanism here? There is no flaw at all. Now he has used the same cracking mechanism again. We don't have to expect anything next. You are right. I feel very disappointed. I have always trusted and admired the senior brother. I originally thought that he would make me shine this time, but I never thought that he would usher in the darkest moment. I am now numb. This is unscientific. According to my experience of watching the senior brother's live broadcast for so many years, he should not do such fancy things. He has always kept his promises. How could this happen this time? The past is the past, and the present is the present. People always change. From the current situation, it is obvious that the senior brother has no method. I think we should not expect anything anymore. Let's quit quickly.